Hello, everyone. I have the Faz Zonta, the Faz Fanta. I don't know exactly what to call this. Also, people get mad at me when I call it Fanta, even though it's totally called Fanta. I am gonna start the stream by drinking this because it's a funny meme. Who's here right now? We got Withered, Sophie, Bailey, Absol, A Strange Event, Crash. A lot of names going by. This is going to be the first, well, I say first, I have no idea if anyone's done this, the first live Faz Fanta taste test. We're going to see what this tastes like. Are you guys ready? We have the field, 1414 spam. Everyone ready? Hold on. I'm not ready. Wait, you know who needs to be here? Hold on. No one look while he's getting changed. Toto has to have some too. Okay, ready? It tastes like room temperature Fanta. That's what it tastes like. I'm very glad to have this. They came out like 2 days ago. I think like officially 2 days ago. And T-Dreads found some, and so he posted some in the FNAF YouTuber Discord. And he, I saw it, and I'm like, oh my god, I need to go and get some myself. And so I went to 3 different stores until I found them in an end display by the checkout counter. So, like, I went to the soda aisle, and there was nothing for the 3rd store in a row, and I gave up, and I was leaving Target, and I walked by the self-checkout line, and there was just an entire pallet of them, and I'm like, there it is, I got it. I finally have the funniest thing that people who watch both of my channels will think I own. I'm going to drink a Fanta in solidarity. Withered's going to go look for some. Withered says, I can't believe Toto didn't get a sip. I believe that this would kill Toto. Toto's like a Victorian child. If he tasted the sweet taste of Fanta, he'd die. Ugh. I don't usually drink sugary soda, so that actually does not taste very good. It's very, very orange. It's oranger than I'm used to. I don't know, I haven't had Fanta in a really, really long time. Okay, so, poor Toto. Toto lives a bad life for lots of reasons. Wither says don't pronounce it like that. Okay, so, Fanta versus Fanta. It is technically, officially, called Fanta. That's just what the soda is called. That is 100% accurate. That is what the commercials will say nowadays. That is what it is called. It's a German brand. It's called Fanta. But in the early 2000s, there was an extremely popular, probably one of the first like viral marketing campaigns for Fanta. And they sang a song, and it goes, don't you wanta Fanta? And so my entire generation grew up with very popular commercials singing, don't you wanta Fanta? It's not don't you wanta Fanta, or don't you wanta Fanta, it's don't you wanta Fanta. And so me growing up, it's Fanta, because that's what the commercial says. They don't really play those commercials anymore. It was only a United States thing, and so other countries didn't have the Fanta-isms beamed into their brains, children. So when I first started making YouTube videos, I would say Fanta. If you don't know what my other channel is about, I have a reason for saying Fanta a lot that I'm not going to say because this is not a mature stream, but there's reasons I have to say the name of this soda brand on my other channel. And so what I started doing is, after people complained about it, I intentionally went out of my way to switch up saying Fanta and Fanta every other time I said it, so that no one would be happy. Fazgoo and the... No, Rolo, no, I know that you watch my other channel. No, you cannot say that. Okay, so Toto's gonna go to sleep now. Okay, so what is this video? This video is going to be me reading Find Player 2. While I'm reading it, I'm going to be taking notes. This is the way that I write all of my scripts for my Five Nights at Freddy's Fazbear Frights thing. Where's my book? I'm gonna have the book on my computer, so I don't need the physical one. I don't know where I put it. I probably put it somewhere special, because... Nope, there it is. Literally just on the floor. Okay, so I've been thinking about doing this for a really long time, because whenever I'm making my videos, I always will stop and be like, this is good writing, or, more commonly, this is really bad writing. And the reason I typically give for something being bad writing is because it has bad pacing, or it has, it uses language in a way that makes it seem like what you're reading is a description of a movie scene as opposed to actually getting into the head and the experience of the character. And for something like a horror story, being in the shoes and the perspective of the character is incredibly important for effective horror. And so when I'm reading books like Hide and Seek, that was like the one I really went off on. I'm like, this is so disappointing. But it's hard to sort of express that to my audience just by saying, look, this is bad. So what I've wanted to do for a long time is to give you guys an insight into how I go about writing the scripts. How when I'm reading them, I'll be like, blah, 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 and then stop. Because in my head, I'm like, this got so bad, I need to write out why. Like, I get, like not angry, but I'm like, I'm so disappointed. Or, likewise, I'll be reading blah, blah, blah. There have been a couple stories at this point where, while reading them, I started crying because they were so emotionally touching. I hope that doesn't happen with this story. I don't think it will. But those are sort of the two extremes. This is so bad I need to complain about it, or this is so good I'm having a legitimate emotional response to it. So I just wanted there to be at least one example of me going through this process live for you guys to watch. I also really... It touches me, and it's very nice whenever someone leaves a comment in my videos saying something like, I didn't understand this concept until you said it in your video. My English teachers tried to teach me the difference between, imagery and just language, and I didn't understand it, then you guys talked about it. And I really like that. As someone who went to college to become a teacher, and then didn't do that because I went into the classroom as one of those, student teachers, and it was a horrible experience. I went into a city school in the classroom, and the teachers who were, the real teachers who I was, there with, were horrible. And the school system was, I don't want to just say it was underfunded. These kids weren't learning anything. There was nothing going on. And I was like, oh my God. My experience in high school, where I had incredible teachers who really cared about the work and really wanted the students to, do their best. I took, honors and advanced classes. So for me, maybe it was different than other people who went to my same school. But for me, school was a very safe place. School was a place where you were, taught how to learn things. Most people in my school went to college, as opposed to, people in lots of different areas in the country who were like, oh, this is basically just glorified babysitting. So when I wanted to be a teacher, I wanted to be a teacher in a school like mine, where I was basically teaching, low-level philosophy and English literature analysis courses, but to teenagers instead of to college students. My high school was very much more like my college experience than it was what I assume other people's high school experiences were like. So becoming a teacher, I was disillusioned with being a teacher because I realized that 99% of high schools were not like my high school, and that would not be the experience I would have being a teacher. So I changed focus, and I decided to just do YouTube instead. I'm like, I will teach critical thinking and literature stuff on YouTube, and so that's what I've been doing now for too long, 7 years. So that's what I really like doing. I find it much more fulfilling to teach these books than to do literally anything else. So that's what we're going to be doing today. Now, a couple notes before we get started. Also, I have an announcement at the end of the stream that you'll see. You'll see. It's going to be a big announcement. What we're going to be doing, I'm going to switch over to my other setup. So this is what we have. Sorry that there's not going to be able to have a face cam in this setup. On this screen, we're going to have the book. And on the screen, we're going to have my notes. So, as I've stated a couple of times on Twitter and also on YouTube, it is completely, entirely illegal to just read a book in a video. Any video you've watched where a YouTuber's like, I'm going to make an audiobook, I'm going to narrate this book, or this Fazbear whatever, that is copyright infringement. That is completely illegal. Same thing with reaction content. Depending on the level of your reaction, could literally just be like, oh, you're stealing a video, but your face cam's in the corner. That is not okay. That's not how it really works in the real world. The exceptions to something like that are typically either that the reaction content does not replace the original content. So if you watched my video from a couple weeks ago where me and a bunch of theorists were reacting to the new game theory episode, only 50% of the game theory episode was in there. We were talking over it. We would pause to talk about it. Watching my video did not replace the experience of you going and watching the real video itself, because it was just so, it didn't show any of the content. We were talking over it. There was reason to go and watch the original video yourself. The second reason, the second argument for why something could be fair use, is that it's necessary in the production of the thing that I'm making. So while in this stream I am going to be reading word for word this entire book, we're going to be using basically each sentence right? Like each word choice, the whole book comes together into one major point, right? Where you have to read every sentence for my analysis of the book to be done. It would be impossible for me to analyze the book without also showing the book. And that's sort of the other use of fair use. You can talk about something if you have to comment on it. That's the difference between... Didn't T-Dreads do an audiobook of The Mimic? Yes, and Rytoast and I think like Dako and other people do those audiobooks. Those are 100% illegal, and Scholastic and Scott could copyright strike those at any moment. Oh, I'm sure that they know. Rytoast, someone tell Rytoast it's legal. Yeah, no, it's very, very illegal. GiBi is getting married? What are you yapping about? I'm trying to scroll back up because I was just looking at the camera for a really long time. I don't know what any of you guys are saying. Anyway... so the reason that this is going to be okay is because we're going to be commenting on the story as we go. Kind of like whenever GT Live, whenever Ash reacts to a video and she'll pause it every like 5 seconds to talk for a full minute. That's because that's using the video as something you need to watch in order to understand the commentary. Stop. Who's saying I'm getting married? What are you talking about? GiBi is married to Toto. No, Toto's just my roommate. You're obviously not kept up on the lore. Remember, I just told a couple episodes ago, I'm like, Toto, I don't love you. You're only my roommate. And then he stomped off really mad. You guys got to follow the lore if you want to understand. Otherwise, like, I can't imagine someone... I know that, like, my book videos don't really get a lot of views. But I imagine someone who clicks on just a random video in my series to be like, you know what? I do want to know what In the Flesh is about. And it just starts with this random skit of, like, me talking to a puppet of Freddy. You can marry your roommate. That is true, Unwithered. GiBi married Toto. No. Anyway. So we're going to get going. We're going to read through the book. I'm going to stop, and obviously I'm going to write about the stuff I usually write about. And this stream will go no later than 6 p.m. Eastern time, because I have something to do later in the evening. I don't think it'll last 5 hours, but it will not last more than 5 hours. Cat name drop. Yeah, so I did specify in my last video that ended with a shot of a cat, that shot is not canon. That cat is not going to be a recurring character in the series. That is just one of my cats that was sitting in my chair, I think because I was sitting in the chair and it was warm after I was done filming. I'm like, oh, kitty in the chair. That's one of my cats. Technically, it's my brother's cat because my brother's my real roommate in real life. And we have 2 cats and a dog. Hope your spouse doesn't become your roommate, though. That sucks. Yep. Okay, this is a good, one, there's more, yeah, there's 2 cats. This is actually a good case to just yap about this for a second. So a lot of people, especially people who don't particularly like me in my videos, have a hard time, and this is totally my fault, I think, have a hard time separating, me as a person, right? My name is Devin. I am a human being, and I am a person who has opinions and thoughts and does things, and I work on YouTube. And then there's GiBi, and GiBi is my online persona. GiBi is the person who, on T-Dread streams, will be in the comments making Will Cuck theories. GiBi is the person who goes out of his way to be like, har har, mat pat, tee hee, and to make, like, little jokes and puns and stuff, right? Like, I obviously do not in my everyday life act with the snark and the funny quips and the, I'm gonna make jokes about how handsome T-Dreads is, right? Like, that is not real me, that is GiBi. And then there is GiBi, the fictional, in-universe character solely present in my Frights videos. The GiBi who talks to Toto is a different GiBi than my YouTube persona, in which Toto is a puppet. Toto is a hand puppet. That is different than the canon Toto can talk and fly and has a sister and blah, blah, blah. And so in all of my Frights videos, when I'm like, I believe in Frights fiction and I believe in this and that, that does not necessarily reflect my belief in reality. That is the belief of the character as he's going through the journey of reading through all the books. So someone in the chat just said, like, oh, wait, your brother lives with you? Doesn't he live in Cambridge? Yes, the brother, Dr. Professor Sleeve McDykel, who lives in Cambridge, is the character GiBi's brother. My actual brother lives with me, and I feel upset that I need to explain this to some people. If you meet me in person, I don't care if you call me GiBi or Devin, they're both the same thing. I know that some people have some usernames where that's not the case, where calling them like, oh, hello, I don't want to like put words in their mouth, but I think if you met Unwithered in person, I don't know if he'd want you to call him, oh, hello, Unwithered Truth. I know you're here, so maybe you can clarify that. Sleeve McDykel isn't real. Sleeve McDykel is technically voiced by my brother, so he is real. He also, the essay that was written by my in-universe brother for the Lonely Freddy video, my real brother did write that, and then he had a voice line in one video that he did record. Then there's me, who legally changed my name to be similar to my online name, says Absol. Has anyone recognized you in public? Yes, I've been recognized a couple times. I used to work at a movie theater, and I was a manager, so I'd be like on the floor a lot, and I got recognized a few times. I was recognized a few times by my employees, actually. Like, we'd hire someone, and they'd be like, hey, because I used to do the interviews, and so, like, a week or two into them being employed, they'd be like, hey, so, like, it was kind of weird, I didn't know when to bring this up, but are you GiBi? And I'm like, oh, interesting. But the only time, like, a real stranger has ever come up to me was we had a big rush. We had a lot of people coming in to see movies, and then the rush kind of ended. And so this woman comes up to me, and I'm just kind of, like, standing off to the side doing, like, writing on my clipboard. And she's like, hey, I have a weird question. Can I ask you something? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, are you a YouTuber? And I'm like, yes, I am. And she's like, are you GiBi? I said, yeah. And she's like, me and my boyfriend really like your Yavel Goat video. Like, he showed me it, and we think it's hilarious. And we came in just to see a movie, and I saw you walking around, and then we, like, huddled in the corner, and we're like, is that him? Can I go ask him? Is that an acceptable thing to do? And I'm like, oh my god, that's so funny. So yes, that's the only time, like, a stranger has approached me. Withered says, if someone called me Withered Circle in public, I'd crash out. Mike says, will you do a series on Tales from the Pizzaplex? I will make that announcement toward the end of the stream. That is a complicated question to answer. Alright, so we're going to get started. What do we have? I'm just going to refresh the stream for a second. We have 130 viewers, but only 60 likes. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Come on, that's less than half. Pathetic. Pathetic. I haven't been located yet, says Connie from Dual Process Theory. Alright, so we're going to get going. Again, I'm going to read the story, and anytime I have any sort of thought, I'm going to pause, I'm going to talk about it. You guys are going to have to listen to the clippity-clap of my keyboard. Hold on. Clippity-clap on my keyboard, and I'm going to make so many spelling mistakes, and you're just going to have to deal with it. This stream's probably going to be very boring, because it's just me yapping. So I'm going to mute myself for a second to take one last slurp of this Fanta. And we're going to get going. And also, oh my god, I need to get a water bottle. Ugh. Oh my god, when I do drink soda, it's like Coke Zero. I love my Coke Zero. I'm not used to having sugar. Okay, we are going to get started. Let me just erase this. Alright, everyone good? Yeah, hydration check. Everyone good? Everyone liking the stream? Now remember, there's going to be a couple rules here. If the field is mentioned, everyone has to spam the field emote. And if anything happens, like, I don't know what the story's about. I don't know if there's going to be a car. I don't know if there's going to be a 14. But we all got to spam emotes whenever it's appropriate. Okay, ready? Find player 2. You are so gross. Amy turned her head away from her friend. I can't even look at you. Mary Jo's rat-a-tat-tat laugh spewed across the table at Amy, along with some of her partially chewed pizza. She'd been showing off how she could flip a mouthful of pizza on her tongue, just like they flipped the whole pizzas in the oven. Who did that? It was disgusting. Without looking at it, Amy flipped away whatever had just landed on her forearm. She felt a wadded-up napkin hit her on the cheek. She sighed and turned back toward Mary Jo, careful to keep her eyes squinted in case Mary Jo was doing something else that was grody. Why do you do stuff like that? Amy asked. Mary Jo laughed again. Because I can. Alright, so immediately, these stories always open, because they're so short and they're for children, they always open with, like, a declaration of what the story's gonna be about. So we have two friends, Amy, Mary Jo. Mary Jo chews with her mouth open and throws something at Amy, saying... So basically, it's the phrase "because I can" that we're going to be focusing on here. Why do you do stuff like that? Amy asked. Mary Jo laughed again because I can. So we're going to be exploring throughout the book. We're going to keep in the back of our minds, do any characters do something because I can? Will that come up again? Is that what the story is commenting on? As we go, I'm sure that these are probably students, so they're probably teenagers, but if we learn what year they're in school, or what their ages are, or where they live, we'll come back to this first paragraph, and we'll be like, two friends, 14-year-old Amy and Mary Jo, so we'll come back to address this. Again, I'm not going to be fixing typos, I'm going to have so many typos. I'm a fake fan of the story, I can't remember which of these girls is the protagonist, says Absol. Alright. Amy shook her head. How is it she'd been friends with this freak of nature for 8 years? Instead of being at home, curled up in her cozy room with her frilly pink window seat, reading the book her dad had bought her on his last business trip, Amy sat across from Mary Jo in one of the red booths at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, a half-eaten slice on the table between them. On the stage to their right, the pizzeria's animatronic performers, Freddy, the brown bear in a top hat, Bonnie, the blue rabbit with the red bow tie, and Chica, the yellow chick with the bib and the mouthy pink cupcake with googly eyes, were performing a toe-tapping rock song. The music was loud, but it still didn't drown out all the other noise in the restaurant. The place was filled with animated conversation, laughter, happy squeals, utensil clinking against plates, and the pings and beeps and warbles from the games in the arcade just off the dining room. This is a great sentence because it's not boring. A lot of people will write, people tend to stick to like the rule of threes. So like the room was loud and boisterous and more loud. So having animated conversation, laughter, happy squeals, utensils clinking against plates, right? So this is more than just one word. And the pings and beeps and warbles. This is just a great, like, kind of quirky sentence that really breaks up, like, this whole paragraph. So this is not something I'd necessarily comment on in a video, but this is the kind of thing that I enjoy reading for this sort of story. Although Amy liked the pizza, she didn't enjoy the roxus. Oh my god, there's some words, even when I'm recording them, I'm like, I know this word, I know how to say it, I just can't say it right now. The Rakshas. I think I know that's not how you say it. Rakshas. I'm going to say Rakshas. Like, it's ruckus. The Rakshas. Rakshas. She didn't enjoy the raucous. It's raucous. I said it. I got it right. It's raucous. She didn't enjoy the raucous chaos at Freddy's. She was a quiet girl, more content by herself than in crowds. Mary Jo, on the other hand, loved the craziness at Freddy's. She especially loved the music. At the moment, she was bobbing in her seat, right on beat with the music. Her frizzy brown hair had a different, syncopated rhythm, bouncing on the offbeat. Okay, so that's a really good sentence. Hold on. So we have two friends, Amy, the quiet one, and Mary Jo, the Rakshas one. It's going to be hard to say that in the video. Who are at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Mary Jo chews with her mouth open. Amy says blah, 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 because I can. Okay, so her hair bouncing on the offbeat. So even though this is technically describing her hair, it's also describing her personality. We can ascribe this adjective, this description of how her hair is to how she is in real life. She's very offbeat. Do you get it? This is how you write books. Who's saying Roxas? Oh, because that's how we pronounce Roxas. Yeah, Roxas. The sore is nobody. Okay, so Mary Jo bobs along in her booth to the band's music. Her hair is described as having a different rhythm, bouncing on the offbeat. I wonder if her personality is bouncing on the, or I'll just say, if her personality is offbeat. Let's see. And this is where I'd have like a kind of snarky tone. I'd be like, her hair is described as having a different rhythm, bouncing on the offbeat. I wonder if her personality is offbeat. Let's see. Right, like that's how I'd read it. Wow, bro cannot type. That is correct. I've done a couple collaborations, and I'll go through and like try to fix them. But now at this point, whenever I'm sending a script to someone, I'm like, you know what I'm saying. It doesn't matter that I wrote te and Wadner. Like, you know what I'm saying. It's fine. My font had made me cold. Freddy Frostbear strikes again. Professor Gibson. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. When I was in teacher school, we had to like write on whiteboards and chalkboards. I could not. I was awful at it. I took a public speaking class, and you had to do like whiteboard writing. Not only is my handwriting atrocious, but I am a very wide person, and they're like, you can never write blocking the board from everyone. So you have to not block the board. So you're writing at an angle, and you have to write straight, and you have to be able to write across the entire board. And you have to have good handwriting. And I'm like, I have none of these things. You're still reading Felix the Shark, right? Yes, yes. Not to pull the curtain back for you guys, but I have in fact already written and scripted my Felix and the Scoop videos. I was saving this one for this stream, but this is the last story that I haven't read. GiBi has had dyslexia-coded moments. I do not have dyslexia. I'm just bad at typing. It's only on this keyboard, this very clicky keyboard, that I have problems with. Okay, bouncing to the offbeat. Mary Jo's hair, like Mary herself, always had a mind of its own, even when she was 3. When Amy had worn her blonde hair in pigtails, a braid, or a ponytail in preschool, like nearly all the other 3-year-old girls, Mary Jo never wanted to restrain her hair. She refused to let her mother control it with hair ties or braids or clips. She wanted it to fly out from her head like a lion's mane, wild and free, the way Mary Jo liked to be. And even back then, Mary Jo usually got what she wanted. Okay, so this character, Mary Jo, I have a feeling she's in danger, because this is a fright story. Mary Jo and Amy were exact opposites. That's why they had been friends for so long, according to Amy's mom. They balanced each other out. Like right now, Amy was frowning, her face screwed up in protest of the noise and her weirdo friend's antics. Mary Jo was smiling widely, flashing her big mouthful of equally big teeth, now stained with sauce from the pizza. Yuck. She had sauce on her round cheeks, too. Amy didn't bother telling Mary Jo about the sauce. Mary Jo wouldn't care. She might even go as far as to put sauce on the other side, too, and call it war paint. Whatever was normal was often the opposite of what Mary Jo wanted to do. So the only interesting thing I noted, and I don't think this is like a hint or some really good writing, I think that the author, not that this is a mistake, it's not that they messed up, but throughout the whole story, we're seemingly seeing this from Amy's perspective, right? When it says yuck, wherever that is, like Amy is our point of view character. And throughout the whole story, whenever we're learning something, it goes Amy and then Mary Jo. It goes Amy talks first and then Mary Jo. Down here, I don't know. Basically, the whole thing is Amy and then Mary Jo. This paragraph, Mary Jo and Amy were exact opposites. I would think that kind of, to me, disrupted the flow of the story. It should say Amy and Mary Jo were exact opposites, not Mary Jo and Amy. That's the kind of annoying thing I notice and then don't bother yapping about. Mary Jo did the bite of 87. Okay. Mary Jo took another big bite of pizza, chewing with her mouth open. Amy made a face and pushed away the remains of the piece in front of her. She'd lost her appetite, which was never as big as Mary Jo's anyway. "Are you done?" Mary Jo asked. Amy nodded. She didn't bother to explain why. "You need to eat more. You're bony," Mary Jo said. "So what? You're pudgy. You're always saying not everyone should be alike." Mary Jo swallowed her pizza, thank goodness, and picked up her soda to take a long suck through the straw. The clackety suctioning sound that indicated the bottom of the glass prompted her to pull back and scowl at the ice cubes that remained. "You're right, I'm wrong," Mary Jo said. "Okay, so if you're done, do you want to play in the hiding maze?" Amy shrugged and nodded. She still would rather be home reading, but she predicted Mary Jo would want to play in the hiding maze, so she'd brought a new book with her. It was tucked into the cute fanny pack her mom had bought her, along with a strawberry-flavored lip gloss, her hairbrush, and some money. I'm already having bad feelings about this story. I don't like when stories are sort of written very childish. I think that for some reason the writers of Frights have this tendency of, if the protagonist is a child, they will write the story in a very childish way, which for whatever reason they do not do when the characters are adults. Or they don't always do it when the characters are adults, but they almost always do it when the characters are children. So this is like, ew, you're kind of gross. We're going to go play in the hiding maze. I'd rather be home. I think it was I'd rather be home reading. It's like, yes, we got that from her personality. We don't need that stated for the third time. Amy shrugged and nodded. No, we read that already. The hiding maze, short for Freddy's hiding maze, was a fancy hide-and-seek game played in a network of tunnels that ran between the walls enclosing Freddy's main areas: dining, arcade, kitchen, restrooms, storage, stage, etc., and the exterior walls of the restaurant. It was pretty cool, actually. The hiding places were like cubby holes with doors. The doors had tiny windows you could peer out of when you were hiding, probably so kids didn't feel trapped. The windows were made of that special glass that looked like a window on one side and a mirror on the other. If you were the seeker, you could only see the mirrors on the cubby holes as you went down the tunnel, while hiders could look out without being spotted. I don't think that's how that works. Wait, what? The hiding places were little cubby holes with doors. Okay, so to me this is like, that's not how you play hide and seek. So there's just like little, I'm imagining like a hotel hallway and there's doors. So that's not hide and seek, that's just like guess the door. I don't know, that's kind of weird. Even though the game and its cubby hole sometimes made Amy a little nervous, the hidey holes were cool for different reasons. They appealed to Amy's natural desire to be by herself. Only 2 people played the hiding maze at a time, so when you were in the game tunnels, you were far from the craziness in the rest of the restaurant. I don't think that would work in real life, but that's fine. I have a feeling that Amy's gonna be hiding, and, like, Mary Jo's never gonna find her. She's gonna be like, finally, time for me to read to myself. And then Mary Jo's never gonna come. She's gonna be in there for hours, and either get trapped there because she hid too well, or she'll go out and try to find Mary Jo, but Mary Jo's gone, and it's gonna be like, oh, she's pranking me, that's why she never came and found me. I also think, yeah, so dual process theory says no way. No, yeah, it's a one-way mirror. I think one-way mirrors only work if there's light on one side. I think there being bright light on one side and not bright light on the other is required in a one-way mirror to work. Or two-way mirror, whatever they're called. Okay, I'm gonna have a hydration check. I should not have drinking that Fanta in the very beginning. My throat is now very dry. Alright. When she and Mary Jo played, Amy always preferred being the hider, and Mary Jo loved being the seeker. Mary Jo was never happy sitting still. She liked to be doing something, and she loved a challenge. Amy assumed this was why school was so hard for her friend. Mary Jo was bored out of her mind in the classroom. She was constantly getting caught doodling in the margins of her notebook instead of taking notes while the teacher was talking. But really, it's more than doodling, Amy thought. Mary Jo didn't draw actual things, like recognizable things. She made patterns and shapes as well, but they were super cool patterns and shapes. Amy had seen stuff like that in an art museum her mom took her to once. She had tried to tell Mary Jo she had talent, but Mary Jo shrugged it off. Nah, I'm not talented. I'm just a pain in the butt with a good friend. Amy had hugged Mary Jo then, feeling a big wave of affection for the girl who often made her want to scream. Okay, so we're going to go back here to update what we're doing. Why do you do stuff like that? Because I can. Personality's offbeat. She's later described as an artist, while Amy Jo likes to be alone and read. The two decide to play hide and seek at a Freddy Fazbear's Maze attraction. We get a flashback to a conversation they had where Amy told Mary Jo she was a good artist, and Mary Jo disagreed and was humble, leading to a conversation wherein Mary Jo said, where's the important line? Nah, hold on. Nah, I'm not talented. I'm just a pain in the butt with a good friend. This is likely foreshadowing that at some point in the story, the girls will have a disagreement or separation and then make up because Amy is a good friend. Okay, and if that ends up not being the case, I go back and I delete this and I pretend I never said it. Right, humble or insecure. Yeah, that's true, dual process. It could be imposter syndrome, but the way that the story is sort of shaping it out from Amy's perspective, at least, right? She really likes Mary Jo's drawing, and Mary Jo's like, nah, I'm not talented. I'm just a pain in the butt with a good friend. So her admitting that she's a pain in the butt, which to Amy she objectively is, makes it seem more like the nah, I'm not talented is actually how Mary Jo feels, right? She's saying, I'm a pain in the butt. You're a good friend. So that's sort of like it's more of a humbleness than I think like a depressed self-doubt type of thing. But obviously it could be either. We saw nothing, GiBi. I don't know what that means. Um, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'll write GiBi on my forehead. What? I don't want to look at the comments anymore. Okay. The hiding maze was a great way for both girls to do the things they liked together, sort of. It worked because Amy had figured out a way to cheat in reverse. Oh no, she's gonna die. Because of the way she played, Amy got some quiet time, and Mary Jo got a challenge. Okay, so I guess we're gonna learn the way that she cheats later. If you're cheating in one of these stories, you're gonna get in a lot of trouble. So, are you going to sit there, or are you coming? Mary Jo asked. Amy blinked and looked up at Mary Jo, who was dancing around at the end of their booth, shrugging into her backpack and doing odd gyrations to the music at the same time. Oh, sorry, I was thinking. You do too much of that. Mary Jo laughed loudly and punched Amy in the arm. Amy squealed and rubbed her arm. That was another thing Mary Jo was good at, throwing an unintentionally hard punch. When Amy and Mary Jo had met at age 3, they'd both been small for their age. Other than that, they hadn't had much in common, and they still didn't. Amy was light-haired and pale-skinned and had small features with bright blue eyes. Mary Jo had that brown, frizzy hair and large mouth, along with caramel-colored skin, big brown eyes, and a wide nose. As they grew up, their size similarly changed too. Amy remained small, but Mary Jo shot both up and out. She was 6 inches taller than Amy now, and as Amy had reminded her, she was pudgy. Way to just smack her while she's down, narrator. She was also a lot stronger than Amy, both physically and in all other ways, actually. Okay, so she's, like, strong emotionally, which makes me think, again, going back to, is she insecure or is she humble? If she is strong in all other ways, then she's probably not insecure, unless we end up finding out later that she is insecure. So confirmed they're 11 because they've known each other for 8 years. That's true. That's probably something I would have noticed at some point later. So I'll add that back up here. Okay, 2 friends quiet when the raucous one who are Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. They are 11 years old and have been best friends since they were 3. Sometimes, Amy thought about not being friends with Mary Jo anymore. They had so little in common, but Amy would never have the heart to dump Mary Jo as a friend. Mary Jo had gone through enough dumping. Also, guys, if you do want to get my attention, because I'm not going to be able to look at the chat that much, you can always send a super chat, and I'll be able to see it. Haha, cough, cough. But Amy would never have the heart to dump Mary Jo. Mary Jo's parents were really young when they got married and had their daughter. Too young, according to Amy's mom. Mary Jo's dad left his wife and daughter when Mary Jo was just a baby. Mary Jo's mom had tried to take care of her daughter after that, but she gave up when Mary Jo was 5. Jesus, she gave up. One day she just left. What does that even mean? Mary Jo ended up in foster care. That's where she still was, now in her 5th foster family, at age 11. Jeez. Amy had asked her parents to take in Mary Jo on more than one occasion, but her mom said they didn't have the resources to handle Amy's friend. She didn't mean money. Even though she was just a kid, Amy knew her family had plenty of money. Amy's mom meant time and patience. Amy's parents both worked important jobs. Her dad was a high-level manager, which meant her dad told other people what to do. Her mom was a marketing consultant, which meant her mom advised other people on how to sell their brands and stuff. Amy's parents had a lot to do and a lot of people depending on them. If Amy had to be honest, though, she was sometimes glad Mary Jo hadn't come to live with them. She loved Mary Jo, but Mary Jo could be very annoying, displays of partially chewed food being just one good example. Mary Jo could be really yucky when she wanted to be. We have Gremlin. I would never give you money. Thank you, Gremlin. My parents have had to warn me multiple times not invite my friends to run away from their bad parents to my house. Okay. That's my adopted sister's life story. Was just left by both her dad and then at 3 her mom, at 5 her mom. I don't understand what it means left. Like, you wake up one day and your house is empty. How does 5-year-old Mary Jo go about calling Child Protective Services? Like, what does that even mean? Mary Jo could be really yucky when she wanted to be. Sometimes Amy wondered if that was a byproduct of her tough upbringing. Yeah, probably. It was like she wanted people to look at her, whether for good or bad reason. Okay, so she desires attention because of her parents. Let's psychoanalyze this 11-year-old child. Well, Mary Jo asked, do I need to punch you again? Amy blinked. What? Oh no, don't punch me again. I swear I'll stop thinking. Let's go play in the hiding maze. Okay, so I'm going to keep a mental note of this line. I swear I'll stop thinking. Because earlier it says that she thought too much, so maybe sometime in the future it'll get her in trouble. My mom used to work at CPS. My guess is the mom dropped her off at school and never came back. Happens sometimes. Yeah. Mary Jo grinned and took Amy's arm. Skipping, she began pulling Amy toward the arcade. All Amy could do was follow, scowling at Mary Jo's back as Mary Jo yanked her between the tables and around other kids. Mary Jo's overstuffed backpack made it look like she had a hump on her shoulders. According to Amy's mom, Mary Jo would have a real hump if she kept carrying her backpack around everywhere. That's not how that works. The way she hunches her shoulder to carry all that weight, Amy's mom often said, is not good for her. Okay. Amy had told Mary Jo about what her mom said, but Mary Jo laughed it off. So what if I end up with a hunchback, like some old witch? She curled forward, squinted her eyes, put her hands into claw shapes, and cackled like a wicked witch. That'd be fine. No one would mess with me if I looked like that. You're weird, Amy had said. You're not, Mary Jo had responded. I think not being weird is worse. So we're getting like a lot of the exact same sort of characterization repeated back to us for basically every page so far. So it's kind of odd to... I'm not gonna say odd. This is when reading these stories, when I'm like, okay, we get it. We know their characterizations. Move on. This entire story has been sitting at a table, and now they're I haven't begun the hide and seek game yet. So far, the only thing that's happened in the story is they sat at a table and ate pizza, and then we got their backstory dumped on us. This is one of those stories, whenever I or anyone else talks about pacing, right? The pacing of this is too slow because nothing has happened yet. If all this like backstory and trauma dumping and whatever happened a couple plot points in, or while something exciting was going on, we'd be a lot more invested in the story. Because so far, we only know Mary Jo is a bit quirky. Amy is kind of a shy child, and nothing else, and it's been like 6 pages. Okay, so... Amy knew why Mary Jo carried her bulging backpack with her wherever she went. One day, when she was throwing a fit over something one of the other foster kids had done, Mary Jo had shown Amy everything in her pack. Her favorite clothes, a picture of her mom, her hug-worn teddy bear, her pillow, pens, crayons, a couple of books, PJ slippers, a big detangling hairbrush Amy didn't think Mary Jo would ever use, her toothbrush, her zipper purse filled with a few dollars and some coins, a few battered candy bars, a bag of peanuts, and her diary. I can leave whenever I want, Mary Jo had said. See, I have what I need. Okay, yeah, so I have a feeling that she's going to disappear while playing hide and seek, and then she's going to end up like, I'm in the walls. It's going to be like the, like Pizza Kit, but not stupid. Where would you go? Amy had asked. Mary Jo had shrugged. I don't have to plan everything, do I? I'll just go. One of these kids is going to be lost in this maze. Gazing at Mary Jo's backpack now, Amy wondered whether it still had all the same stuff in it. It had been a year at least since Mary Jo had showed Amy what was in the pack. Had she added anything? Had she taken anything away? Amazing foreshadowing. Thank you, Eye Shrine. Amy let her friend drag her all the way through Freddy's packed dining room, full of big round tables surrounded by laughing families. At least they hadn't been sitting out here. At least they hadn't been sitting out here. Oh, the girls hadn't been here earlier. That was one thing she and Mary Jo agreed on. They preferred the booths to the tables. The booths were separated from one another by low dividers painted with cartoon-like images of the animatronic characters. It made each booth seem like its own little room. Mary Jo kept pulling Amy, and Amy went along until they were just inside the edge of the arcade. There, however, Amy faltered. Then she stopped. Something, no, someone, a man, had caught her eye. "Amy, what are you doing?" Mary Jo asked. Actually, she shouted. She had to shout to be heard over the screams and dings and sirens in the game area. So, this whole page basically didn't need to happen. Almost nothing that's happened so far needs to happen. There's been nothing to analyze, right? Like, everything I've written so far has been just, like, basic backstory and taking note about things that might come up later. This is definitely why I dislike some of the longer Fright stories, and particularly slower Fright stories. Because there's sort of, like, if I was just reading this on my own, I might take a break right here, because I'm like, nothing has happened. I need to, like, go up and stretch my legs and, like, pet my dog or find the cats and come back. Because at the very least, we as readers, right, there's sort of dramatic irony where we're like, wait, noticing a man in a Freddy's? What if it's Willie Afton? So there's like a little bit of tension there, which would make me want to come back and read it. Like, oh, like if I'm walking around, I do something for 20 minutes, I'd be like, you know what? I do want to find out who that man is. But other than that, it's like, oh my god. Nothing's happening. Sometimes I like, because again, I've summarized all 7 of these pages we've read so far with like, what's going to end up being a minute and a half of the video. And so at the end, if I'm like, this story was really slow and had bad pacing, that doesn't come across in the videos that I end up producing, because if they're bad at pacing, if they're really slow, I end up skipping through it, and so you guys don't see that part. So I hope you appreciate that when I read these, in my head I'm always like, this is torture, I do not like this. Okay, let's get back to the man. They preferred the booths. A man had caught her eye. "Amy, what are you doing?" Mary Jo asked. Actually, she shouted, blah, blah, blah. When she shouted, the man Amy had spotted turned to look at the girls. Amy flushed and stood on her tiptoes so she could whisper in Mary Jo's ear. "There's something creepy about that man over there." Mary Jo immediately looked around. "What man?" she asked in yet another shout. Amy winced when the man shifted his attention fully to Mary Jo. "Shh," Amy hissed. "Come on." She tugged on Mary Jo's arm, but Mary Jo pulled away. She took 2 steps toward the man, put her hands on her hips, and yelled out, "It's not polite to stare, creep." "Mary Jo," Amy whispered intensely. Amy felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up from her skin as she watched the man, a tall and skinny guy with long greasy hair, give Mary Jo the kind of grin Amy's mother would have called impertinent. The guy's dark, almost black eyes were narrowed with unnerving intensity. Okay, so is this guy going to be a red herring, or is he going to be like the actual villain? Is this Willie Afton, or are they going to get lost and trapped later, and then this guy's going to save them because like he works there, and it's like, don't judge a book by its cover. Just because a man is greasy doesn't mean he is bad. He's standing there watching little children because it's literally his job, and therefore he should be doing that thing here. So we're going to kind of keep those open, but like both of those options open. And I do think at this point that these stories, what's so interesting about reading 45 of these stories in a row is that they sort of build off of one another in not having you, I should say in having you on the edge of your seat where you're like, wait, is this going to go this way because 17 other stories went this way? Or is it going to go this way because 32 other stories had it this way? So it's unclear if we're supposed to actually be suspicious of this man, if we as readers are supposed to be like, oh, I know that this is a red herring because I've read other books before, or if you're supposed to be like, well, this is Fazbear Fright, so maybe he's actually just a ghost. So you always have to just read overtly what's on the page, And then you also have to think, what would the author think I'm thinking about right now? And then, obviously, keep all that in mind while you continue to read. So, blah, 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 impertinent. The guy's dark, almost black eyes were narrowed with an unnerving intensity. He had yellowed and crooked teeth, and his face reminded Amy of those scary, wrinkled Halloween masks. All the guy needed was some blood dripping from his mouth, and he could have been the bad guy in a horror movie. Wearing stained, baggy clothes, he looked like a street person. What was he doing in Freddy's? So you can call Mary Jo pudgy, but you can't say a homeless person. You have to say a street person? Okay. I want to see chat. Do the hearts do anything? He's a projection. He's eating people. Messed up teeth like British. Definitely William. That's so true. Come on, Amy urged Mary Jo. Mary Jo wouldn't budge. She jutted out her lower jaw in an act of defiance and squinted at the man. You want a piece of me, creep? Keep in mind that they're 11. They're 11 years old. Amy rolled her eyes and groaned. Mary Jo watched too many cop shows. Amy tried tugging on Mary Jo again. Mary Jo suddenly laughed and Amy dropped her arm. What? Amy began. Oh my god, wait, is this her long-lost father? Is that where this is going? Then she saw the man was gone. No, okay, that would have been a fun plot twist. This is the father who ran out on her when she was like 2 or whatever. And the man was gone. Mary Jo spun in a circle and did a little boxing motion. Nobody messes with me or my friend, she yelled. The other kids in the arcade looked over at her for a few seconds. I have to yawn. I'll be right back. The other kids returned to their games. Mary Jo took Amy's arm. Stick with me. I'll protect you from the creepazoids. Amy smiled, but then shivered. She glanced... Oh, guys, this might be the field. She glanced toward the man to where the man had been. He was gone, Amy hoped. No, okay, false alarm. Not the field. How about we do something different today? Mary Jo asked as they approached the beige gate that covered the rainbow-colored entrance to the hiding maze. Amy loved that the entrance to the hiding game didn't look like the entrance to a game. It just looked like a heater vent cover or something surrounded by an arched rainbow. What? A heating vent cover or something, surrounded by an arched rainbow. She knew that most parents didn't even know the game existed. The rainbow looked like a wall decoration, not the start of a game. I don't like this. I don't like where this is going. Amy and Mary Jo had only learned about the game a year or so before. By then, they'd been coming to Freddy's for several years. So people could just get lost in there for long periods of time, right? This is like... Okay, the premise of the story is building suspense, in that I'm like, oh god, oh no, they're going to go back there and hide and seek and never be found again. But I don't know if the story actually deserves that, because there's nothing in the prose that's... there's nothing in the actual story, there's nothing in the writing of the prose that is dictating to us that this is supposed to be suspenseful or scary. Which is something that I kind of bring up, and something that I'm actually want to use this to yap about. Like, I'm going to use the, use us doing this live stream to talk about, right? Because when you're writing something, you can use words to imply things other than just the literal meaning of a word. Meaning, if you have the choice between a couple of synonyms, which one you choose in which part of the sentence, or even how you structure a sentence, and what order you put sentences in, and what things you gloss over, and what things that you linger on, can increase different kinds of feelings in the reader. There have been some things I've read where nothing objectively scary is happening, but just the use of language has made, like, hair stick up on my neck. It's made me, like kind of shiver in fright. Like, oh my god, I am so worried about what's going to happen. In something like The New Kid, the story made me worried. When I was only like 3/4 of the way through the story, and that's when the kid died, I'm like, oh god, there's going to be a lot of fallout to this event. I'm kind of like upset about this scenario. That's the plot. That's not the writing. Sometimes you'll read something and you're like, oh, I don't like where this is going. And you can get that just from the writing. So while sort of the setup for this plot has me going, they're probably going to get lost in there and starve to death and die forever. The writing itself is not doing that, which to me makes me think, that it's not written very well, and the author didn't really give it a lot of thought, and they're just kind of writing it, right? Like, there would be ways of describing the man as creepy without giving him sunken eyes and greasy hair and, like, crooked teeth. Those are, like, immediate signifiers in children's media that a character is a bad guy. They could have described him in other ways that could imply that he was spooky without him sort of, I'm going to say, objectively being spooky, right? Instead of saying he was tall and lanky, you could say, like, he was leaned forward. Or you could say his hands, instead of calling his hands, right, you could call them paws, because paws, mitts, hands, those are all, like, okay ways of describing hands, but paws might make you think of, like, a lion, right? Earlier, it used a lion's mane as a metaphor for Amy, so maybe we could be like, this man, too, his hair was similar to Amy's. It also looked like a lion's mane, right? Like, we could use imagery of a real-life predator to imply that this man might be a predator, instead of just giving him greasy hair. And the fact that it doesn't do that makes me think that either the author didn't care, or Scott wrote that part. Okay, so I have to find my place again. I'll protect you from the creepazoids, blah, blah, blah. Entrance is a rainbow. One day, a little blonde kid named Albie, who Amy and Mary Jo only knew from Freddy's, came over and said, "You've been coming here enough. We think you're ready." "Ready for what?" Mary Jo had asked. Albie had just grinned and told them to follow him. He'd led them back here to this grate surrounded by the rainbow. Okay, so follow him is kind of like follow me, and we're FNAF people, so we have to, like, keep note of that. Mary Jo had threatened to beat him up if he was going to do something mean to them. He just rolled his eyes and opened the grate. Then he'd pointed at a digital game display, which was on the left wall of a small, low, box-shaped chamber just beyond the gate. With walls of knotted pine and a red floor covered with a multicolored rag rug, the tiny space looked like an elf's living room. It was just big enough for a couple of kids, crawling or sitting down. The room contained the grate-covered entrance on one wall, the game console and framed pictures of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica on another wall, and a red vinyl mini sofa big enough for 2 kids to sit on against a third wall. The wall behind the sofa was painted with a mural of thick evergreen trees dripping with moss. The scene reflected the look of the game itself. On the 4th wall, opposite the grate, a round opening revealed a long, dim tunnel. Is this an actual Freddy's attraction? Or is this like, I'm William Afton, and I made this thing that's the Freddy's doesn't know about, and I'm going to trap kids in there? Above the display in the elfin living room, where the players' names were put, the name of the game was printed in black block letters. Freddy's Hiding Maze Hide-and-Seek Game. Next to the game's name, an image of Freddy had a speech bubble. The rules of the game were printed inside that bubble. Okay, so we're going to go back to our thing, just because there's been a couple things that have happened so far. The girls walk to the hide-and-seek game, which is behind what looks like a grate, I don't know how to spell grate, or vent in the wall, and they comment that most people, including adults and parents, don't even know the game is there. On their way, they spot a creepy-looking man with bad teeth and greasy hair. Amy gets a bad feeling about him. I would say it's the field, but it doesn't exactly take psychic powers to say that a ragged-looking man staring at 11-year-old girls in an arcade is creepy. Mary Jo stands up to him and tells him to go away, and then he vanishes because spooky. They go to start the game, which takes place behind a wall in a small room described as an elven living room with a couch and console that you need to use to start the game. Another thing I'm sort of keeping in the back of my head right now is the rules. Like they said earlier, oh, you can only play with 2 people. What's stopping more than 2 people from playing? I don't know exactly. What's everyone else saying? I have lemonade. Very good. I have grape. People just talking about what they're drinking. Protein shakes does not count as hydration. I agree. We gotta do a hydration check. I always say just water, but obviously people can drink other things. I just think what you should not drink is things with high levels of caffeine or coffee, which can have other adverse effects. So we're gonna do a little hydration check. Plot twist: they're all hobbits. Wild cherry and cream Pepsi Zero. Heck yeah. All right. So guys, we've already been here for an hour, and we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This might take a while. This might end up being more than one screen. We might have to do this again tomorrow. I'm drinking Monster Energy. No, Fazent. No. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I think you're in the U.S., so it's like early in the day. That's crazy. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Where am I? Here. Amy thought it was cool that they were now part of something that seemed like a secret club. So did Mary Jo. Mary Jo liked it even more than Amy did, probably because she didn't get to be part of anything else, secret or not, because Mary Jo is an orphan. What do you want to do differently? Amy asked, now that she dropped to her knees, pulled open the grate, and crawled through the opening behind it. She gave a half-second's thought to the cute raspberry-colored capri pants she was wearing. They'd be filthy when they were done with the game. She shouldn't have worn them today, but she couldn't help herself. Amy could hear the scuffles and grunts of Mary Jo following her. Mary Jo didn't care about her clothes. She was usually dressed as she was today, in stained jeans and a too-tight t-shirt. It's probably hard to crawl through there if she's wearing her backpack. Once she was inside the little game entrance room, Amy looked at the console. The display would have players' names on it if a game was in progress. It would be blank if no one was in the game. 2 names were on the display, and Freddy's voice announced, "Welcome to Freddy's Hiding Maze Hide-and-Seek game. Please wait, a game is currently in progress." Amy crawled over and sat on one end of the red sofa. Mary Jo shifted and planted her butt on the other end. She had to bend forward because of her backpack. Turning to look at Amy, Mary Jo said, "I want to be player 2 first today." Oh, okay, so Mary Jo's going to hide first. That's going to be what's different. What? Amy rotated to stare at her friend. "I'm always player 2 first. I hide first, you seek first. That's how we always do it." "I know. Boring, right? We need to mix it up," Mary Jo said. Amy opened her mouth to object, mostly just because she didn't like the way Mary Jo bossed her around. But really, did it matter that much? She shrugged. Whatever. Mary Jo crossed her arms and closed her eyes, looking pleased with herself. Amy cocked her head and studied Mary Jo. She looked the same way Amy's cat did when she sat in a sunbeam with her eyes closed. Amy always thought her cat looked stuck up when she did that. Mary Jo did too. Amy opened her mouth to ask Mary Jo why she always had to get her way, but then Freddy's voice announced, "Ready for new player 1 and player 2. Please input players' names." When Amy was very little, we're getting another flashback. Yes, that's what everyone wants right now. Yes, flashbacks. When Amy was very little, she thought Freddy was actually inside the game that had his voice. Now that she understood they were pre-recorded programs' voice, she always laughed at herself when she heard the game's audio. Mary Jo opened her eyes and pointed toward the console. "Go on, you're player 1! Okay, so either this is page filling nonsense, or there's going to be something later where Freddy is inside something that he's not supposed to be, or like not, or oh, there's a kid inside Freddy, Gabriel, haha. But most of the time with these, I just default, and I shouldn't do this because I'm supposed to be treating them like literature, but I just default to the author had to fill pages, and so they added a paragraph where, oh yeah, when Amy was little, she thought there was a guy in the wall, but there's not really. Mary Jo opened her eyes and pointed toward the console. "Go on, you're player 1. Amy glared at Mary Jo. "Fine, Miss Bossy Pants." Mary Jo gave Amy a huge grin. Amy snorted. "You're incorrigible." She'd just learned the word the week before. The what? The what before? Oh my god, I can't believe we only have 112 likes. What are you guys doing? I can't believe you're sitting here enjoying this, but you're just sitting here and not even liking it. You're not even spamming 14. Who's not here? Who's not even spamming 14? Oh my god. Mary Jo grinned even wider and blew a kiss to Amy. Oh my god, I hope Seeker of Comfiness isn't here. She's about to go off on Yuri. I love you too. Oh no. She pointed at the game console again. Go on, if you can find me in 3 minutes, I promise we'll spend the rest of the day doing what you want, after we play both rounds. Withered asks how I like the story. It's so boring, Withered! I want to read my new book. Mary Jo stuck her finger in her mouth and made a gagging sound. Then she laughed at the look Amy gave her. Fine, we'll go to your house and sit in your room. You can read, and I guess I'll draw, if you find me in 3 minutes. And if I don't, we'll keep doing what I want to do. Amy sighed. Fine. Okay, so I'm sure... I don't know. Maybe she'll find her, and then when it's her turn to hide, something else will happen. So, okay, my thought would be, she finds her in 3 minutes, meaning when the game is over, they have to go back and read. But Mary Jo doesn't want to do that, so she just never finds Amy. That's one way the story could go. Another could be that she obviously does not find her within those 3 minutes. Amy sighed fine. She crawled over, knelt in front of the game console, and typed in her name as Player 1 and Mary Jo's name as Player 2. As soon as she finished with Mary Jo's name, the Freddy voice said, Player 2, please find your hiding place. Amy turned, stuck her tongue out at her bright-eyed, wild-haired friend, then returned to the little sofa. That was where the Seeker was supposed to wait while the hider went to hide. Mary Jo flashed Amy a huge smile and waved before disappearing into the main tunnel. Good luck finding me, she called out. Amy didn't bother to answer. She just crossed her arms and sighed. She was tempted to get out her book, but if Mary Jo chose a spot quickly, Amy would waste precious minutes putting her book away. So she just sat and waited. She counted to see how long Mary Jo took to hide. Amy had just whispered 107 when Freddy's voice announced, Player 2 has chosen the hiding spot. Player 1, find Player 2, go. How does Freddy know that? Unless there's like a button in each room that like, oh, I'm hiding here and you press the button. I don't fully understand how this game works. Amy scooted off the sofa and started crawling through the main tunnel as fast as she could go. Fast wasn't really that fast in the hiding maze. All the tunnels in the hiding maze game were sloped. Some went up and some went down. None were perfectly level. Most of the tunnels curved this way and that. They were constricting and confining. Okay, guys, if I ever stop reading and like go silent for a second, it's because I'm yawning, because this book is boring. The ceilings often felt like they were pressing downward, trying to bury you alive. Only the main tunnel was straight, but it went uphill. Amy couldn't go as fast as she wanted to. The hiding maze was designed so that only half of the hiding cubbyholes were open at the start of the game. When Player 2 found a hiding place, the doors of that cubbyhole and all the other open cubbyholes were closed. The doors that had been closed then opened, so Amy didn't have to search the entire maze, but just searching the closed doors would take long enough. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Every tunnel in the maze was lined with the rough, spongy material, colored to look like the bark of evergreen trees, like the ones in the mural. They weren't real trees, of course, but they felt like it. They smelled like it, too. The whole hiding maze had a musty, earthy smell that always made Amy feel like she was crawling around in dirt burrows. Burrows? Rabbits? The floor of the tunnel even looked like dirt, brown and uneven and kind of squishy like wet mud. Amy didn't know what the tunnels were made of. That's my yawn in case you guys were wondering. Not mud, obviously, because she never got muddy. Interspersed between the trees, big gray fake boulders created nooks and crannies for the hiding cubbyholes. Each hiding cubbyhole was covered with an arched wood door that looked like the entrance to an elf or fairy's home. The little viewing one-way windows were round insets in the upper part of the doors. I don't get it. So if you're the Seeker, you just check every door. And if the person inside knows you're coming, can they do something inside the cubbyhole to hide further, or are they just kind of stuck in there? I don't get it. Gremlin, GiBi yawn reveal, let's go. Yeah, okay. From the tops of the tunnels, fake trees and branches tickled the top of Amy's head as she passed under them. They were loaded with fine moss that looked like silky green hair, which made them hang low and heavy. Occasionally, one strand would flutter over her face and make her feel like she was going to sneeze, or I'm going to yawn. Amy thought the whole hiding maze was kind of spooky, especially because the trees weren't the only thing lining the walls. Here and there, little plump, gray, worm-like things wiggled as you went by. They had googly eyes that rolled around. Amy tried not to look at them. In a few places, the mechanical eyes peered out between the tree trunks. Those eyes rolled around too, and they bothered Amy more than the worms because she imagined the eyes belonged to awful creatures lurking behind the trees. Or they belonged to cameras and spooky guys watching you, like a William Afton. Interesting, interesting. GiBi's getting mad at us for drinking caffeine when he needs it himself. How dare you? The tunnels weren't so dark that they were terrifying to be in, though. Strings of rope lights that looked like tree roots lined the bottom and top edges of the tunnels and surrounded each cubbyhole, but it was still kind of an eerie place. The game had its own soundtrack, which played on a loop from a dinged up old cassette tape that was warping in places. The track was mostly rainforest sounds, some of them soothing, like the constant patter of a steady downpour, spattering the trees and forest floor, but every now and then, other sounds would cut in. Creepy screeches that could have been monkeys, or maybe jaguars. Again, if we had described the creepy guy earlier as like a jaguar-ish, then that could have been an interesting connection. When you were hiding, you felt kind of safe, sheltered from the noise, secure in your chosen cubbyhole. When you were seeking, the soundtrack put you on edge. The growls and shrieks never failed to give Amy goosebumps. Okay, so my thoughts. The tree jungle theme seems like it is probably important. As far as writing goes, we've sort of just been learning about how the game works and what it looks like for a really long time. I would have preferred if we sort of had that interspersed with action. Like, she checks the first cubbyhole and then leaves and then describes the things on the wall, the worms. And then maybe she checks two more, and then she's like, you know what, I never liked the growl of jaguars over my head. Instead, we're just, like, learning for literally a page and a half. Like, this is what the inside was like. And I'm like, okay, just get to the action, jeez. Violet Poppy says, hang in there, hashtag bad pacing victim. I agree. Everything about the hiding maze felt old to Amy. She wasn't sure how long Freddy's had been here, but the hiding maze seemed ancient. In addition to the game's worth, Warren soundtrack. A lot of the tree bark and moss were breaking off, and the cubbyhole doors were scratched and warped. It felt to Amy like the hiding maze had been a big deal at one point, but now it was mostly forgotten, so it wasn't being maintained. Even though the floors of the hiding maze tunnels weren't made of real dirt, they were always dirty, covered with scuff marks and food stains and littered with debris left behind by other seekers. She was pretty sure that the Freddy's employees never cleaned back here. Okay, so that's kind of setting up that that if something happens, they're not going to be found. Like, oh, they're hiding, and so if they're hiding, then the Freddy's employees won't notice them. The Freddy's employees never cleaned back here. Amy saw some confetti sprinkled along the edges of the passageway she crawled through, with a deflated balloon lying outside one of the cubbyhole doors. Those had been here for months now. Some kid had lost a striped sock with a hole in the toe just a few feet into the main tunnel. That is disgusting, and I hate that. Did GiBi went to bed last night? I slept totally fine last night. I totally did not have an extremely long, restless dream in which I dreamed the entire plot of Avengers Secret Wars and it involved a lot of gratuitous, bloody violence. I dreamed that the Thing from the 2004 Fantastic Four movie, right, like Michael Chiklis in the suit, I dreamed that he was being attacked by this giant squid monster, but because he's made of rock, it couldn't really do anything. So what it did is it used this drill bit, and right like where his heart would be, it drilled a hole through his rock, and then it drilled another one right next to it, so it looked kind of like a bowling ball, and then its tentacles reached in, and they kind of grabbed him through his chest, again, kind of like a bowling ball, and held him up, and then was kind of like tearing apart his insides. But then in the dream, it not only was the Thing, it was actually the actor in the suit, and so this kind of squid monster was just tearing the Thing apart, and all the X-Men characters from like the original movies had to start like fighting it off. And I was like, oh no. And in the dream, I was Thor, and I was buddies with Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom. And so, like, me, knew he was the bad guy, but Thor, didn't know he was the bad guy. And I was like, Doctor Doom, we gotta, like, save them. And he was like, yes, we totally should. I totally want to save people. It's not part of my plan to, like, get these guys killed or anything. Anyway, very violent, gruesome dream. The dream felt like it lasted, like, 3 hours long. So, yes, I don't know if I necessarily got a good night's sleep, but I did sleep for, like, a normal amount of times. Gremlin, your dreams are something else, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea what my dreams are. I mean, that is common, but I don't usually share most of them because they are gruesome and sometimes not about things as easily understandable as, like, I dreamed the new Avengers movie, or I dreamed the plot of the next FNAF game. What was the ending? Okay, so the ending of this dream I had, so I dreamed that there was this sort of tunnel. If you guys saw, what was it called, Agatha All Along, there's sort of this, like, wooded path you have to walk down to, like, get from place to place. And so it was kind of like this wooded path with a big river, and the river kept flooding, and so it was kind of scary. And along the path were these, like, portal doors, and each one led to a different universe, right? So one was the X-Men movies, one was the 2004 Fantastic Four movie, one was the Fan Four Stick movie, one was the MCU, one was the new Fantastic Four movie universe. So there are these doors that led to different universes, and the plot was that this giant, like, whale creature was attacking the real world, quote unquote, the MCU, and so me as Thor and Doctor Doom had to go and, like, recruit these other guys. And so, like, we went into the original X-Men universe, and we started, like, trying to find people, but we kept finding the younger cast from, like, X-Men Apocalypse, but we wanted, like, the original cast from the old movies. And so we were like, we needed to find them. So we needed to find Patrick Stewart, like his Professor X. But then we didn't want him to be able to read Doctor Doom's mind, because then he would know he was the bad guy. So we were in, like, this hotel room, and Doctor Doom had to, like, slaughter all of the younger cast so that, like, they didn't know that we were coming. But we also were trying to recruit them to come and help the giant whale. So it was this whole thing, and eventually we find the cast, and then we go off to find the Fantastic Four, and then the big squid is killing the Thing, and so then, like, Storm, starts fighting the squid thing to, like, save him. And there was this whole thing. Ant-Man was in the tunnel between universes because this big flood was coming. And so he had to grow into Giant Man to kind of block off the hallway so this flood didn't pour into all the portals, because then the entire universe would flood if the water got there. And so Giant Man had to, like, keep the water from coming in while we were saving these heroes from these monsters that were objectively killing them. Objectively is not the right word there. That were, like, brutally murdering them and canonically making them dead. And so we ended up gathering, like, 5 or 6 different characters to, like, bring them into the flooded chamber. And they were like, okay, we're going to go back into the MCU and save everything. And then the movie ended, because that was Secret Wars. Or sorry, because that was Doomsday, that was not Secret Wars. So the movie ended with a cliffhanger, but that made sense in universe because the real movie's going to end with a cliffhanger. And then I woke up, and that's how the movie ended. But I dreamed the credits of the movie happening before I woke up. So, that's what my dream was. I got an ad and now there's a whale. No, I'm not talking about the story. I should probably get back to that, or we're going to be here for, like, 3 days. What's going on? Main tunnel. Something about a sock. Yeah. Okay. Amy had lost something in the maze a few months before. Mary Jo had made her a red beaded friendship bracelet, and Amy had noticed it was missing from her wrist after one of their games in the hiding maze. She thought Mary Jo would be upset about the loss, but Mary Jo had just shrugged and said, "It's probably in one of the cubbyholes. We'll find it one of these days." They hadn't found it yet. You weren't supposed to bring food inside the hiding maze, but most kids didn't follow that rule. Right now, for example, the tunnel smelled strongly of chocolate, and Amy had to crawl around a few fresh, glistening brown stains on the side of one of the boulders. Some kid must have brought chocolate cake in here. She guessed it was a boy, had even left a broken red plastic fork behind. That's funny. As she neared the end of the main tunnel's first leg, she spied the other game console, which displayed her name as Player 1 and Mary Jo's as Player 2, and a running timer showing how long it had been since the game started. Staring at the bright timer against the relative dark of the tunnel, Amy's head started to hurt. She noticed she was grinding her teeth, something she did when she was upset. That always made her head hurt. She concentrated on relaxing her teeth, but the ache remained. She was tired of always going along with whatever Mary Jo wanted. Amy reached a closed cubbyhole door and lifted its little round metal handle. It clicked when she lifted it. Peering into the empty cubbyhole, of course she wouldn't find Mary Jo that easily, Amy regretted their 3-minute bargain. There was no way she was going to win that fast. By empty, does it just mean Mary Jo's not in there, or empty as in there's nothing in these cubbyholes? And thus the game is just pick a door. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get how this game works. Hiding spot the game. No, where am I? Bargain, wasn't that fast? Amy wasn't sure how long it would take to crawl up and down every meandering tunnel in the hiding maze. She'd never done that before, but she knew it would take way longer than 3 minutes. The hiding maze rules allowed Player 1 to search for Player 2 for as long as it took to find Player 2's hiding spot. However, the game also allowed Player 1 to give up if he or she got tired of looking. Win or lose, Player 1 and 2 switched places after the first round of play. The truth was that Amy had never even tried to find Mary Jo in the hiding maze before. She liked to be the hider first because she could get her book out and read while she hid. Isn't it really, really dark? Like, so dark that the light from the console hurts her eyes? Mary Jo never gave up, and sometimes it took her a long time to find Amy. Amy read until Mary Jo found her. Once they switched places for round 2 and Mary Jo was hidden, Amy would usually just sit in the tunnel and read some more. Mary Jo thought Amy was searching for her, but Amy was actually just hanging out. After a little while, she'd press the give up button on the game console, and all the cubbyhole doors would open. At that point, Amy would put her book away and meet Mary Jo outside the game, congratulating her on another win. Going first meant Amy couldn't pull off this trick as easily, and taking the bet meant she couldn't do it at all. Okay, but what if Mary Jo was watching from inside one of the two-way mirrors and just saw her reading a book? Like, that would give it away. Now, frustrated and tired with her growing headache, Amy was tempted to just sit in the tunnel and read for her remaining minutes before pressing give up, but she really didn't want to hang around Freddy's all afternoon. So, for once, she tried to find her friend. Wriggling through the first few twists and turns of the main corridor, Amy threw open cubbyhole doors right and left, grumbling to herself about how she was ruining her pretty pants. She'd crawled through grape juice in the first 30 seconds. She started getting more and more annoyed with every door she opened. Of course, Mary Jo wasn't behind any of the doors, and Amy's head was hurting again. "This is stupid," Amy whined out loud. Deciding she was wasting precious time opening doors because Mary Jo was probably on the backside of the game, Amy put her head down and just crawled at super speed toward that area. She'd find Mary Jo there for sure. It gets better, I swear. Yeah, okay. You have to press give up button to open all cubby holes. Man, that's terrifying. Yeah, like, what if a door squishes someone as they all open? So, like, okay, so how would I even go about, like, explaining this game in my script, right? So, you start the game. The game is a few hallways of faux woods with tree bark textures on the walls and ambient forest and animal noises played on an old cassette. The forest walls are lined with doors. For some reason that doesn't make any sense in the real world, only half the doors are available in each game. You hide, and the game knows where you are somehow, and then the seeker has to find you. The only gameplay is opening doors and checking the doors, meaning the goal is to just check every door as fast as you can, meaning the best way to win is to hide in the final door. I guess this game makes no sense, but it is probably designed this way to allow the story to happen, and is probably Scott's fault and not the author's, because what is this game even supposed to be challenging you for? Question mark. They're not beating the arcades for casinos for kids allegations. Sound like Fazbear Frights doesn't know how hide and seek works, lol. Yes, you know, when else they don't know how hide and seek works? They don't know how it works in the other hide and seek game, the one actually called hide and seek. This makes as much sense as Lolly's game. Great. Oh, is there a graphic novel for this? Maybe that would make it make more sense, although I doubt it. You know, the one I did hate, I'm sorry, not to complain about the hide and seek book, but it made no sense, and they broke the rules of the game at the end. It was so stupid. That's one of my least favorite ones. Try double-clicking the sentence you left off on to highlight it in Mark Your Place. I cannot do that at all, actually, because of the manner in which this book... I'm just not going to finish that sentence. I cannot do that, unfortunately. Alright, super speed. To get back to the game, Amy had to pass the end of the main corridor. As she did, she glanced toward the entrance to see if anyone was waiting to play. It looked like someone was. The grate was missing and the entrance was open. Oh no, what if Creepy Man found her first? Amy started to crawl on. Then she saw movement out of the corner of her eye. Turning, she nearly choked on her sharp inhale. The man she'd seen in the arcade was peering in through the open entrance, and he was looking right at her. Ooh. Frozen in mid-crawl, Amy could do nothing but stare at the man, who gazed back at her with the same wide grin he'd given Mary Jo in the arcade. The grin dropped Amy's body temperature so fast that she felt like she'd just been flash frozen. Every hair on her body bristled. Okay, so if the man presses the give up button, then the doors switch if they're open or closed. So if Amy goes into one of the rooms right now... No, never mind. I don't think he can trap her by pressing them. I'm already confused about how this works. Amy wasn't sure how long the man and her looked at each other. It felt like forever, but it was probably just a second or two. That's how this book has felt. She didn't seem to be able to move. But when the man stuck his head farther in through the game entrance, a movement that coincided with one particularly loud screech from the game's soundtrack, her body decided it was time to get going. Well, it sure would have been cool if he had been described with predator imagery before. Amy let out a little squeal and started crawling fast as she could toward the exit. Wow, it sure would have been cool if he was described with predator imagery, because if she squealed as like a mouse is like prey, that sure would have made sense for them to have done. That was it. She had enough. Forget finding Mary Jo. Amy just wanted to get out of the hiding maze. Amy panted heavily and scratched noisily as she crawled the first several feet away from the main tunnel, but then she slowed and did her best to control her breathing. Trembling, she looked over her shoulder to see if the man was catching up to him, but she didn't see him. But she heard him, at least. She thought she did. Even over the rainforest soundtrack, she could make out a few scuffles and thumps that seemed to be coming from the main tunnel. Forcing herself not to scream in terror, Amy put her head down and started crawling again. By the time Amy was nearing the game exit, she knew more than 3 minutes had passed. It didn't matter what she did next. Mary Jo would be telling Amy what to do for the rest of the day. As if that was her biggest problem. The truth was that Amy no longer cared what she did later today. She just wanted to get out of the game and get away from the creepy guy. Seeing that creep again was the last straw. Amy didn't want to be anywhere near Freddy's. She wanted to go home. Twisting toward the game's exit, which also exited to the back alley of the building itself. What? Excuse me? The game ends outside the building? Okay, so she's going to abandon what's-her-name, Mary Jo, and then Mary Jo's going to get kidnapped. Amy checked over her shoulder to be sure the creepy man hadn't followed her. She didn't see anything. No one was behind her. Amy pushed the heavy wooden door open. She didn't hit give up. Oh no, she didn't hit give up. When the fresh air hit her, she breathed in and then exhaled in relief. As she climbed out into the bright afternoon sun, though, she paused and looked back at the tunnel. Mary Jo was still in there. What if the creepy guy found her? Amy chewed her lower lip. She frowned. Finally, she shook her head. No, he wouldn't find Mary Jo. She was hidden. It was much more likely he would have found Amy, who was out in the tunnels. Later, Amy would explain to Mary Jo why she left. Mary Jo would understand. This is the stupidest... Oh my god. What? I get that she's 11, but that's like a level of stupid that can only exist to make one of these stories make sense. My lordy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Amy starts looking for Mary Jo. Then the creepy guy from earlier enters the game and seems to start crawling in the tunnels after her. Amy gets scared and instead of finding Mary Jo, runs away. The exit of the game is the back alley of the restaurant because Fazbear. And Amy leaves, thinking there's no way the creep can find Mary Jo because she's hidden. Hidden in a game with a limited number of doors, and in a game where if the creepy man hits give up, Mary Jo will leave her hiding place to go find Amy, but will run into his arms. Amy doesn't even think to tell the workers at the restaurant. I know she's 11, but this is the kind of stupidity that only exists in stories like this to make the plot happen. Yeah, really not liking this one. Mary Jo's wild and free. She'll be fine. It's a horror story written for 12-year-olds. Of course, they're stupid. You say that. No, like, listen. Some of the Fright stories have been so good. The Real Jake, The Breaking Wheel, Sea Bonnies, Coming Home. I don't want to spoil it, but I really, really enjoyed The Scoop. That's probably, that's going to be up there as like one of my favorite stories. These might be written for 12-year-olds, but some of them are really good, like incredibly good. And the idea that, oh, well, it's just for kids, so it can be stupid. No, we should have a higher quality standard than that. It's so, no, we can absolutely not just say, this is for kids. Is Bunny Call good? Bunny Call is fine. It has a lot of Faust imagery, the way that What We Found has a lot of Dante's Inferno imagery, and I always find that stuff kind of funny. Bro thinks he could slip Sea Bonnies into that sentence. Sea Bonnies is like my 4th favorite Fright story. Don't at me. Yeah, written for children is not equal badly written, exactly. Absolutely, yes, you like The Scoop. Yes, we finally agree. Okay, yeah, I'm not liking it, guys. Oh, is this gonna be a dream sequence that's italicized so it doesn't trick us into thinking it's a dream and then be really disappointing? I am excited for this. Stringy hair falling over his dark, evil gaze, the creepy man reaches out and pulls on the cubbyhole handle. The door opens slowly, relentlessly, eventually revealing what it always reveals. Mary Jo, wide-eyed and pale, launching herself at the man. Mary Jo screams and scratches at his bare arms. She's a fighter, and she's not going to let him take her that easily. But Mary Jo is no match for the man's strength. He clamps her arms to her sides and drags her from the cubbyhole as Mary Jo screams what she always screams. Amy, Amy, where are you? Help, why did you leave me? Always screams. Okay, so this is not cutting to the next day where she's having a dream. This is cutting to, like, the future. Like, this could be, like, months later. Amy's eye, which means that Mary Jo totally got kidnapped. Oh my god. Amy's eyes shot open. She rubbed them with her trembling hands as she Dual Process says The Scoop is so good it makes me mad. I agree, it's so good. See Bonnie's Defender, yes. Trembling hands as she reoriented herself. Taking a ragged breath, she realized where she was. She'd been studying and she'd fallen asleep. even though sun splayed over the beanbag chair where Amy was curled up in the corner of her dorm room. Yes, yes. Oh my god, we're jumping years to the future. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, yes, that's so good. Okay, she's got to like go back there as an adult, and maybe like the forest will be creepy. Maybe the Freddy's is closed down, and all the creepy animal noises are like maybe her ghost is in there. Yes, okay, okay, my hype is back. This section could have been half as long. Why do I have to care about like Amy's opinions on whatever? Just could have skipped half. If this was half as long, I probably would have been okay with it. Okay, dorm room. Blah blah blah. Where am I? She felt chilled. She always felt chilled after that dream. Amy hugged herself, rubbing her arms to try to warm her up. Face it, she thought, you're not going to be able to read today. She never could read on this day. This sunny day in mid-May might not have been a day that meant anything to anyone else, but to Amy, this day had great meaning. Just not great as in good. Amy actually hated this date, and it never passed her without her being aware of, from the moment she got up in the morning to the moment she finally fell asleep at night, which generally didn't happen until she'd done a lot of staring at the ceiling and even more tossing and turning. Amy sighed and dropped her book. What was she thinking, trying to read a book on the future of corporate economics on a day like today? Stretching her legs, Amy stood and wandered over to the window that looked out over the quad below. She twirled a few strands of her long hair, watching a couple guys she knew play frisbee. They were good. The disc flew low and straight over a couple of dozen sun worshippers and last-minute studiers, and it never hit anyone. Amy smiled and took a deep breath. This would be the last week she'd have this view. Graduation was in a week. So she's like 22? Jeez, okay, it's been like 11 years. And 3 weeks after that, she'd be starting the new job she already had lined up. Before she did that, though, she was going to have to do something she'd been thinking about doing for a long time. There was no doubt in her mind now she had to do it. If she ever wanted to be free from her past, she'd carried this weight around for 10 years. Okay, whatever. That was long enough. Turning away from the window, Amy walked over to her neatly made bed. She sat and stared at the bare mattress on the other side of the room. Amy's roommate had finished exams the previous day, and she'd already packed up and gone home. Her boyfriend was back home, so she'd planned to spend the week with him, and then return for commencement. Amy didn't have a boyfriend at home, or here at college for that matter, and she had 2 more exams still to take. She just hoped she could concentrate well enough to not screw up her grade point average, but Mary Jo might make that impossible. Mary Jo. Okay. Okay. Who's saying where are the mods? What's going on? What's chat doing? What's your problem with what's going on? Okay, so we obviously have a lot to cover right now. GiBi is paying attention to chat. Who needs to be modded? We then dramatically cut to a dream scene. In this dream, GiBi's kind of sus. Gary, True Seeker. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. In this dream, the creepy man finds Mary Jo and drags her out of the cubbyhole. This isn't just any dream. This is a reoccurring dream had by Amy over the next decade. That's right. We flash to Amy's college dorm room as she has a nightmare about that time she left her friend to die in Freddy's. This is probably one of the best fright direction pivots. I'm not going to call it a plot twist, but one of the most interesting things one of these stories have ever done. With college about to end, Amy plans to return to her hometown and find closure on the event. Interestingly, her roommate has gone home early, so as she sits in her bed, thinking about how she betrayed her friend, she's staring at an empty mattress, which is like symbolic or something of her other friend, Mary Jo, being gone. Haha. He has typed the best typo ever. Which one? Which one's the best typo ever? Amy's Iraq Kring, Amy Nightmare, Plans Room, Interesting Thinking Mattress, something or I don't know. GiBi is working at FNAF 6. Because of my typos? I don't know. We don't know what happened to Mary Jo yet. Well, she went missing, obviously. GiBi's assuming she died. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that for what we know, this dream is similar to what happened. And again, as far as like the script goes for the video, this is what we know as of right now, so it's factual until later later addressed. Should release a video where you don't revise any of the typos. Well, you want me to read the script as written? We're then dramatically cut to a scene. In the sea dream, the creepy man finds Mary Jo and drags her out of the Kubi hole. This isn't just any dream. This is a Urok Kring dream had by Amy over the next decade. That's right. We flash hotel Amy's college room where Aes has a nightmare. That would be wild. I love it. Wed squiggly lives of doom. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Kubi hole. Stroke victim strikes again. And I swear. Oh my god, 22 of you haven't liked the stream. What are you guys doing? You're sitting here, you're like, I will listen to this guy talk about typos and his dream about Secret Wars, but I won't like the stream. I'm not like that. This isn't good enough for me. Wait, what book is he reading? I'm confused. Okay, if anyone's just joining us for whatever reason, this is Find Player 2. It's one of the final Fazbear Fright stories, and I'm just going through my writing process for my Fazbear Frights videos. So I'm reading through the story and also writing my script on the other screen. Exile the 21 people who haven't liked the stream. I wish. All right, blah, blah, blah. Mary Jo. Did anyone else ever think about the frizzy-haired 11-year-old who'd always thought rules were meant to be broken? Probably not. Oh, yeah, her family, her foster family probably just thought that she ran away. Oh my god, the adults aren't going to believe her. Yes, this is going to suck. This is going to be so disappointing. Like, all the adults in this story are going to disappoint us. Amy shifted so she could see herself in the full-length mirror beside her dresser. She'd seen photos of herself at 11 years old, and she didn't think she looked that different now. She was small and skinny then, and she was petite and slender now. Obviously, her face looked like a little different because now she wore makeup. But the slight slant of her eyes and severe arch of her brows, the upturned nose, and the slightly pouty mouth were the same. In the photos she'd seen of her younger self, Amy's long blonde hair had usually been tied back in a ponytail or a braid. That was how she still wore her hair. Why does he keep saying photos she saw of herself? Like, she would have seen herself in the mirror back then. What would Mary Jo look like now? Would her hair still stick out from her head? Would her smile still be as big? At first, Amy liked to tell herself that she never saw Mary Jo again after that day in the hiding maze because Mary Jo got mad and ran away. It was a reasonable conclusion. Mary Jo had often threatened to run away, and she'd always had that backpack with her, ready to go. Oh, maybe Mary Jo sees Amy abandon her, does not get kidnapped. Sees her friend abandon her, that's her cue to run away, so she leaves. But maybe she's... I'm guessing that Freddy's is probably closed. So maybe Amy goes back there, and the real Mary Jo has just been living there for like a decade. And so it's more uncomfortable and awkward rather than like, ooh, it's a ghost. That's very possible. Who's talking about gooning to T-Dreads in the chat? What are you doing? This is literary analysis. What are you doing? Yeah, so I'm just like, I'm making predictions in my head. What's going to go? What's going to happen? And I always like, even if the sort of the lamer, the more boring of two options is what ends up happening, the fact that the book has me thinking multiple things are possible is good, because it means I don't know where the story's going. Unlike some stories where you know exactly where it's going from the beginning, and I don't like reading them. Blah, 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 blah. But years later, when Amy was being honest with herself, it was pretty clear that Mary Jo hadn't run anywhere. Amy's dream told her that. The reoccurring dream, no, not a dream, her nightmare, had been telling Amy the truth for 10 years. Okay, that's a fieldism. We have to talk about that. Amy thinks her dream is accurate to what happened, as opposed to Mary just running away. If this ends up being the case, ... then, ... it's ... the field. Everyone say the field, the field. What's happening in chat that people are calling for the mod for? I've been looking over and reading them. Who's calling for mods and blocking people? Gary? What's he doing? Gary, the workers need to put eggs down their shorts before they work. What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Also, why is everyone's name weird? Or they're not anymore. That's weird. They just kind of updated. I don't know. I don't see anything. Gary the snail, you're ruining my enchiladas dinner. Okay, whatever. Dream. Amy pulled away from her reflection and lay on her back. She forced herself to travel into the past, as she'd done literally thousands of times now. Amy tried to convince herself there was no way she could have known something bad would happen to Mary Jo when Amy left the hiding maze. Even though she'd been afraid of the creepy guy, Amy's 11-year-old mind hadn't really believed he found Mary Jo and hurt her. And since then, she tried very hard to believe that Mary Jo was never seen again because of something else. Something that had nothing to do with what Amy did. But in truth, Amy knew she was, in part, responsible. Just in part, though. The true culprit was the creep Amy had seen in the arcade and at the entrance of the hiding maze. Yeah, here, I'm going to, Fazent, I'm going to make you a moderator so that you can do whatever they're complaining about. The evening of the day she'd last seen Mary Jo, Amy had also seen the creep on TV. What? Wait, the evening of the last day she... So that night, he'd been arrested for the attempted kidnapping of some other kid. She didn't normally pay attention when her parents watched the news, but she'd seen the guy's face, and she'd heard his name, Emmett Tucker. She'd also heard the word kidnapping. When she'd heard that word, her stomach had turned into a rock that dropped all the way to her feet. What? Oh my god. Yo, that's crazy. When it was clear Mary Jo had disappeared, Amy just knew the creep had taken her friend. He'd taken her and he must have killed her. Apparently, the police were never able to prove he did, so the guy went to prison just for the attempted kidnapping of the other kid. Amy also took comfort in that, but not knowing exactly what had happened to Mary Jo ate away at her. That's creep... I don't... It's weird to give him a name and have him not just be William. Although, like... Yeah, it wouldn't work with Frights, but half of these stories don't work with Frights. Like, in Coming Home, the MCI happens in, like, the 2010s, which doesn't make any sense. Emmett Tucker. What a strange name. Okay, so... Because it's... Okay, so I'm actually going to rewind. I don't always tell the videos in the chronological order that they happen in the story. So at the game... well, assuming what happened. It turned out... that Mary Jo was kidnapped by the creepy man. That night on the news, Amy sees a report that the man, Emmett Tucker, was arrested for attempting to kidnap another child. Since the police couldn't prove he took Mary Jo, nothing was ever done about that, and her foster parents assumed she ran away. For years after Mary Jo disappeared, Amy had carried guilt like a backpack even heavier than Mary Jo's. She'd known the creepy guy was poking around the hiding maze, and she'd left her friend there. She was sure Emmett Tucker had taken Mary Jo, and it was Amy's fault. What? Just a few months after Mary Jo disappeared, Amy and her family had moved to another state. Long before the time they'd left, actually, just a couple weeks after the last time Amy saw Mary Jo, the Freddy's where Amy and Mary Jo had played in the hiding maze had closed. Amy was never sure why. Her mother thought Freddy's closed because it was inherently unsafe for children. She'd never thought the animatronics were a good idea. Amy's mom was very upset that the town they moved to also had a Freddy's. She didn't have to worry, though. Amy never went to it. It reminded her too much of Mary Jo. But last week, her mom had called her, interrupting the cramming Amy was doing for her commercial transactions class. Stepping out of the library and into the cool night to take her mom's call, Amy had looked up at the stars and she'd said with a sigh, "I'm studying, Mom." "I know you are, sweetie, but I just wanted to check in on you. How's it going?" "Fine, Mom, but I do need to concentrate." I know. I just thought you could take a break and chat for a few minutes." Amy's mom's smooth and deep voice broke into a chuckle. "You know, a few seconds for your dear old mom." Amy sighed. Through the phone, she could hear footsteps tapping on hardwood floors. She could picture her mom pacing back and forth in the kitchen. That's what her mom always did when she was chatting on the phone. Amy could see her mom's lovely face as if she was right here. Blonde and blue-eyed like Amy, but with more classical features, her mom had large eyes, high cheekbones, and a full mouth. "Okay, Mom," Amy said. "What do you want to chat about?" "You have 2 minutes. Go." "Ooh, you have 2 minutes? That's less than 3 minutes. Her mom laughed. "Okay, I'll start the kitchen timer. Well, let's see. Your dad has taken up racquetball. It might be too much for him. His shoulders and arms are so sore they can barely lift his coffee cup." Amy smiled. "Why do we care about this? Why do we care? Get to Freddy's. I want to see the Fazbear." "Oh, and I saw a blurb in the news about that man who took Mary Jo. Remember him?" Remember him? How could she not? Amy felt all her muscles contract at once, the way she did whenever she thought about Freddy's or Emmett Tucker. What about him? Oh, they let him out of prison for good behavior or some such nonsense. He's back in his home free as a bird. For some reason, I've never forgotten him. Probably because of Mary Jo. Amy felt her stomach flip over and try to crawl up her esophagus. She thought she was going to be sick. Mary Jo's kidnapper was free? "Amy, are you there?" her mom asked. Amy tried to talk, and the words caught in her throat. She swallowed and managed, "Yeah, Mom, has he talked to the press or anything?" "What? I have no idea. I just saw a little report about him is all." "I have to go, Mom." Amy practically threw the words at her mother, and she didn't wait for a response. She ran inside the library, straight to the bathroom where she threw up. After sitting in the bathroom stall and crying for half an hour, she forced herself not to think about what her mom had told her. She had to study and take an exam. But of course, she'd thought about it. She'd been thinking about it for a week now. Even so, she'd made sure it didn't mess up her studying because she went back to cramming the night before... What? She'd made sure it didn't mess up her studying, because before she went back to cramming the night her mom called, she made a decision. As soon as she graduated, she was going to go back to the town where she'd spent the first 11 years of her life. She was going back, and she was going to find out what Emmett Tucker did with Mary Jo. 10 years of uncertainty couldn't turn into 15 or 20 or more. Amy could no longer live with the assumption that Mary Jo had been kidnapped by Tucker without proving that he really did kidnap her, and finding out what he did to her friend. She needed to know where he put Mary Jo's body. Amy was tired of the nightmares and the horrible visions that played over and over in her head. She was also tired of trying to delude herself with the idea that Mary Jo had run off and was living happily ever after somewhere. She was going to discover and prove the truth once and for all. So she's not going to go back to Freddy. She's going to go question this guy. She's going to go to this murderer kidnapper's house and ask him, "Where'd you put my friend?" Which is very odd. The field is part of quantum mysticism, a new age belief. Yeah. Why is everyone yakking in these stories? I mean, I get it. GiBi, does your voice hurt from talking for so long? This is not so long. This has only been, 2 hours? Some of my choose your own adventure videos are longer than that, and sometimes I film those back to back. Not to hint at something that might be coming in the future. No set date for this. But I might have access to some not yet published choose your own adventure books, and I will leave it at that. Everyone take a hydration check, because we're at a chapter break. Every chapter break, maybe we'll do a hydration check. Everyone get your water, or your whatever, your not coffee. We're all going to take some sips. Ready? Glug, glug, glug. Glug, glug, glug. That's the sound of my water bottle. Yum, yum water. Okay. I guess I'll wait to update the script until a little later. There's not much literature analysis, like prose analysis in this one. It's just written so simply. I think, can someone in chat check, is this Ellie Cooper or is this Kelly Parra? I don't remember who did this one and who did, oh wait, no, this is either Ellie or Andrea. Can one of you guys tell me if it's, who it is? Gremlin says, why can't I have coffee? It's 3 p.m. That's nap time. Well, if it's nap time, you don't want to have coffee now, do ya? Yeah, this reads like Andrea when she's not trying, because Ellie's books are usually have more of an adventure element to them, whereas Andrea can either write the best thing I've ever read, or like one of the worst things I've ever read. So I'm guessing Andrea. Absol says it was Andrea. Yep, okay. Amy remembered her hometown as a pretty little place. Hugging both sides of a river that flowed out of the nearby mountains, the town was the home of a billionaire who had built his corporation's headquarters here. The headquarters, which made me yawn. The headquarters, designed to look like an old-time western town, sprawled along the river on one end of town. That's where both Amy's parents had worked. When the billionaire had a new complex with a more modern design built a few states away, probably so he could have a warmer place to visit in the winter, her parents were transferred. Amy had never really grown to like the new state, too hot for her, and she'd missed snow in the winters. If it wasn't for Mary Jo, or actually the absence of Mary Jo, Amy would have probably applied for a job at the corporate headquarters here in her hometown. She knew she could handle living in a place... She knew she couldn't handle living in a place that would remind her of her friend every day. Instead, she'd taken a job in a town a couple 100 miles from here. It had the same climate but no painful memories. Amy pulled her cute little red hybrid compact into the parking lot of the Riverside Motel just before sunset. When she turned off the engine, she tapped the steering wheel a couple of times. Should she go now or wait until tomorrow? Like to go and talk to the Emmett guy? She squinted up beyond the motel's redwood siding and river rock-covered pillars. A reddish sun was sinking toward the glacier-topped ridge to the west. Almost blood-red rays painted the white expanses. Amy shivered. Tomorrow. What she needed to do could definitely wait until tomorrow. Okay, yes, let's read this. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Okay, so, in this paragraph, do I go today or tomorrow? She looks at the sun, which is red, and then decides tomorrow. So why? How does she go from not knowing to deciding? Well, what happens between those moments? We get the description of where she is. So, her hybrid is red. Her car is red. Her pants earlier, I think they were like pink or something. I don't think that they were red. But so she squinted at the motel's redwood siding. There's so much red. Oh my gosh. The field. The field. Amy graduates and goes back to her hometown. Emmett Tucker had been freed from jail, and Amy feels like she needs to get closure on Mary Jo's disappearance. She goes to a motel. Typically, what I would do, I think the graphic novel cut out the part where she was graduated. So I have this long section here where I want to quote a lot of it. So what I could do is I could copy paste it. But this document I'm currently looking at does not allow that to happen. The other thing, and also, so most of the time when I'm reading these, obviously I read them from the actual book itself. And so obviously I can't just copy paste it. So what I could do is just sit here and type out the whole thing. The other thing I could do, because it's the future, is I could take a photo of the book with my cell phone, because I have an Android, so hit Google Lens, hit select text, hit copy to computer, and then boom, all the text I just took a picture of is now in my copy-paste button. It's not always correct. So, we don't need this paragraph. So now we have all this text over here, because it's the future and Google Lens is magic. She waited tomorrow, squinted. She would definitely wait until tomorrow. So I'm going to type what I was just explaining to you guys. So here we have the question of whether she should wait or go now, then a paragraph, then her decision. So as the reader, we should know that what helped make up her mind is what happens in that paragraph. So let's look at that paragraph. The motel has a redwood sign. The reddish sun is sinking. Blood red rays are painting the white expanses. This is a lot of different reds in one paragraph, and is jumping out to us that it's the red that made her decision. We do not know if the red consciously made her decide this, like if the red made her think of blood or something, but we as the readers should be on the lookout for more red imagery in the story to see what the author is intending us to take away from when the color red is mentioned in the book. Okay, now what else I would do is I should go back to prior sections and see what else was red, because I'm pretty sure that Mary Jo's backpack was red. So we're at this little space. We're going to scroll back to the beginning. I'm going to find what color were, what's her name's pants? Amy's pants, Amy's lipstick, and Mary Jo's backpack. The seat is pink. The red booth, okay. For example, the booth they ate at in Freddy's was red. The pizza sauce was red and like war paint. Obviously, there's no Foxy, which is interesting, so he's not red. I know that we mentioned her pants and we mentioned her lip gloss. Strawberry flavored lip gloss. Okay, I'm not gonna. That's not like it is red. I get it, but I'm not gonna say like, oh, that counts as red. Where's to talk about her backpack? It's later. Andrew is the vengeful spirit, yeah. Cassidy, she don't mean nothing no more. In the flesh is the best book. Backpack here. Book on the earth. Because it made Matthew Patrick give birth. You can point yourself to locker 14. Everyone spam 14 in chat. To prove the vengeful spirit is Cassidy. Bad reason. Punch. Okay, yeah. It's when she picks her backpack up. I swear it mentions its color. In her backpack. Maybe it didn't. They preferred booths to tables. Polling. Does anyone remember? If this was a different kind of document, I could do Control F and search for the word red. Common greasy hair. All the guy needed was blood. He does not have blood. Okay, so either I missed it the second time, and I can always go back later and find it exactly. But again, I think were her pants. Threatened, point of the game, box shade around the grate. Dress today, jeans, raspberry colored. Okay, again, that's like a pinkish red. Amy had on raspberry colored pants the day Mary Jo disappeared. And I'll do red bracelet. Oh, yes. Thank you, Faz Fanta. Mary Jo made Amy a red bracelet that she lost in the maze before the events of the story. Oh, I wonder if... Yo, you think that, like, the murderer's going to have that red bracelet in her house or something? My DCI video is done and finally ready. Yay, Withered, yes. Okay, Absol. If anyone here can verify what color the backpack was the backpack purple? I don't know. I couldn't find it. Yes, broken red fork in the tunnels. Yes. The story in the tunnel is a smear of chocolate cake and a broken red fork. GiBi may not be in the DCI vid. Oh my god, maybe. I think you read into it too much. Ha 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 ha. Amy losing her friendship bracelet is a parallel for her leaving Mary behind. Yes. Oh, okay. You know what's interesting about that, Seeker? Oh, let me just write this here. I'll do this in a little, like a different paragraph. What's interesting about the red bracelet that Amy left is that Mary Jo said it's okay and they would find it in the maze another day. So this is going to be in my like later analysis section. So if Amy ends up finding her body in the maze or her ghost or something in the maze, then I would say that the bracelet is totally tied to her. Like, you left it there, you lost it, but don't worry, you found it later. So that would be really cool. The floor of the room before the game is red. Oh, and the couch is red, right? The floor of the elf living room and couch are red. Everyone's saying the backpack is purple. That's fine. Broken red fork. Yeah, we got that one. GiBi fight his anti-DCI video. No, it's fine. We'll talk about the DCI some other time. All right, so this is all the reds I can remember. But yes, Seeker. If that ends up being how it ends, I'm sure that that's something that we will discuss. Okay, so all the times red is mentioned in the book. So we should be on the lookout for red to see if it reminds Amy consciously of that day, or if it's just something we, the reader, might subconsciously pick up on. Okay, awesome, love it. Gotta find where we were. Yeah. Andrew is the vengeful spirit, yeah. Cassidy, she don't mean nothing no more. Alright, I'm gonna take another drinky drink break, because it's been a minute. In the Flesh is the best book on the earth. Finding parallels and connections in a mundane story always starts to feel like a rabbit hole that makes it feel super deep and complex, even when it's not really that crazy, says Isbin1. I agree, but that's why I always keep an open mind that the stories are doing things intentionally, because these are real authors. Kelly Parra, Ellie Cooper, and Andrea Wagner are real writers, and I respect them, and I am occasionally impressed by their work. Occasionally I'm very impressed by their work. I don't think that these books are ever an indication of their writing ability. I think that there's just a lot of like, hey, you have like 3 weeks to type out 85 pages of nonsense, and they're like, okay, here you go. So sometimes I think that there is stuff intentionally in the books, and sometimes I think there's not. But you always gotta look into it. Okay, so she would definitely wait until tomorrow because red. Amy looked away from the sunset. She turned and grabbed a bright yellow sweater from the back seat. Slipping it on, she picked up her purse and got out of the car. It took Amy only minutes to check into the motel and find her room. Once there, she perched atop the beige coverlay of the queen-size bed. She was facing a mirror above the low pine dresser, sitting against the exposed log wall opposite the end of the bed. Well, here you are, she said to herself. The mirror version of Amy spoke at the same time she did, of course. Still, she had trouble recognizing herself. She looked older in this mirror, like she was pushing 40 instead of barely getting to know 21. Why did her complexion look so gray, her cheeks so gaunt? Interesting. She does keep looking in mirrors. We're not going to talk about this so much yet, but we're going to keep this in the back of our mind. Amy raised a hand to her face and brushed a few strands, a hair, brushed the hair. She brushed her hair. It felt like a stranger was touching her. How odd. A tremor skidded down Amy's spine, and she looked away from the mirror. She needed sleep, was all. She'd studied hard for most of her 4 weeks, and over the last 3 days, she'd parties just as hard. Amy didn't have a ton of friends, but the ones she'd met were close ones. One of them, Greta, was Amy's closest friend since Mary Jo. She had super wealthy parents and lived in a mansion with a pool, tennis courts, a huge movie room, an equally large game room, and a massive ballroom. After exams were over, Greta's parents threw Greta and her friends a 3-day party, complete with live music and food catered by the best chef in town. Greta and Amy had spent much of that time alone in the movie room binge-watching old romantic comedies. They both loved the quiet solitude, but they'd balanced it with plenty of swimming, dancing, and eating. Amy had been friends with Greta since she and her parents had moved to the new state. Why not just name it? Just name the state. It's a state. There's only 50 of them. Like, we get it. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, Amy in chat, who said earlier that their name is actually Amy, says they know someone named Greta. That's funny. I really wish that it had named what state they were in. Amy and her friends had been blah, blah, blah. Greta was the opposite of Mary Jo, a much better match for Amy than Mary Jo ever was. When Amy had met Greta, she'd realized that her mother's theory about friendship and balance had been a bunch of... Amy and Mary Jo hadn't been friends because they balanced each other out. They'd been friends because Amy had been too shy to tell Mary Jo to go jump in a river. Mary Jo had decided they were best friends, and Amy had gone along with it. From that point on, everything had been all about Mary Jo. As long as they were together, they were doing what Mary Jo wanted. The only time Amy had gotten to be herself was when she was literally by herself. Greta had been the person who had helped Amy figure this out. Greta had... Someone's going to read some gay stuff into that. Greta, which is totally valid, because a lot of these books do have very subtle gay themes, because like you can't be super open about it. So like this is sort of like, okay, that's telling mark number 1 for maybe there's something here, right? Greta had been the person who'd helped Amy figure this out, right? That does not necessarily mean it's intentional. I'm gonna need a couple more tally marks before I'm like, this is in the book, but that's definitely telling mark number 1. Had helped her. Where'd I go? Mary Jo decided no, they were gotten to be herself. Greta had just graduated with a bachelor's in psychology, and she was going to get her master's next. She wanted to be a therapist. Amy was one of her unofficial practice patients. Yes, because I'm sure that she's traumatized. Just the day before, as they'd floated in Greta's parents' infinity pool, looking out over perfectly trimmed expanses of green lawn and pruned bushes, Greta had said, you realize that you don't need to find out exactly what happened to Mary Jo to get closure, right? Amy, who had been sipping lemonade from a huge covered tumbler balanced on her flat belly, shook her head and smacked her lips at the tartness of her drink. Yes, I do. Greta shook a head full of short curls. A stunning red-headed beauty. Okay. Again, this will just kind of be like a bullet point. Greta is a redhead with pale skin, green eyes, and model-worthy features. Greta was surprisingly unconcerned about her looks. She rarely wore makeup, and she cut her own hair, despite being able to afford the most expensive hairdresser in town. She wasn't particularly good at haircutting, so her curls were always asymmetrical. No, you don't, Greta said. The only thing you need to do is forgive yourself. That's it. Easy peasy, one step the end. Amy shook her head, and Greta splashed water on her. Amy closed her eyes just in time, and after the water cascaded over her sweaty shoulders and arms, she kept her eyes closed. With her sight taking a mini vacation, Amy's other senses stepped up. She could smell Greta's coconut-scented sunscreen, the lemon in her own lemonade, and the chlorine in the water. She could hear the water, too. It lapped lazily against the floating loungers and splashed against the sides of the pool. From the tennis courts, the thwack of rackets hitting tennis balls drifted over. From even further away, the soothing sound of horses' neighs reached Amy's ears from the pastures. Why did we need any of that? Like, this is a flashback. We don't need to be learning, like, and that day she smelled the lemonade. Lemons. What's everyone saying? She's gay. She's got them daredevil eyes. We're like, find a lesbian too. Okay, let's go lesbians. Colorado lesbians. I prefer my Seattle lesbians, especially if one of them can travel in time. Andrea wants us to know Amy is gay but can't just tell us. Is there anything about tennis and lemonade or whatever that's helping there? History will say they were just roommates. Okay. Amy took a deep breath, inhaling all this peacefulness. Then she said, "It's not as easy as you say it is. Mary Jo is missing because I left her in that game. I didn't warn her. I didn't tell an adult. I just left her where that man could take her." Gretel. Oh no, okay, wait. I said Seattle lesbians. I just meant Washington lesbians. I think Arcadia Bay is in Washington, but not Seattle. I said that wrong. I think Max left Seattle. That's the plot of that game. Greta smacked the water with her hand. The sharp sound made Amy flinch and open her eyes. "God, you're so stubborn. How many times do I need to tell you that you don't know that?" Greta asked. "You're not dumb enough to think that. You don't know what happened after you left. You don't know what she did after she left the game. Probably some choice Mary Jo made led to her disappearance. Your choice had nothing to do with it." I disagree. I strongly disagree. "But Emmett Tucker," Amy began. Greta held up a hand. No one in chat got my reference? Isn't Arcadia a place in Rome? None of you understood what I was referencing? Wow. Tucker Schmucker. You don't know for sure that he took Mary Jo, and neither did the police. And if he didn't take her, then why is Mary Jo's disappearance your fault? I mean, I get it. You feel like your choice was responsible because it was such a huge deal for you. It's not Mary Jo's disappearance that marks that day for you. It's you standing up for yourself that makes that day so important. I hate Greta. This is wrong. No. I don't like this at all. That was the first time you defied her, right? That's what you always told me. Amy nodded. No. You stood up for yourself, and then your friend died. So what really makes the day important is that you stood up for yourself. No. That's horrible. She and Greta had been through all this many times, but Greta was right. Amy was stubborn. It was hard to connect her act of defiance with the end of Mary Jo, and therefore it was hard not to blame herself for Mary Jo's disappearance. "But I didn't really defy her," Amy said, not directly anyway. Greta opened her mouth, and this time Amy held up her hand. "You make it sound like I was making this big self-empowering statement that day I left her in the game, but the truth is I was just being a scared, petulant child, correct? I mean," which again, it's fine that she did because she was 11, but like it's good that she knows this about herself. But the truth is, I was being a child. If I was going to actually stand up to Mary Jo, I would have told her no. I would have said, "I don't want to play in the hiding maze. I want to go home and read." I didn't do that. Instead, I did something that left her vulnerable. And now that Emmett Tucker is out of prison, she shrugged. "Because of that, you're filling your head with horrible images, imagining what he might have done to your friend, and you're heaping even more guilt on yourself. I know that the way you took your stand with Mary Jo was passive-aggressive, but you need to cut yourself some slack. You were 11 years old. Psychological mastery isn't a requirement for that age." Greta winked at Amy. And Amy smiled. "You're a good friend," Amy said. "So are you, and you were a good friend to Mary Jo." "You owe her nothing." Amy twisted her lips. Greta sighed. "But you're still going back." Amy nodded. "I have to. I really do have to." Greta was quiet for several seconds. Inside the house, the band started playing again. So much for peacefulness. The bass was so strong it vibrated the surface of the water in the pool. "I could still go with you. I meant it when I said I'd be happy to come," Greta shouted over a screeching guitar riff. "I know, but I need to do this by myself." In her motel room, Amy lay back on her bed as the image of her friend in the relaxing pool faded away. Now that she was here, she was really wishing Greta had come with her. It would have been so much easier with Greta along, maybe even fun. They could have turned it into a celebration of everything they had to look forward to in the coming years. They could have... They could have what? They could have canoodled? Amy frowned and derailed that train of thought. The trip wasn't about having fun or celebrating. It was about finding out once and for all what exactly happened to Mary Jo. This is so gay. 100%. Okay, 70%. Jeez. Yeah, they could have smooched, says Hannah. Wow. Great, now I need to, like, go back in the not go back in the script, but be like, okay, so now this is all going on. Red. We get a flashback because this book doesn't know how to forward the plot and instead just gives us bland exposition in the middle of interesting things and slows down the pacing, but we get a flashback to Amy at her friend Greta's elaborate graduation party. Please just trust me that there's a lot of subtle subtextual implications that that Amy might have some romantic feelings for Greta, but as always in these books, any sort of homosexuality is subtextual or else hidden, like in Out of Stock, where you have to pay attention to notice that a girl has a girlfriend. Greta's hair is also red. Basically, we just keep getting lines like, where is it? So again, I'm going to do the thing where I have to take the picture of the screen. Absol says you think that it seems like the feelings are coming from Greta rather than Amy. Well, so Amy is the one who thinks we could have had fun, we could have ... So that's to me, that's the smoking gun here. Is this trip wasn't about having fun, or it's like So just because obviously the story's not over yet, but like so much of this, I don't know if it's ever going to be important or not be important, because a lot of stuff in the beginning doesn't seem like it was important. It would have been much easier with Greta along. Maybe they could have had turned into celebration. They could have ... They could have ... They could have, what did the chat say earlier? Big girl smooches? No, that sounds weird. It was something like big girl smooches. What was the funny quote? I might just go with smooched. Bring back the title card from Fetch with Amy is gay. The difference between Amy being gay and Greg being gay in Fetch is that Greg in the story was not gay because there was the girl that he liked. He could be bi, obviously, but like that wasn't actually in the story. That was a conspiracy that I thought the story had been rewritten. Captain Net 2457. Have you not watched my Fetch story? Can someone give me context? There is evidence in Fetch that in a first draft, Greg was probably gay, and then either Scholastic changed that, or it was hidden too well, or Scott didn't notice and was like, you should give him a girlfriend. But there's so much evidence in that story that the author slipped it in. I need to watch Mean Girls. Yes, also watch Mean Girls. I have no idea. Welcome to... I don't know what you guys are talking about. They could have ... They could have had girl smooches. Okay, now we are at another break. So, it's going to be a hydration check. Unfortunately for you guys, I have finished my water bottle, so I have to go refill it. So I'm going to be back in a minute. While I'm gone, you guys, if you don't already have water, go and get some water. But otherwise, we're going to do a hydration check when I get back. Actually, I have one sip left. Okay, there's going to be a little GiBi ASMR. Ready? That was me finishing my water. Also, yes, Greg's uncle is totally 100% gay. Yes, so I will be back in a minute or so. I don't know, like 2 minutes. I'm going to, I guess I'll keep you on this screen. I'll just mute myself. Ba, 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 da, ba. Andrew is the vengeful spirit, yeah. Cassid. Bro, can we not talk about Baloravor? What happened when I was gone? I was gone for a minute. Valora? What are you guys doing? Jeez, I'm gone for 5 seconds. GiBi is, GiBi's reading through Ready Player 2. Okay, anyone who's new here, or has joined in the last few minutes, we are... Quick, go back to being insane. Okay, I'm reading through Find Player 2. This is the last Fright story that I've not personally read. I've never read it before. I have no idea what happens. This is my process for writing the scripts for my Frights videos. So I'm reading it, and then we're writing the script on the other screen. Please ignore all of my spelling mistakes. The other important thing we're doing is we are liking the stream, and we are spamming the chat at 10 seconds from now. Everyone's going to spam the chat. Okay, and we're all going to spam the same message. We're going to say 14, 14, 14, 14, and then more people are going to watch the video. GiBi, have you seen 67 Theory? You guys are just making stuff up. I just refreshed. Viewers in the chat are discussing theories, character relationships, including potential LGBTQ plus interpretations, and questioning content involving characters like Ballora. Some users are welcoming back a reoccurring participant and noting the lack of moderation. Jeez! Jeez! It hit me like that. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. 14 is my favorite number. I can't leave you guys alone ever again. Alright, continuing. Amy hadn't told her parents or Greta exactly what she was planning to do. Amy knew they would have tried to talk her out of it. She could just hear her mom telling her how dangerous the idea was. But Amy didn't think it was all that dangerous. Well, maybe a little. But she thought she could handle it. Sure, Amy had been a little girl. Tucker was scary. Sure, when Amy had been a little girl, Tucker was scary. But now, Amy was more than capable of handling herself. She was strong and athletic, and she'd taken self-defense classes. Plus, she had both mace and a pretty blue taser in her pocket. Is taser supposed to be capitalized? Is that a brand name? I didn't know that. She had her determination. She was going to find out what Tucker did one way or another. Basically, Tucker was more than likely a wuss. He took little kids, not adults. He wouldn't know what to do with someone who could fight back. Or at least that was what Amy told herself as she headed to Bernadette's Bakery on Main Street. Before Amy came back to face Emmett Tucker, she read the newspaper article about his release. The article had featured a photo of Tucker sitting in front of Bernadette's Bakery. A little research had revealed that though the bakery served tourists and locals alike, it was a favorite of long-time residents. Hoping Tucker was a regular, Amy figured the bakery was a good place to start her search for him. Bernadette's was one of a couple dozen long-established businesses in the heart of town. The little downtown area was built around a brick-covered square with a stone fountain and a rose garden, and Bernadette's was the shop closest to the fountain. Amy found a parking space 2 doors down from Bernadette's and got out of her car. Slipping her long purse strap over her head so the purse hung across her body, she pulled her sweater tight and headed toward Bernadette's pale yellow storefront. Several pigeons strutted back and forth in front of Bernadette's, snatching pastry crumbs from under the little metal tables on the patio. It was chilly this morning, and only a couple old guys sat at the tables. So I do like this pigeon thing. I was going to complain about how a couple of these paragraphs, like, you could just cut them down. Like, it really does not matter that her parking space is 2 buildings down. It doesn't matter that Bernadette's is in front of a fountain. It's like, it's a bakery, we get it, move on. But the pigeons pecking at crumbs is really cool, because as a bakery, there are more likely to be lots of crumbs there. So I like that she thought of that. The purse being, like, in front of her is kind of like, oh, she's holding stuff close to her chest, so she's, like, being reserved, she's being cautious. That's also fine, but I do feel like this paragraph could have, this section could have been half as long. When Amy had arrived in town the previous evening, the sun had been setting in a clear sky. No, it had been setting in a red sky. Get good. Was he homophobic? I haven't scrolled up in a bit. I was on my phone. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys yapping about? Today the sun was taking a little vacation. A froth of gray clouds churned above the town like the balloons that had floated on the ceiling of Greta's family ballroom a couple days before. Those balloons, though, had been purple, not gray, and they'd promised happy times. The clouds overhead didn't seem to promise anything good. For some reason, Amy found them ominous. Get a grip, she muttered to herself as she pulled open the bakery's bright blue door. Bernadette's interior, thankfully, was warm, and it smelled of cinnamon, sugar, and coffee. Cramped and cute and frilly, the place didn't strike Amy as one that would appeal to the likes of Emmett Tucker. She looked around to see if he was there. He wasn't, but she figured she might as well hang out a bit to see if he showed up. I swear, if it turns out that this guy's, innocent, he's like, I was framed for that kidnapping, and I did nothing to your friend. Mary Jo ran off, and she did escape, and she drowned herself in Freddy's. I would give this story, a 0. Not good. What do you guys... Happiest times? Ooh, happiest day? Ooh... The bakery's half-dozen rickety wood tables were occupied mostly by plaid-attired locals, but a few stylishly dressed tourists were in the mix. Every table seat was taken, but a tall counter along one wall had a couple empty stools. Amy approached the service counter and waited tall behind a tall woman, ordering 3 dozen assorted pastries. While she waited, Amy turned and watched out the window. Her muscles tensed, her gaze darting around her, scanning the street for Emmett Tucker. Tucker didn't show up while Amy watched, but he did eventually appear. Amy had been nursing a small latte and nibbling on a cinnamon roll for 10 minutes, wondering if she was wasting her time. Maybe she should have gone to the county record office and tried to find Tucker's residence. She was glancing at her watch for the 5th time when Bernadette's door swung open and Emmett Tucker walked in. Amy knew Emmett Tucker had been in his early 40s when he was arrested. He looked much older than that, but several things had contributed to the wrinkles that had cinched up his face. He apparently spent most of his adult life working outside, on construction sites, and also he was a chain smoker. Amy figured he probably ate junk food too. He didn't look like someone who bought organic vegetables. Now with his long hair gone, replaced by a buzz cut, Tucker was barely recognizable as the man he'd been when Amy had seen him at Freddy's and on the news. But she knew him. Those eyes and those yellow teeth were unmistakable. Sometime in the last 10 years, Tucker had picked up a scar that bisected his left cheek, and he'd lost a few of his teeth. Uh-oh, watch out for Fazgoo. We might have more Tuckers if they get the Fazgoo. No one greeted Tucker when he came into the bakery. The tourists didn't give him a glance. The locals flicked looks at him, but they quickly returned their attention to their coffee and rolls. Tucker didn't seem to care one way or another about who was paying attention to him. He just ordered his coffee and cinnamon roll and headed back outside. Amy half rose off her stool when he went to the door, but she sat down when Tucker settled himself at an outside table and proceeded to drink his coffee and eat his cinnamon roll as if it was a warm summer day. Isn't it summer? Yeah, it's right after graduation, but I guess because it's rainy, it's not summer-ish. That's a weird sentence. Because it's cloudy, it's not a warm summer day? I disagree. Warm sunny day. Oh my god, I'm blind. Oh my god, you guys are laughing at me so hard. Warm sunny day, not summer day. That didn't happen. Everyone rewind. Everyone like the stream. Everyone spam 14. Everyone donate money. Yeah, so that's all. That didn't happen. We're ignoring that. Warm summer day. For 20 minutes, Amy tapped her foot and sipped at the dregs of her cooling latte. Should she confront him now? That would probably be smart, but then again, maybe if she just followed him, she'd learn something about him that would make a confrontation unnecessary. She gritted her teeth. She should wait. When Tucker finally rose from his table, Amy stood and dropped her styrofoam cup and paper plate in the trash bin by the door as she watched Tucker head north up the street. Before he could get out of sight, she exited the bakery and lingered by its tables as she watched Tucker angle off the sidewalk and toward the driver's side of an old-faded green van. Green. Okay, this is stupid. If she's going to confront a murderer, she should do it in public where there's lots of witnesses. Why would she follow him? This is so stupid. I said summer again instead of sunny. No. Yeah, why is she stalking him? Yeah, no, I don't understand that at all. That's quite silly. Also, styrofoam is capitalized. And once again, I don't know, is that a brand name or is the author just choosing words to capitalize? What do you guys think? Green like the counter to red? Whoa. Yeah, what's everyone doing? How's everyone's day? I'm gonna take a little break for like 1 second. How's everyone's day? What are you guys doing? Amy's not the brightest bulb in the Fazbear toolkit. It's 3:37 my time. People at work, people at school, people just chilling. What do you have in your life right now that you're like, I'm gonna turn on a 5-hour stream where someone's breaking down a Five Nights at Freddy's book? I'm waiting for a class, paying taxes. Paying taxes in August? Playing Guild Wars 2 on the side. Cleaning. Waiting for No Man's Sky to update. Making a football simulation. Waiting for food. Stress, I have stress. College. Drawing. Eating dishes. Something about a gym. GiBi, what do you do outside? Like, what do you, like, what should you do? Like, what things are there to do outside? I don't know, frisbee, dog walking, mini golf. Fazent's at work. I'm also at work, Fazent. The difference is that this is my work. Yeah, Dual Process, I have long ago abandoned the notion that I will be finishing this book today. We're more than halfway through, and I am not more than halfway through the story. A van. That was suspicious. Didn't kidnappers use vans? Okay, now the story's making me think that he's innocent. Amy trotted quickly to her car and got in just as Tucker backed the van out of the angled parking spot in front of an art gallery. She quickly started her car and pulled out to follow him. For the next hour, Amy tailed Tucker to a pharmacy where he picked up a prescription, to a gas station where he put gas in the van, so they're not in New Jersey confirmed, because you don't pump your own gas in Jersey. And finally to a grocery store, where he filled a cart with frozen dinners, chips, canned soup, cereal, and a gallon of milk. She was right about his lack of interest in organic vegetables. He didn't go anywhere near the produce aisle, period. Amy's heart rate had been fast and uneven when she'd started stalking her quarry. But by the time she got to the grocery store, it had settled down. It turned out the stalking wasn't all that interesting, at least not when your target was doing mundane things. It wasn't hard either. At first, Amy had been furtive. At the pharmacy, she'd hidden behind a display of sunglasses, and she'd even pretended to try on a few pairs so she'd have a disguise. At the gas station, she'd pulled her car in behind a dumpster and gotten out to peer over the top of it while Tucker had pumped his gas. In the grocery store, at first, she hid behind product displays at the end of aisles, but when it became obvious that Tucker was oblivious to his surroundings, she gave up the subterfuge and just followed him around. She did have a cart, so she looked like a normal shopper, and she threw a little of this and that in the cart, but she shouldn't have bothered. He never even looked her way. After Tucker got back in his van in the grocery store parking lot, he headed out of town and turned onto a narrow rural road. She let a car get between her and Tucker just in case he'd noticed her. Not that she thought he would. The town was filled with small hybrids similar to hers. As she drove, Amy kept her gaze on the road of the van up ahead of her. What? Kept her gaze on the roof of the van. It trundled along at a sedate. It's another one of those words where I know it, but I can't say it. At a sedate pace, so it was easy to keep up with. At one point, a loud caw startled her, and she flinched when a crow swooped low across the hood of her car, barely avoiding her windshield. Rattled for reasons she didn't understand, she watched the crow fly up over a dormant cornfield. It's a cornfield. Going this slowly, Amy had plenty of time to survey her surroundings. The rural road was winding through the flatlands, stretching out from the south side of town to the foothills of the distant mountains. A lot of this area was farmland, but she remembered there were a couple parks out this way, farther down the road. Along the stretch of the narrow, uneven road, though, neither farms nor parks were visible. Instead, dilapidated old mobile homes and deteriorating cottages with roofs succumbing to thick moss were surrounded by old cars up on cinder blocks and discarded furniture. We're getting a lot of moss mentions in this story as well, so that might be something that we look for toward the end if that ends up mattering. Amy spotted broken trampolines, multiple rusted swings, and dozens of scattered toys left out in scruffy yards to be baked by the sun and drowned in the rain. After about 5 minutes, Tucker's van slowed, and Tucker turned left next to a dented mailbox on a slanted wood post. Dust billowed up from the van's tires as he headed down a dirt driveway. Amy slowed and looked past the van. The driveway appeared to stop in front of an old mobile home. This must be where Tucker lived. Amy drove past the driveway and pulled off the road a couple 100 yards farther on. She parked on the road's gravel shoulder and looked back over her shoulder. Oh, so you're going to park really, really far away from the house? So that if you have to run away and escape, your car is as far from you as possible? That makes sense. That makes total sense. I agree. You're good. You're good thinking. Sure enough, Tucker was unloading his groceries and heading toward the mobile home's front door. Amy slapped her hand on the steering wheel in celebration. This was her chance. She could finally confront him, in his own home where he could just tell her to go away and possibly call the cops on her for disturbing him, as opposed to at the cafe, where she could have just done it in public with lots of witnesses, because she's stupid. A tiny flutter in Amy's belly might have been suggesting she was doing something that wasn't all that smart, but she ignored it. Yeah, don't worry guys, if we lampshade the character's stupidity, it's fine. Totally. She didn't care about being smart right now. She cared about finding out what Emmett Tucker had done with Mary Jo. Okay, so earlier, Mary Jo said that she thought too much. And now she's like not... It says not being smart. If it had said not thinking, I would have linked those two things together. But it just says not that smart. Amy did a tight U-turn on the narrow road. Returning to Tucker's driveway, she turned onto it. Okay, that's better. Amy's little car bumped through a pothole. She clenched her teeth and slowed the car to a crawl. Peering through her now dusty windshield, Amy looked at her destination. A chill sluiced through her. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Emmett Tucker's home looked like it wasn't a fit place for rats, much less humans. Sitting in the middle of a small rectangle of bare dirt, bare dirt relieved only by the occasional wilted weed. The single wide was either painted dark brown or was so dirty it had become dark brown over time, and its windows were so caked with dust they were barely recognizable as windows. 2 of them were boarded over. The flashing around the base of the mobile home had long since torn away, and the rusted wheels of the home's undercarriage could be seen balancing on crumbling cinder blocks. Reaching the barren earth in front of Tucker's home, Amy did another U-turn and parked her car with its front end pointed toward the road. She wanted to be in position for a quick getaway if need be. Good. I'm glad that she thought of this thing that I did. I'm glad that she took my advice. What's everyone in chat saying? FNAF 2, FNAF 2? I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Glancing in her rearview mirror to see if Tucker had come back outside, he hadn't. Amy grabbed her purse and got out of the car before she could change her mind. Looking up at the dark sky, she slung her purse across her body. She unsnapped the purse and kept her hand inside, tightly grasping her taser. Then she pointed herself toward Tucker's front door and marched over to it with her chin lifted and her shoulders set. She was just stepping up onto the rotting porch when the black-painted front door swung open. She stuttered to a stop and forced herself not to backpedal. She looked into the eyes of the man she'd seen in Freddy's 10 years before. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying," he southern. That's its canon. Emmett Tucker said. Up close, he looked even worse than he had in the bakery. His skin was so thin you could see his veins crawling under the surface. Amy didn't want to be here any longer than she had to, so she got right to the point. Clutching her mace and planting her feet, she recited the prepared lines. 10 years ago, my friend Mary Jo and I saw you at Freddy's. That was the same day you were arrested. It was also the same day Mary Jo disappeared. I want to know what you did with her." Tucker blinked once and leaned against the door jamb. Slowly, he reached into the sagging pocket of his baggy jeans. Amy stiffened and tightened her grip on the taser. Tucker pulled out a pack of chewing gum and methodically unwrapped a piece. Folding it into his mouth, he tossed the wrapper onto the porch. "I quit smoking," he said. "Good for you," Amy said without thinking. Tucker leaned back and gestured toward the interior of the mobile home. "Want to come in?" Amy bit back her "heck no" and said politely, "No thank you, I'm fine out here." She swallowed. "I realize you probably won't answer my question. Why should you? You never admitted to anything before, but I had to come and ask. I had to." For several seconds, Tucker chewed his gum loudly. The sucking and smacking sounds made Amy's skin crawl. Then Tucker took a step forward. Amy backed away quickly. Tucker chuckled at her, then gestured at the porch step. I'll tell you what. You sit here with me, all friendly, neighborly-like, for a spell, and I'll answer your question. Amy frowned and looked at the porch. She glanced back up and saw that Tucker's gaze had dropped from her face to her fitted, scoop-neck pale blue top and on down to her tight navy blue pencil pants. So she's wearing a lot of blue. Why is he checking her out like that? Amy kept her expression neutral. She didn't like being stared at by anyone. She didn't like it, but she'd learned to ignore it. She wasn't going to let Tucker intimidate her. She looked down at the porch again. She realized she was inspecting it for some sort of hidden trap. Why did he want her to sit with him? She shrugged. Okay, if that was what it was going to take. You first, Amy said, gesturing at the step. Tucker chuckled again and sank down onto the splintered wood planks. Amy followed suit, positioning herself out of his reach. She kept her grip on the taser. For several seconds they sat in silence. In the distance, a dog barked once. A truck rumbled past on the road. The breeze picked up and the sky seemed to lower even more. Well? Amy said. Tucker turned to look at her. I remember you. You and that girl everyone thought I took were in Freddy's that day. Amy forced herself not to shiver. Tucker cocked his head. You were the one I saw in that tunnel thing when I was looking for my daughter. Of course. Sure. Yep, okay. He's innocent. Get it? Do you get it? Don't judge your looks by your book. Don't judge a look by its book. Amy could feel her pulse throbbing, double time at her temples. She kept her breath even. Tucker shrugged. Well, that's why I was there that day. I was looking for Jilly, my daughter. She always liked going to that place. He turned abruptly and shifted closer to Amy. She pulled her mace halfway out of her purse, but she didn't lean back. Instead, she looked directly into Tucker's eyes. And where did you take my friend? Tucker chewed his gum and held Amy's gaze for several seconds. Then he shook his head. I never took any kid. All I was trying to do when I got arrested was get my own kid back from that lying tramp I married. So what? She got custody. Why does the court get to decide who gets custody of a man's daughter? That judge had no business giving my girl to my ex. It was my right to have my own kid. I was just standing up for my rights. I never should have been sent to prison for that. Tucker punched his fist on the porch, and Amy jumped up. You're lying. Tucker scowled at her. Who are you coming to my house and telling me I'm lying? He stood, and Amy took a step back. Get out of here, he shouted at her. I had enough folks thinking I did stuff I didn't do. Tell the truth, Amy yelled. You took Mary Jo. I know you did. She yelled at you, and you took her. You took her, and you killed her. Tucker's face flushed red. Why would I care if some little snot kid yelled at me? I didn't take your stupid friend, and I ain't never killed anyone. Amy pulled out her taser and aimed it at Tucker's chest. Tell me the truth or I'll tase you. Guys, you cannot go to someone's porch and then threaten them with a weapon. This is not how this works. Oh my god. Absol says, I love this plot twist. Absol, I hate this plot twist. This is so stupid. I called this literally the moment it happened. Like, obviously I had, it was just one of the many options, but I was immediately like, if this was a stupid kid's book, and it is, he would end up being innocent. This is like the worst place this story could have gone. I hate this so much. Pulled out the taser. Tell me the truth or I'll tase you. The anger and frustration and guilt she'd hung on to for 10 years came out in the screeched words and spittle that flew from her mouth. Tucker jerked forward and reached for the taser. Amy didn't hesitate. She pressed the button. Tucker whipped his body away so the taser missed him. When he did, he started cussing. What's wrong with you? He bellowed. He swung at her. Amy zigged away from his blow and then stepped in before he could swing again. Furious, she kicked him in the shin. She's just assaulting this man on his property for nothing. Ow. Tucker glared at Amy, bent over, and charged at her. Feeling pleased with herself for hurting Tucker, Amy wasn't ready for Tucker's move. She tried to avoid him, but he grabbed her. She screamed and attempted to slip a hand into her purse to get her mace, but Tucker had her in a bear hug, and he tightened it. Then he lifted her off the ground. Crazy girl! He growled at her as he backed towards his open front door. Let me go! Amy spewed as she flailed in Tucker's grasp. She tried to remember her self-defense moves. What was she supposed to do when someone held her tight like this? Her heart pounding, sweat trickling down her spine, Amy remembered. She threw her head up, trying to whack Tucker's chin. All she did was whap her forehead into his chest. She was too short to do any harm that way. By this time, Tucker was carrying her inside his dingy home. Why would you do that? No, Tucker, if you closed the door, or if you shoved her off the porch, you could have claimed self-defense and just call the cops. If you carry her inside, that's like, maybe it's like kidnapping at this point. You can't do that. And Amy's fury was turning into fear. She writhed this way and that, but she couldn't break loose, so she started to scream. "Shut up!" Tucker yelled. He carried her past a filthy kitchenette and into a dark, tight hallway that smelled like dirty laundry and cooked sausages. What, is he going to show her, like, "And this is my shrine to my daughter, so you believe me now"? It's still stupid. Amy picked up her feet and tried to kick the walls, but the space was too cramped. She screamed again, and Tucker kicked a small door open and tossed her through the opening. Amy's hip hit the corner of a miniature bathroom cabinet, and her head flew forward and hit a small mirror. Wincing, she struggled for her balance and turned to face Tucker, just as he slammed the door. "I'm calling the police," Tucker yelled through the cheap door. "Good," Amy yelled back. "You should be in prison." "I'm not the one going to prison," Tucker shouted. "You assaulted me." Amy opened her mouth to yell a response, but then she realized he was right. But it was in self-defense, wasn't it? No! No, it was not. Of course it was. She tased him because he'd reached out for her. Reached out. Okay, maybe she wasn't enough for her to claim self-defense. But he was a kidnapper. Yeah, of kids. Amy rubbed her sore hip and tried to steady her breathing. It refused to steady. She was taking heaving gulps of air. Through the door, she could hear Tucker talking on the phone. She caught the words, "crazy girl," and "assault." She shook her head and frowned. She couldn't let the police get involved in this. They might arrest her. And even if they did, she'd waste all kinds of time trying to get this all straightened out. No, she had to get out of here. Amy is probably one of the stupidest protagonists we've had in this entire franchise. Yeah, Henry's pointing out that also, yes, there was another mention of a mirror. What are you guys saying? Absol, I spent this whole book until now being disappointed that the story was playing into problematic tropes that gives people misconceptions about how the real world works. I was spending this whole book worrying that it was going to be stupid, and it is, so that's upsetting. Yeah, someone says, and somehow she graduated college. Yes, she was stupid. She was so dumb. Amy's so stupid. Amy reached out for the doorknob, locked. Not a surprise. She thought about throwing herself at the door, but she quickly dismissed that idea and turned to look at the room. She was in a minuscule bathroom, a very disgusting bathroom with toothpaste drying on the sides of the sink, a brown ring around the grayish tub, and stains she didn't want to think about on the floor around the toilet. But the bathroom did have a window above the toilet. It was small, but so was she. Cringing, Amy gingerly put the toilet lid down and climbed onto it. Unlatching the window, she shoved it open and levered herself onto its narrow ledge. She stuck her head through the opening and pushed off the toilet lid. The window's metal sides scraped at her shoulders as she squirmed forward. So technically, he kidnapped her, right? She assaulted him, he kidnapped her. They're both in the wrong. They would both get arrested. Her escaping right now is doing nothing wrong as far as the police should be concerned. She heard her sweater snag and rip, but she kept going. She pushed through and looked down. A dead bush squatted under the window. She figured it would break her fall, so she slithered farther and let herself drop to the ground. The bush did break her fall, but it also scraped her hands and arms. It hurt, but Amy kept her teeth clamped together. Breathing hard, she glanced up at the window to be sure Tucker wasn't coming after her, and then she tore around the front of the mobile home. As she did, she heard a siren in the distance. I doubt it. She ran faster. Jumping into her car, Amy had the engine started when she saw, in her rearview mirror, Tucker barreling out of his mobile home. She quickly put the car in gear and shot down his bumpy dirt driveway. Yes, they would both have been arrested if this was like something that really happened. Amy passed a police cruiser just a few hundred yards after she got back onto the road. She made sure she drove sedately and looked innocent as it went past. Once it did, she sped up. Her hands and arms stinging from the scratches the bush gave her, her hip and head sore from being tossed into the bathroom, Amy was literally shaking. She felt beat up and freaked out. Whether she was shaking in pain, anger, or relief, she didn't know. She made herself take long, even breaths as she kept glancing in her rearview mirror to be sure no one was pursuing her. All right, we're now going to add to this, to what's going on. Amy, I'm learning, is not very intelligent. She goes to town to a bakery that, what's the guy's name, Tucker? Tucker frequents and waits for him. Instead of approaching him and speaking to him in the public bakery, she instead follows him to his house and knocks on the door of this kidnapping murderer. He opens and she confronts him about taking Mary Jo. This is when the story goes from not well written and overly convenient to one of the worst and most needed Fright's stories in the franchise. It turns out, that Tucker was not the murderer or kidnapper. He actually had a good reason for everything. His own daughter was missing, and he was searching for her that day. He was in prison for kidnapping his own daughter because his ex-wife got custody. He's a good man, and none of it ever mattered, which was obvious from the moment he was described as creepy looking, because this is a book about not judging people by their appearance, and thus the entire story to this point is retroactively meaningless. Thank you, Fazbear Frights, for writing a long, slow story that doesn't matter. This does mean that Mary Jo either did run away or something else happened. So now the story is about that. Amy also decided upon barging into Tucker's house that it was appropriate for her to taser him. This is obviously assault, and he then responded by locking her in his bathroom, which is kidnapping, and both would get arrested, but Amy escaped out the window. Amy is stupid. Okay. Where are we? Amy ground... I want to read the chat first, because I was being very... Withered is back. Is he still bored? No, I'm not bored anymore. I just think the story is incredibly stupid and bad. What do we got? Amy ground her teeth. She slapped her hand on the steering wheel. Not in celebration this time. She fisted her hand and pounded on the steering wheel in frustration. How had this gotten so turned around? Tucker was a criminal, not her. Tucker was more than likely giving the police Amy's description and the description of her car right now. She should probably get out of town. The thick gray clouds that had been hovering so low all morning finally gave up trying to hang on to their moisture. Fat raindrops smacked at Amy's windshield. But was that it? Would she never find out what happened to Mary Jo? Of course, she has to go back to Freddy's now. Amy realized she was feeling more than beat up and freaked out. She was devastated. What were you expecting? She asked. Had she thought Tucker would admit to taking Mary Jo and tell her he would have taken Mary Jo no matter what Amy had done? Had she thought it was going to be a big ol' "it wasn't your fault" speech from the man? She realized she wasn't sure what she'd expected from her conversation with Emmett Tucker. But now, she was left with even more questions than she'd lived with for 10 years. If he wouldn't admit what he did, how was she going to find out what had happened to Mary Jo? Seriously, how do I prove what she did? Amy asked the heavier rain, now streaking across the glass in front of her. Should she just leave? Should she do what Greta was always saying? Go into therapy, learn to forgive herself, and forget about Mary Jo? Well, the answer to that would have been yes until now, because now it's actually an open mystery. Amy shook her head. She couldn't do that, any of that. She didn't want to go to therapy. She didn't want to leave without finding out something. She couldn't forget Mary Jo ever. Mary Jo deserved to be remembered. So, what other options did she have? So I do like this. I don't know if it's intended by the story. But, it's often said that, we forget about foster kids. And so, Mary Jo deserved to be remembered. That's true, and I do like that. Amy looked past the rain to the town ahead. The answers to her questions had to be there someplace. The rain picked up even more. Amy reached out and turned up the speed of her windshield wipers. The swish-thunk rhythm of the swipes on the glass was strangely comforting. See, no. You know what should have been comforting? Let's say that the windshield wipers, one of them was broken or something. And so instead of them being in a good rhythm, in a swish-thunk rhythm, they should have been out of rhythm. Because then it would have reminded her of Mary Jo. That would have been a good thing to put there. This paragraph, okay, right, the answer had to be here someplace. This next couple paragraphs we don't need, because we know that she's eventually going to decide to go to Freddy's. So we don't need these at all. But you could use this time to equate her scenario to Mary Jo. The swish thunk could be not a swish thunk. Like, there's so much stuff. GiBi, look at chat. But what is he getting wrong? I missed this. I don't know what's going on. He thinks Emmett is supposed to be a good guy instead of still a kidnapper just of his own daughter. No, he is a kidnapper. He kidnapped his daughter. His ex got custody and he kidnapped her. Parental kidnapping is still kidnapping, yes, and he deserved to go to jail for, maybe, I don't know, 10 years for kidnapping. GiBi, he's a kidnapper. GiBi, he's still a kidnapper. Yes, that's why he was in prison for 10 years. What? I don't understand the confusion. Emmett's crime isn't as bad as chat is saying. Yeah, he kidnapped his daughter from his ex-wife who got custody, so he went to prison, but he was doing it for his daughter. He's like this creepy, sunken-eyed man with greasy hair walking around to Freddy's and staring at young girls, right? You're supposed to think that he's William Afton or like a pedo or something. But no, he was looking for his daughter because his daughter was, I don't know, out of his sight for 5 seconds, who he had kidnapped from the mother because he thought that he deserved custody. Just because, yes, he's a good guy. He's a good man. Just because it's illegal does not mean that it was necessarily the wrong thing to do. You don't know what the ex-wife is like. You don't know who deserved custody. Yes, you cannot kidnap, like, it is a bad thing to kidnap your own child, but he was doing it out of love. Like, to say that he's a bad person because he wanted to protect his child. Like, we know nothing one way or the other. He's not a good man. Again, who knows? I haven't finished the story, so maybe he is or he isn't. But that's insane. You cannot say he's a bad man for that. Swish thunk. I can do this, she said, pressing harder on the accelerator and concentrating on her slow breathing. She was going to figure out once and for all what happened to Mary Jo. And she didn't know just where to go next. She wasn't going to do what detectives did. She was going to do what the detectives did. She was going to return to the scene of the crime. Amy kept breathing slowly and deeply until she pulled into Freddy's crowded parking lot. Crowded parking lot? Is it open? Hang on a second. Amy frowned at the sprawling 2-story building at the edge of the lot. It was the right place, but that was about it. This wasn't Freddy's. Amy glared at the massive building that appeared to have eaten Freddy's, and as she looked at it, she realized it was Freddy's. It was just an abominable version of Freddy's. The old pizzeria had been built over and around, bloating it into what looked like a kitschy tourist trap. With 2 stories instead of Freddy's 1, this restaurant looked to be entirely new. It was rustic in appearance, but that was a facade. Its faux, old-timely siding looked too pristine and clean to have been around for long. Amy ducked her head to look out and up through her windshield at the big wood sign supported by a couple of tall, thick logs. Burned into the blonde wood, black letters spelled out the name of the restaurant now occupying Freddy's old building. Flo's Fabulous Eatery. Under the sign, a smaller dark green sign with white lettering read, Home of the Leaning Tower of Pancakes, come on in and sit for a spell. Absol, you made a comment earlier. You're like, I wasn't liking the story because it was like backing up, culturally held, like bad stereotypes and stuff. You here saying like this father must be a bad guy because he kidnapped his child. That is such a prejudice against fathers in divorce settings. Like that is not really an acceptable, like, strong opinion to have. I don't know. Again, this guy might come back and might have like, he might have done something really, really bad. And obviously what he did was illegal. And so his jail was like justified. But just because someone's given custody of their child does not mean that they're not a terrible parent, and does not mean that he was not protecting his daughter in taking her. That is such a bad look into this thing. Like not all fathers in divorces are bad. The car engine revved nearby, and Amy was jolted to the present. She sank lower in her seat. Had the cops found her? Behind her, a big black truck backed into a nearby parking lot. She blew out the pent-up air, slid forward in her seat, and checked her appearance in the mirror of her visor. Amazingly, she didn't look like she'd just been in a confrontation. Her hair was mussed, and it went back into place when she finger-combed it. Her face looked fine. The backs of her hands were scratched, and there was a little blood on the sleeve of her torn sweater, but it wasn't all that noticeable. She'd pass inspection if no one looked at her closely. Amy flipped up her visor. She'd better get inside and look around before she was spotted. All right, we're all going to do a quick hydration break. It's been a couple minutes. All right, everyone got water. What's everyone drinking? People are just talking about divorce court. If you don't want to assume the court was right, then that people have their own messy lives that we can't know about. Yeah, but divorce court is almost never, okay, I don't want to say almost never right, but highly in favor of giving mothers custody, which is not always the right thing to do. Part of my bias on this comes from that I spoke to a kid whose parents were divorced, and the mother got custody, and the mother was highly abusive, and the father took him away from the situation and was arrested for it. So like something like this literally happened to a guy I know, and the father absolutely should have been the one with custody. So like the assumption that this was like morally wrong, I think is a crazy assumption to make. It was legally wrong, and I get that. But the assumption that this is a bad guy just because he looks ugly, he looks homeless, which is what the book said. He looks homeless and like he did a crime of passion to protect his daughter. He is clearly not a bad guy. All right. Checking over her shoulder for the third time since she left her car, Amy stepped into the lobby of Flo's fabulous eatery. It was just after noon, which explained why the clatter of utensils and buzz of conversation coming from the restaurant's dining room was loud. Amy nearly jumped out of her shoes when she was greeted by an effervescent woman about her own age. "Welcome to Flo's fabulous eatery," the woman said. "Did you bring your hunger with you?" Amy tensed, and then, forgetting her predicament for a second, she blinked and stared at the woman who'd spoken to her. The woman laughed. "This must be your first time here, I know. I look ridiculous. Flo isn't a person, she's a cow." She pointed. Amy turned and widened her eyes at the life-size sculpture of a, I don't know this word, Holstein cow? I've never seen that word in my life. It was right inside the restaurant doorway, but Amy had missed it because she'd been focused on what she was here for. Okay, so this sentence might matter. Missed it because she was focused on what she was here for. I'm going to write that down. I spelled that wrong. Amy had missed it because she'd been focused on what she was here for. So that might be helpful in like the section where it's talking about how she misinterpreted everything that's happened so far. It's like, yes, because when she's focused on something, she can't get her head out of it, which is also kind of what Greta was saying earlier. Dual Process says Tucker refers to his daughter as his property. Did he say that? I don't think he said that. Holstein cows are like the stereotypical cows you think of, like a spotted cow. Absolutely. The point isn't anecdotal stories. The point is that when no other information is given, you shouldn't assume one way or the other. Like, we have no idea what the child of Emmett Tucker's situation was like, and so to assume that he did something wrong is like not good. It's kind of problematic. Sometimes my Midwest bias really jumps out. I was like, who's never heard of Holstein? I don't know. I do live near farms, but no, I don't know what Holstein cows are. We don't know anything about Emmett. Exactly. So we shouldn't assume anything about Emmett because we don't know anything about him. I mean, we can't say if he's innocent or guilty. He's guilty of his crime. That does not mean it was not, a morally correct thing to do. The book is telling us he is innocent of getting Mary Jo and like the crime that people implied that he was just like kidnapping a random child, right? That was like the assumption that Amy had made. So he did not do that. He's a kind-hearted, old ruffian man instead of the villain of the story, which is like that's what the subtext of the story is saying, that she like assumed wrong about him. Holstein, blah, blah, blah. Amy turned back to the hostess and gestured at the black and white cowl the woman wore. She focused on keeping her tone light and innocent. If she was just a diner here for a meal, she was not a fugitive investigating a disappearance. She's not a fugitive. Tucker had no right to lock her in the bathroom. She's not a fugitive for leaving the scene of a crime. Well, she read the woman's name tag, Kim. You make Holstein look good. Kim, olive-skinned with big brown eyes and wavy brown hair, did actually look kind of cute in the costume, because Amy's gay. It helped that she had a dimpled smile. She wasn't taking herself too seriously. "Thanks," she said, "you're very nice." She picked up a menu and turned toward the dining room. Amy hesitated, looking around to check if anyone was observing her. No one was. She glanced at the door. The decor. Amy had hoped that when she was inside the restaurant, she would see something familiar, but nothing was as she remembered it. Freddy's lobby had been large but mostly empty, just lined with red benches to sit on when you had to wait for a table. An archway had separated the lobby from the huge dining room. From that archway, you could see the stage and the animatronics. Flo's lobby was even bigger than Freddy's had been, and it was filled with furniture, set up to look like a sitting room in a 19th century home. It held at least a dozen oversized sets, ottomans, and chairs. I don't know this word either. Instead of an archway leading into the dining room beyond, what looked like the gates to a pasture separated the waiting area from the eating area. I have a feeling that for some reason the Freddy's hide and seek whatever thing is going to still be here. Even from here, through the slats of the gates, Amy could see that the dining room was totally different than when it had been a Freddy's. For one thing, the stage where the animatronics used to perform, which should have been on the far side of the dining room, was gone. For another thing, the black and white tile floor had been replaced with a bright green linoleum floor. She thought that was weird. The black and white floor would have fit right in with the Holstein cow theme. But maybe the green floor was supposed to be grass or something. It probably was, given that Freddy's red-painted walls had been covered by the murals depicting farmland and meadows filled with wild flowers. Amy flashed back to entering Freddy's when she was a kid. Besides the floor and the stage and the animatronics, the other thing she'd always noticed first was the carnival-like music and bells and jingles of the arcade games. That, and the kids screaming and laughing and running all over the place. Flo's had nothing like that. All Amy could hear now was classic country music playing from speakers overhead, and the normal clinks and clatters and chatter of families dining. She did hear a few kids giggling, but she didn't see them. I know this place is a little cliché, Kim said, but the food's really good. Amy stiffened and looked at Kim. What? Behind her, the restaurant's door opened. She glanced towards it, holding her breath, but it was just an older couple wearing matching pastel jackets, not the police. Kim smiled. I was telling you the food's good, in spite of how the place looks. She gestured at the lobby. The owners were farmers before they bought this place, and they're really into cows, their history and such. Amy nodded, her lips pressed together. She wished she could just slip away and poke around, but Kim said, "Follow me," so now we get a follow me mention. Follow me. Oh yes, someone, iShrine says the walls in Freddy's had been red. Where did we talk about red? I don't know if we learned that detail earlier, but it is interesting to know now. The walls in Freddy's had been red. Cows, moo, follow me, follow moo. Cows are cool. Follow me, but it's cows, so it's follow moo. The cows follow me. Amy had little choice but to comply. Still on edge, she trailed Kim through the fake gate and onto the packed dining room. Amy was still looking for evidence of the old Freddy's. Maybe the booths? She looked around. Nope. Flo's did have booths, but they weren't red like Freddy's. They were brown vinyl, made to look like branded leather. The dividers between the booths were different too. They were made of reclaimed barn wood that stretched nearly to the ceiling. Kim led Amy to a booth on the far side of the dining room, in the area that used to be the Freddy's arcade. Amy took a seat and tried to remember what had been in the spot 10 years before. Maybe the air hockey table? Or had it been a pinball machine? Amy accepted a menu. Encased in heavy faux leather from Kim. Your server will be Mary. She'll be with you in a minute. Enjoy your meal. Amy barely managed to nod and a smile, because when Kim had said, Mary, a chill had rushed through Amy's body. It was so intense that she had to clench her teeth to keep them from chattering. I swear. Mary, what were the chances of her being served with someone with a similar name to Mary Jo? If this ends up just being Mary Jo, I'm going to lose my mind. If the story has a happy ending because Mary Jo is just a cow waitress now, I swear. Because you know why that would be so annoying? It's because I know these stories too well. I know that we'd get 2 pages of Amy being like, the waitress walked over. She looked familiar. She had brown hair. She just took my order. Right? It would take 3 pages for Amy to figure it out. Oh my gosh. Probably not that huge, Amy whispered to herself. It's just a coincidence, she thought. Hi, I'm Mary, a middle-aged, thank God, thank God, a middle-aged woman with dyed spiky red hair and too much makeup said, How are you doing today? Oh, you're not a cow, Amy said. As soon as she said the words, she realized how they sounded and she flushed. I mean, Mary barked at a deep, rough laugh. That depends on who you talk to, she laughed harder. I'm sorry, Amy said, putting a cool hand to one of her hot cheeks. She really needed to calm herself and focus. I was referring to the costume, I know. Mary looked down at her Holstein patterned apron, which she wore over black pants and a black blouse. Servers get away with just this. She gestured at it. When the place first opened, they apparently tried to put the servers in the cow costumes, but being a hostess in that getup is totally different than trying to wait tables in it. They figured that out quick. Amy nodded. So what can I get you to drink, sweetie? A cola? Whatever you have. One cola coming up. Okay, people in the audience, I know that some places in the country, they call soda different things. Like in the South, I think all soda is just called Coke. So where in like probably the Midwest, where would someone just say a cola? Like they don't say pop, and they don't call everything Coke. So where would they call it a cola? Someone figure this out. Just a cola. I also need to use the restroom, Amy said. She didn't, but she wanted a chance to poke around. I, may need several minutes. No problem. Thanks. The restrooms are through that door, Mary said. She pointed toward what used to be the back of the arcade at Freddy's. Thanks. Maybe what they're going to say is that because nobody knew that the hide-and-seek game was there when they renovated, they didn't do anything to it because they forgot. As soon as Mary walked away, Amy slipped out of the booth. She still had her bloody, torn sweater on, and she still had her purse slung across her body. She wasn't sure if she was actually going to stay to drink the soda she just ordered. It depended on what she found when she went looking. Standing and checking to see if anyone was watching her, no one was, Amy walked quickly past the back exit from the restaurant, on toward the hallway leading to the restrooms. She idly noticed that a cobweb blew out from a vent at the base of the wall on the left side. Passing its dancing filaments, she entered the hall. Once there, she bypassed the doors marked ladies and gents. She didn't think there would be anything to find in new bathrooms, but there was a door marked maintenance at the back of the hall that was promising. It was in the area where the entrance to the hiding maze used to be. If there was anything left to indicate what happened to Mary Jo, it would be there. Or at least, that was Amy's theory. Her game theory. Not that she was too excited about her theory. Ever since she'd entered Flo's Fabulous Eatery, her enthusiasm for her return to the crime scene had waned. A lot. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting. Obviously, if the restaurant looked totally different on the outside, it would be totally different on the inside, too. That's not necessarily true. Had Amy really thought she was going to find a clue in a place that had been completely and totally remodeled? Just get on with it, Amy told herself. She was right. She might as well poke around. Checking over her shoulder to be sure she was still alone, Amy hurried to the end of the hall and put her hand on the knob of the door marked maintenance. Would it be locked? She turned the knob. Not locked. The door opened right up. Looking behind her one more time, Amy slipped into the dark room and pulled the door closed before she started feeling the wall for a light switch. The room smelled of musty cardboard, bleach, and lemon-scented cleaners, and it felt chilly and damp. The closed door muted the sounds coming from the dining area, so it was nearly silent in the room. The only thing Amy could hear clearly was the sound of her own rapid breathing. So when she was in the pool earlier, she got splashed in her eyes, so her eyes were closed or whatever. So she was like, I can hear things better. I can smell things better. And she smelled lemonade. But she, right now, she also can't see, and she's smelling lemon again. Withered, why would you post your DCI video right now? You should post it when the stream's done in like an hour. Silly, silly man. I'll watch that later. People were talking about cola. Withered frowny face. I'm not saying, Withered, I'm not saying that, like, I'm mad that you posted your link there. I'm just like, for your sake, what, you're going to steal all my viewers or I'm going to steal all yours? No, don't delete it, don't delete it. No. Yeah, hop on over when I'm done. But it's going to be another, like, hour or so. Withered, I'm watching right after. It'll be peak. It will be peak. I'm also in that video. Tee hee. Okay, so she's smelling the lemons. After several seconds, Amy still hadn't found the light switch. In those seconds, her imagination had conjured up all sorts of things that could have been sulking in the dark, waiting to leap out at her before she got the light on. After Amy and her parents had moved into their new home, another flashback! All of Amy's new friends had loved horror movies and ghost stories. In the summer, her parents sent her to camp, and one of the favorite activities there was hanging around a bonfire in the dark listening to scary stories. Amy had hated those stories. To fit in, she'd sat there with her friends. But she'd done best not to listen. Instead, she'd hummed in her head. When Greta and her friends dragged her to horror movies, she'd sat with her eyes closed and hummed in her head. Oh my gosh. Y'all have been ignoring my girlfriend's voice messages to watch the stream instead. I'm a worse gay than Amy is. Oh my god. Yeah, how many more pages is this, chat? I don't want to scroll forward. I don't want to accidentally see anything. She was humming in her head now as she began scrambling frantically for the light. She'd been in the unlit space long enough. She felt prickles between her shoulder blades, as if her body could sense the spot where the hidden person wanted to plunge a knife. Where is the light switch? Amy hissed as she kept pawing at the wall on either side of the door. I will say, because I don't think the story has enough space to conclude the police plotline, I'm starting to think that Amy is not going to live. She was about to give up and go out into the hallway when she heard footsteps entering the hallway outside the door. She froze. Was she about to get caught? Backing away from the door, Amy tried to think of what she'd say if someone found her in here. Nothing besides, "I was looking for the restroom," came to mind, and that excuse would only work if she could convince whoever found her that she was blind. Only a person who couldn't see could miss the oversized, cow-themed signs on the restrooms. The footsteps in the hall quieted, then stopped. The person must have gone into one of the restrooms. Amy exhaled the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. She stepped back to the door, which she could locate because of the light coming in underneath it. She realized her eyes were adjusting to the dark, whereas the room had seemed to be nothing but solid inky blackness moments before now. Now, she could discern hulking shapes on either side of the door. Is it going to be the animatronics? I hope it's the animatronics. She could also see what appeared to be a cord dangling down next to the door's trim. She reached out and pulled on it, hoping she wasn't yanking on something that would set off an alarm. As soon as Amy pulled the cord, the room was flooded with bright white light and a bank of fluorescent bulbs overhead. She immediately rolled in a circle to be sure she'd imagined sharing the space with someone else. She had. She was alone. The small room looked to be a combination of janitor closet and storage closet. It had the same green flooring as the rest of the restaurant, and the walls were painted sky blue. A bucket and a mop sat in one corner, along with several brooms and dusters. Next to these, a shelf of cleaning supplies extended from the floor to the low ceiling. Next to that, another full shelf of paper products, paper towels, napkins, toilet paper, extended to the back wall. Amy looked at the far wall. It was partially obscured by a stack of boxes, but over the top of the boxes, Amy could see what looked like the upper edge of a dusty vent cover, and above the vent cover, she thought she saw some faded orange and red paint. Was that part of the rainbow? Yes, we're going to finally get her back in the thing. I'm wondering if it's going to explain. She must go back there. She's totally going to go back there. Hide and seek's going to still be active. One of the things I would find unlikely about them not noticing the hide and seek thing is that if it leads directly out to the door to the back alley, then it would have been very difficult to renovate the restaurant without noticing it. But we will see. Could it be? No, her heart stuttered in her chest. Could it be? Was the hiding maze really here? Amy quickly stepped forward and tried to shove aside the stack of boxes. It was too heavy to shove. Frowning, she pushed at the top box, which was above her head. It wasn't too heavy on its own. She lifted it up and set it aside. The one below was even lighter. She moved it, too. She shifted one more box, leaving the two bottom ones. Now that she'd moved the top box, she could see that she definitely found the entrance of the hiding maze game. The grate was dirty, and it looked a little rusty, but it was the right size and shape, and it was surrounded by red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet of the old rainbow. Amy was surprised the new owners had left the grate in the rainbow, but then the rainbow fit with the countryside theme of the place. I'm going to yawn again. They must have figured it went with the sky blue paint, or maybe they'd kept it as some kind of homage to the old pizzeria. She'd learned from watching her parents redo two old houses that if you didn't have to fix something, it saved money to leave it. Why move an old grate and paint over a rainbow in what was going to be a storage room? The bottom two boxes were the heaviest ones, but now that she'd moved the others, Amy could shove aside the remaining ones. She'd pushed them just far enough to clear a path. Stepping up to the grate, Amy grabbed its edge and pulled. It didn't move. She frowned. It hadn't been nailed shut or anything, had it? She ran her fingers around the edges of the grate. No, it didn't feel like anything was holding it closed. Guys, we've been in the storage closet for like 2.5 pages. I get that her standing in darkness is like... I get that the author thought that her standing in darkness would raise the tension. Because like, ooh, what if something else is in there? But what we want is for her to find the maze. Because, okay, the tension and the trajectory of the story has already, like, gone away. Because we know it's very unlikely that Mary Jo would still be in the hiding maze, and that the hiding maze would still be in the restaurant. So until right now, when she finds that it is, there is no we're not excited for her to explore the restaurant, because there's no reason for it to be there. We're only keeping going because we know this is a story, and so we know that, of course, she is going to find something. So this whole, like, I'm in a dark room, it has these paper towels and these boxes, I need to move the boxes aside, is killing the pacing that was already killed by the anticlimax. It would have actually been great, let's say that when she was in the cafe earlier, if she had asked someone, like, oh, by the way, whatever happened to Freddy's? And they were like, oh, there was some, some guy came in, turned it into a cow restaurant, but it's like something to indicate, like, oh, it looks bigger on the outside than it is on the inside, right? Some reason for her to willingly come here, for her to be like, there is a chance that Mary Jo is in there still somewhere. There is a chance that hide and seek is still in there, or maybe just something like, hide and seek itself was something where, like a comment earlier, like even the employees didn't know that it was back there. She said that adults didn't know it was back there and the employees didn't clean there, but she never said the employees didn't know it was there. So something that would have kept the momentum building to this part would have gone a long way in making the story readable. Because so far, it's got a lot of points against it. There are a couple things I do really like, which is why I'm always a lot more, like right now, I've been very, very negative on the story, but that's just because the individual parts of the story that I'm reading, I'm negative on. But toward the end, when I reflect over the whole thing, I'm definitely going to find a lot of stuff I really liked. GiBi, she's in a closet with rainbows. Yes. Oh my god, she's so gay. That's so funny. Okay. Let's. The reason I stopped there is because this is probably when it's about to get good again. So let's go with goodness. The sound of footsteps came from the hall again. They sounded different from the last footfalls Amy had heard. These were heavier, slower, but they were coming closer. It's going to be the cops, because her car is outside. She's going to have to like hide from the cops or hide from the creepy man inside of hide and seek. Not willing to be caught now that she was so close to being able to investigate what she had come to see, Amy quickly pulled back the boxes that had been blocking the grate, positioning them just far enough away from the grate to give her room to maneuver, but close to where they had been when she'd come in here. She hustled to restack the other 3 boxes. She just put the last one on top when the door to the room opened. Tucked behind the small stack she just rebuilt in the nick of time, Amy held her breath, this time on purpose. She listened as someone stomped into the room. She heard a soft shuffling sound and a heavy sigh. Then someone muttered, "And they yell at me for leaving the light on. Why should I turn it off if no one else will?" More footsteps moving away, the door closed. Amy took a deep breath and turned back to the grate. Maybe the rust on the grate was acting as a glue, holding the grate tight to the wall. Amy frowned and tried tugging again. She needed to hurry. She wasn't sure how long she had to be back here. 2 minutes? How long she'd been back here. 2 minutes? 5 minutes? More than that? How long would it take before someone came looking for her? Amy could feel tension pulling up her shoulders. Her neck felt stiff. She stepped back from the grate and rolled her head in a circle. That brought a little clarity. "Dummy," she said as she zipped open her purse. Reaching into the small pouch, she pulled out a metal nail file. She might not have carried much in her purse, but she had the essentials. She poked the end of the nail file between the wall and the rusty edge of the grate, and she worked it back and forth all along the top part of the side. After a minute or so, she felt something give. Encouraged, she ran the file further down the edge of the vent, continuing to jiggle the grate with her other hand. It took another several seconds, but suddenly the grate came off away from the wall. Amy pulled it back fully. Holding it open, she ducked down to peer in through the opening. The storage room's bright light landed on what Amy had been hoping to find, the entrance room to the hiding maze game. It was still there. Stretching out from the vent opening, the game tunnel disappeared into gloom, but the part Amy could see was lined with fake trees and boulders and little wood cubbyhole doors. The doors looked like they were fuzzy with dust, as was the tunnel floor, but everything appeared to be intact. It was obvious no one had been in the tunnel in years. A lot of years. 10 years, to be exact. It wasn't just the thick dust that made that clear. Oh my god. It wasn't just the thick dust that made that clear. Just a few feet inside the tunnel, the same sock Amy had seen the last time she was there laid crumpled. That's so funny. It had to be the same sock because it had a distinctive, multicolored stripe and a hole in the toe. A multicolored stripe, is it the crying child? The crying sock? Amy looked beyond the sock and spotted all the other debris she remembered from her last time in the game. The deflated balloons, the piles of confetti, the broken red plastic fork. Amy felt her pulse quicken. Maybe no one had been in the game since it was last played. If it was, she actually had a good chance of finding the clue she was looking for. If no one ever played it after them, it would still say, find player 1, find player 2. Okay, guys, I'm going to game theory this right now. I think that, I think Mary Jo found a way to cheat, and she was able to get into the doors that she wasn't supposed to be in or something. And the doors never opened because Creepy Guy wasn't actually trying to get them, and because Amy never hit the give up button, Mary Jo was trapped inside of a door or something, like it was locked from the outside, and she starved to death. That's where I'm going with this. Amy dropped down on her hands and knees and crawled into the game entrance room. As soon as she was in it, the vent cover dropped into place behind her. Immediately, Amy noticed that the dining room sounds were even more muffled. She could barely hear anything at all from the restaurant's eating area, just the occasional laughter, which sounded like it was miles away. She suddenly felt very, very alone. Calm down, she told herself. She turned around and sat cross-legged in front of the game console. Whenever she'd used the console as a kid, it always lit up. Now it was dark and dirty. It was covered in dust. Amy reached out and pressed a button at random, hoping it would light up if she did. For a few seconds, the console stayed dormant. But then, suddenly, the old Freddy voice Amy remembered said, "Welcome to Freddy's Hiding Maze hide-and-seek game. Please wait. A game is currently in progress." Yeah, it's her game. Her game never ended, and Mary Jo starved to death. Amy turned away from the console. She started crawling down the tunnel. As soon as Amy started moving, dust wafted up around her. She sneezed and her eyes started to itch. Resisting the urge to rub them, she kept going. The old tree bark, hanging branches, and moss crumbled around her as they hit her. They were brittle with age. Amy was thankful that whoever had come into the maintenance closet had defied the rules and left the light on. The light was strong enough to illuminate most of the main tunnel. She could even see traces of the old chocolate frosting stains on one of the boulders. She wasn't sure how well she was going to see after she turned off the main tunnel, but Amy wasn't too concerned about that. If she had to go back into the restaurant, eat a meal, leave to get a flashlight, and come back later, she would, as long as she could avoid being spotted by the police. What year is it that she is a hybrid, but not like a smartphone with like a light? But she couldn't leave now without at least doing an initial search for some sign of what happened to Mary Jo. Even a flip phone would have a light to it. Amy took her time crawling down the tunnel because she was scrutinizing every inch of it. She wasn't sure what she was looking for. Signs of a struggle, blood, a plea for help scratched into the tunnel walls. She'd thought about the kinds of clues whenever she'd thought about coming back to find Mary Jo, those kinds of clues. There had to be something. Tucker must have left behind something to prove he'd gotten into the game to take Mary Jo. At the end of the first leg of the tunnel, where she'd be out of light if she kept going to the right or to the left, Amy glanced at the other game console. This one was dusty too, but it wasn't totally dark. Instead of a blank display like the one at the entrance had, this one could be red. Amy peered at it. Was that? It's going to be her name. She crawled closer and rubbed her finger over the console's name display. She gasped. The breathy sound bounced around her, then faded away as she stared at the display. The console panel still listed her and Mary Jo as the active players. They were the last ones to play the game? She hadn't known that. Hoping that the game console and tunnel lights would come on, Amy hit the reset button on the console. It worked. The console's display lit up. It was flashing failure. But so what? What mattered was that the rope lights that lined the tunnels and surrounded the cubbyholes lit up. Amy grinned. Yes. Okay, so a door's about to open, and her body's gonna, like, flop out. Like, her skeleton is gonna be in there. Ooh. Clocked out, blah, blah, blah. This would make the investigation easier. She started to turn away from the console so she could get on with it. The Rainforest soundtrack started playing, and Amy shivered. Hearing the old rain sounds and screeches crept her out. She shook herself like a dog. She was being silly. Amy crawled away from the console and started to pass a closed cubbyhole. I have to yawn again. Edwin's in the chat for me yawning. Wizard says graphic novels low-key better. Probably because it might be scary to see the images of the room instead of just reading about it. And also, I guarantee the pace is better because the story is so short. The art is actually good, yeah. Graphic novel looks bad. Okay, Withered and Dual Process have to fight. She shook herself like a dog. She was being silly. Amy crawled away from the console and started to pass a closed cubbyhole. As she did, the slithery edges of a dark and horrifying suspicion started seeping into her consciousness. She pulled her head out of the cubbyhole and looked at the game console, which was still flashing failure. Amy plummeted from the sunny heights of the exultation she'd felt moments before into a low, slimy bog of dread. She turned and looked left and right down the tunnels that extended from the entry tunnel. Her gaze flitted frantically from one cubbyhole door to the next. Her heart pounding, Amy turned right out of the main tunnel and started crawling faster, her gaze flitting frantically around as she went. In spite of the chill in the tunnels, Amy was sweating. She was also breathing hard. Her inhales and exhales were so loud that they echoed off the walls of the crawl spaces. It sounded like a pack of panting dogs was pursuing her, yet she's realizing that she totally trapped her. After a few minutes of crawling at a breakneck pace and down through the tunnels, and this way and that through the game's nooks and crannies, Amy's knees began to protest what she was doing. Not used to repeated impacts on a hard surface, they began to pulse with burning pain. Her neck ached too, because of the strained position she was keeping it in to look into each cubbyhole. Amy was circling back to the point where the first leg of the main tunnel intersected with the main passageways to the left and right. She glanced into an open cubbyhole and did a double take. Was that... Ba-ba-bum. Amy frowned and peered into the cubbyhole. She'd seen a flash of something red toward the back of the cubbyhole. Oh, it's going to be the bracelet. Okay. It's going to be the bracelet, and then she's going to get locked in there or something. Crawling in through the open door, Amy reached for what she'd seen. She couldn't quite grasp it, so she crawled the rest of the way into the cubbyhole just as her fingers closed over her lost friendship bracelet. Wow, how weird was that? I like that. I really like that. We'll talk about the red symbolism stuff later. I really like that. Okay, so we're going to use this as an opportunity to pause and rewrite what's going on. It's not possible to crawl at a breakneck pace, lol. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. All right. Where did we leave off? It's been a while. Okay, she escaped. Amy is stupid. Escaped out the window. Amy is stupid. Amy goes to check on Freddy's and finds that it's been turned into a cow-themed restaurant. For many, many pages, we learn about the restaurant and its cow theme, and way too much time is spent having Amy excuse herself into the bathroom, actually go to a maintenance closet, and sneak around to avoid anyone who might be outside. As of this point in the story, it doesn't make sense for her to really be here. She's here on a whim that she might find something. As smart non-12-year-olds reading this book for children, we can guess that she will find something. But just reading the book straight, we're now several pages into this detour and reading descriptions of lemon-scented cleaning products. Amy finds that the vent is still there, leading to the hide-and-seek game, which hasn't been touched. This actually does make sense, at least as much sense as things make in FNAF, because it was said earlier that a lot of people didn't know about the game, so if Freddy's closed suddenly and the new owners never talked to the old owners, they might have missed it, although it makes the detail about the game leading out to the alleyway outside make less sense, because wow, you might miss a section of the floor plan behind a wall. You're definitely not going to see a mystery alleyway door in your building and never check to see where it goes. Even if it's one of those ones that only opens from the inside, you'd still see it on the floor plan and go, where does that door go? So it's a little silly, but it's also FNAF, so who cares? GiBi's typos giving me life. Oh my, GiBi types like Scooby-Doo. Yeah, no, I'm slowing down my typing to read it out loud for you guys, but I just type. I type so fast. I just think so fast, and I type so fast that I can't bother spelling correctly. It also doesn't matter. I know what I'm saying. We're all gonna do a hydration check. Everyone, hydrate. Amy eventually goes back into the hide and seek game and crawls through it and finds that her game with Mary Jo is still active. It's just like the other hide and seek FNAF story. Hide and seek. She forfeits the game, which, remember, the kid in hide and seek did not do, so maybe these stories are in conversation with one another, and then tries to leave. As she does, she notices a red glimmer on the ground and finds her lost bracelet from so long ago. I sure do hope that this gives her closure for finding her long-lost friend from long ago. So if that's how the story ends, if Mary is not in here, if she's not trapped, she didn't starve to death or whatever, if Amy just goes home and she's like, you know what, I guess that Mary Jo did leave and just started a new life, but me finding the bracelet is symbolic of me doing everything I can to try to find her, and I guess she didn't get murdered, so I hope she's still out there, and I'll wear this bracelet forever. I would give so many props to this story for doing that. Because right now, what I'm worried about is that she's just going to find Mary Jo's skeleton in one of the rooms and be like, oh no, I locked her in here by accident because this game was designed by morons who lock doors from the outside, which doesn't make any sense. So yes, I hope that this goes the emotional route instead of the stupid, oh, and then she died route. But let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Cubbyhole. Okay. Suddenly, Amy's cubbyhole door swished shut. No! No! She's gonna die. Snapping into place. The tiny space went dim, lit only by the rope lights outside the cubbyhole. Their illumination just made it through the tiny window on the cubbyhole door. Hey, Amy shouted. She twisted around so she could get the door open again. She whacked her head on the cubbyhole wall. Ow. Reaching out, Amy tried to push the cubbyhole door open. It wouldn't open. Outside the cubbyhole, Freddy announced, Player 2 has chosen a hiding spot. Player 1, find Player 2. Go. No, 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 Amy shouted. You know what's interesting? So this, because you always have to play it twice and switch roles, and that was the end of game 1, this is the start of game 2, so that does make sense. This was set up in the beginning very well. My issue is that if the doors don't open because they're designed not to open, that would be the stupidest thing that could ever happen. Amy pounded on the door, but it still didn't open. Gulping in ragged breaths, Amy shifted to shove her shoulder against the door. As she did, her face pressed up against the viewing window. She looked out at the open door in the cubbyhole across from hers. Not much light fell into the cubbyhole from the rope lights, but the light that did made it revealed. But the light that did make it... Oh my god. But the light it did make... Starting over. That didn't happen. Not much light fell into the cubbyhole from the rope lights, but the light that did make it reveal... That doesn't make any sense. Not much light fell into the cubbyhole from the rope lights, but the light that did make it revealed. But the light that did make it... Okay, the light that did make it into that place. Make it revealed. Okay, so because in the game, every other door only opens every other round, I'm guessing the door across from her had Mary Jo's body in it, so she's about to, again, see the body outside. Amy's breath caught and then it released. Along with a scream that contained every single particle of guilt she carried for the last 10 years, she now knew what happened to Mary Jo. Player 1, find Player 2, Freddy's voice ordered. Yes, so her body's across from her. Sealed inside the cubbyhole for 10 long years, Mary Jo's desiccated corpse had practically mummified. Curled inwards, drawn down probably by the dried up skin, Mary Jo's body was embracing her backpack, which she held like it was a baby. Had it given her any comfort, it didn't look like it had. The skin drawn tight against her bones, Mary Jo's face was brown and leathery, frozen in what looked at first to be a rigid smile. Mary Jo's lips were gone, and her mouth was pulled back from her big teeth. Whimpering, Amy understood, of course, that Mary Jo hadn't been smiling when she died. She'd probably been screaming, crying out for someone to hear her, to find her. Amy frantically shifted positions and kicked out at the door with both feet. It didn't do any good. She didn't have the room to pull her feet back far enough to try to get any power behind the kick. They just thumped the door ineffectually. Outside the cubbyhole, Freddy nudged. Player 1, find player 2. Amy pounded on her cubbyhole again. She kicked at it over and over. She threw herself at it. It didn't budge. Clearly, the game wasn't functioning right. The doors weren't going to open. Amy's heart crawled up into her throat. She began to hyperventilate. She began begging, please no. Once again, she pressed her face to the little window as if she could look for help. Nothing but Mary Jo's silent corpse looked back at her. Amy threw herself at the door. It remained closed. She started scratching at the edges of it. She dug at the rubber seal, trying to gouge it out. Crying and wincing as her nails broke off, Amy clawed and clawed, but the rubber seal remained impervious to her attack. It didn't even leave a mark on it. Amy sagged against the door, sour-smelling sweat rounding down her neck and trickled along her spine. Surely someone would check her eventually, wouldn't they? They didn't hear Mary Jo, she thought. Amy began to tremble. She forced herself to remain calm. It was going to be okay. Okay, so I do like... Again, I was saying it would be really stupid if she just found the body. I do like that now she's forced to stay in there with her own... literally staring at the body forever as she too dies. I do think that that's kind of interesting. How much longer is this? It's still going? Oh my gosh. She wasn't like Mary Jo. People cared about her. Ouch! Jeez. Her parents would come looking for her. Her friends would look for her. Her car was in the parking lot. Kim would remember her. Mary would remember that Amy asked where the restrooms were. They'd know she was here. But would they? Really? No one knew the hiding maze was back there. Why would anyone look in an old crawl space for a missing woman? That's exactly where you look for missing people. What are you talking about? Maybe they'd see the grate and... Find player 2, Freddy's voice intoned. Amy lost all semblance of calm and gave it into panic. She started wailing and then she shrieked. She shrieked until her throat burned and spasmed, and then she swallowed and she screamed some more. Amy screamed until her lungs forced her to stop and fill them. Then she started crying. She sobbed at first, and then, thinking about her abandoned friend, she wailed. Mary Jo had died the same way she'd lived, Amy realized. She died because no one had cared enough about her to do whatever was necessary to take care of her. Ouch! Find player 2, Freddy's voice repeated. Amy pounded on the door of the cubbyhole and screamed at the top of her lungs. I did like that. I really like the way that was written. I really like that, it's, I don't want to say it's thematic, it's ironic, right? It's appropriate for the scenario. Amy crawls too far into the cubby. Apparently, the way the game works is once you enter a cubby, the doors close and Freddy announces that it's time for the seeker to seek. Because you always play 2 games, one after the other, this means that the game that Amy forfeited was only round 1. Amy crawls into the room. Round 2 begins. She's locked in. The book states the door won't open from the inside because it's broken. While this makes a little bit of sense, it's kind of a... I don't want to say it's a... I'll say it's a contrivance. Contrivance because, as we learn a moment later, Mary Jo's door was also broken this way. And then I'm going to do a paragraph about finding her body. So this is like the quote about finding her body. Her mummified body stares at Amy as Amy tries to free herself and realizes she too might die the same way she left Mary Jo to die. It's probably one of the better Fright's ironic deaths because so many times it's just cruel to the protagonist for the sake of being cruel. whereas now she's getting her literal karmic comeback, although she's being punished for something she did by accident at age 11, so I wouldn't go that far, but at least it's interesting. And then quote about no one caring about Mary. The book goes out of its way to mention how Mary's death was also a result. Oh my god, I just got jump scared. I was typing real good, and then Foxy, I don't know if you guys can hear it whenever someone donates, but that, oof, I got Foxy jump scared right there. I'm going to finish the sentence. It was a result of parental negligence, which is a topic that also comes up with Tucker. We will discuss this in the analysis section. Okay. Q Aaron, $10. His $100,000 education in literature and philosophy has led, inevitably, to a career dissecting FNAF young adult fiction. Thank you, GiBi, for helping smart people to feel validated in enjoying this lore. 100,000, try like 3 times that. I don't know exactly what it was, but no, I unfortunately went to a very large university and got a very useless degree. This story also reminds us that Fazent is the real villain. Yes, Fazbear Entertainment, not Fazent, the moderator and my friend. GiBi rated from 1 to 14. I can't rate it yet. This is why I'm never going into literature or philosophy. I just end up not using it fully. Yes, I think that people who go into higher education and consider themselves to be very, like, classically book smart, I think everyone should take at least 2 philosophy classes. Philosophy 101 to just get introduced to it, and then another philosophy class. Not necessarily get it as a major. Not do literature as a major unless you're looking to, like, get into that sort of world. But I think that everyone, this way that everyone has to take, like, history classes, everyone should have to take a philosophy class. Fast says, no, I am the villain. Yeah. I didn't read this as a punishment. Faz Ent builds a bad attraction. A foster kid dies, no one cares. Her friend never gets a resolution. The pain continues and is never resolved. Yeah, it's totally on Fazbear. Because if the doors are supposed to open, then them not opening, maybe it's like agony, 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 agony. All right. Okay, this is going to be we cut to a different person's perspective, and they don't know that Amy is dead. And so, haha, awkward, irony, oh no. It's so, not irony, but dramatic irony. Oh yeah, so we're going to cut to Mary. Mary approached the nice young woman's booth and frowned at the soda sitting on the table next to the unopened menu. The soda clearly hadn't been touched yet. It was no longer fizzing, and at least half the ice had melted. A ring of condensation was pooling on the table's slick wood surface. No one stayed in a restroom that long. The woman must have left. Mary glanced up and saw Kim heading her way with an elderly couple in tow. Shrugging, Mary picked up the abandoned soda and menu, quickly wiped the table, and pointed at it. You can seat them here, Kim. My last customer took off, I guessed. Kim smiled, nodded, and helped the couple get settled into the booth. As soon as Kim left, Mary grinned at her new customers. Hi, I'm Mary, she said. How are you doing today? Oh, Waitress named Mary. Like, that might be important. That might be, like, we might be able to find something about that. There's only, like, 2 sentences left. So this is the ending of the story. From the vent near the hallway leading to the restrooms, an ever so faint scream reached out into the dining room. Its echo lingered for a couple of seconds, but the sound was inconsequential. It didn't stand a chance of being heard. The end. Oh my god. Amy dies. But, like, yeah, her car's outside. The police are looking for her. They would probably ask the waitress, like, did you see this woman? They'll say, yes, she went to the bathroom. They searched the bathroom. They searched the maintenance closet. She may have moved the boxes, right? But she didn't put the grate back on behind her, did she? Even if she did, the police might be able to find her. Either way, right? Yes, that's possible, but that's not what the book is saying happening. The book is saying that she died. Withard said they will probably find her. Realistically, yes, but in the in the terrifying worlds of Five Nights at Freddy's, I don't think they will. Let's read the back of the book. Standing up for yourself can be hard. Amy finally works up the courage to ditch her loudmouth annoying friend at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. But when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's, even the most well-meaning actions can reap horrible consequences. How is that a well-meaning action, book? What the heck? I don't understand how that's a well-meaning action. I guess going to find her is the well-meaning action, but you only know that from reading the story, so the back cover of the book is kind of weird. Okay, so dual process theory. You sent me a message on Discord that you said because you have an issue with the story having a plot hole. So I'm gonna look at that and I'm gonna read it now. Oh gosh, she wrote so much. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to show this on the screen, but she did. She wrote so much. She wrote so much, guys. Okay, I'm reading. I'm now gonna read Connie's message. Okay, I have a very specific beef with this story, and it's a huge plot hole, or a perceived plot hole. Apparently, not a single person asked Amy where the last place she saw Mary Jo was. Yes. Oh my god, you're so right. For her to have accused the creepy guy of finding Mary Jo, of kidnapping her, she would have had to say, we were in the maze, I left because of the creepy guy, and they never found her again. They did an amazing job setting up that Freddy's hiding maze was supposed to be closed down, but Amy just never realized that. That's true. The fact it was never cleaned, that it was hidden, no one mentioned it, and of course it was unknown. That's why it was missed by the renovation crews. Yes, I agree that it does make sense that they never found it. It added up for it to be somewhere no one would think to check of Mary Jo. However, Amy is not subtle about the fact that she was the last one to see Mary Jo. She does not keep it a secret from her parents or roommates when she talks about it. If she was the last one to see Mary Jo, I assume she would have had to testify at some point, especially since she was the only one who could identify Emmett Tucker as having entered the maze, which meant she would have had to testify either in court or to police that they had entered the maze. She didn't think it was supposed to be a secret, so of course she would tell them where it was. She also openly talks about the maze with Greta. She names the game specifically in the pool scene. So even if the employees wouldn't have known about the maze, why wouldn't she have brought it up? Even if we assume I'm wrong and she never talked to the police. So yeah, it does say that like they left 3 weeks later, so maybe she didn't talk to the police. And Tucker was arrested based on other evidence, like security footage. We know that Amy's parents knew about the incident. Her mother refers to Tucker as the man we thought took Mary Jo. If Amy was open about the hiding maze to Greta, why not her parents? What would they do? They would ask the last place that she looked. They would go to the police or Freddy's or check it themselves. Yeah, that's so true. I realized Mary Jo was a neglected black foster child in the mid-'80s or 90s or so. Because, yeah, 10 years later, if they have hybrid cars, this is, like, probably the mid-'90s at the latest. So it could be that the police didn't care enough, except we know that they did. They arrested Tucker for the crime. When Tucker is talking to Amy, he says, "You and that girl everyone thought I took were in Freddy's that day." It seems like it was a public enough incident that got attention, which is doubled down by the fact that it was released in that there was a full newspaper article about it. Amy's mom even said she saw a blurb on the news. And they're in a different town now. So someone would have asked, where was the last time you saw her? Yes, and if Tucker was just saying, I was looking for my daughter, I didn't chase those girls, he would have said, I was in the weird hide-and-seek vent game. Yeah, Tucker would have told the police to, like, okay, yes, if I'm Tucker, and people accuse me of kidnapping this girl because I was seen in the maze, I would have said, I didn't take the girl. Maybe she's still in there. Did you guys check? Tucker would have told the police, 100%. The short did a perfect job setting up that no one would have looked for Mary in the tunnels, except they forgot that Amy easily could have and would have told anyone, which is why I say the story is almost peak. It was almost amazing, if not for this one plot hole. I don't think it was amazing or peak, but yeah, no, that is upsetting. They go to so much effort to explain only half the doors open sometimes, and then half the doors open for the next round. If you play round 1, you must play round 2. Normally, it goes Mary Jo looking first, and then Amy looking, not the other way around. It sets up how this was possible really, really well. But then, yes, it does miss the sort of logic that they would have found her. Fazet just says, the police are the real villains of FNAF. Yeah, and Fazbear is the real villains of FNAF. Idiot plot for real. Yeah, and a lot of it relies on Amy being stupid, which is people are stupid. You can write a story where the character is stupid, but for her to be so smart, book smart. It's like the number one characteristic of her, she's book smart. Number two characteristic for her, she's not book stupid, which is kind of silly. Okay, so where are we? Quote about. We still discuss this in the analysis section. So find the body. Amy is trapped in the cubby. We then get the classic trope of cutting to a third-party dramatic irony chapter where a character doesn't know the protagonist is dead and just goes about their normal actions. Thankfully, the story then ends with another additional section. This is the last paragraph of the story, and then I'll read it. Analysis. We say in all caps, looking straight into the camera. Analysis. Well, GiBi, have you met the Canadian Mounted Police? Yeah, all the true crime stuff I watch is like the Canadian police are the worst. The plot holes make me so mad as a writer. Nobody asked the last person who saw Mary Jo where she was. Oh, yeah, and Scott's obsession with telling people about how common custodial kidnappings are. Yeah, there's, like, Fazbear may have designed it this way on purpose, or, like, William could have, or something. But also, it could just be agony. Analysis. Okay. So we're going to tackle this from a couple different perspectives. We have about an hour here, and I do have an announcement to make toward the end, so we're not going to take up the full hour. So, analysis. The color red comes up a lot in the story, from Greta's hair to the broken fork. The main place it matters is the friendship bracelet and the blood red sky the first night Amy returns home. It seems like Amy herself associates red with the event of losing Mary Jo. I can't just call her Mary, it has to be Mary Jo. With the event of losing Mary Jo, it's not subtext, but it's possible to get, it's possible to juxtapose all the red and how in one instance it's a stand-in for her anxiety over, I'll say anxiety and guilt over Mary Jo, and in another instance it's the color of her potential subtextual love interest's hair, and say that the reason she hasn't expressed feelings for Greta is her red hair. But that's not really in the book. That's just English degree BS. All right, so yeah, one of the reasons that I do want to talk about this, like in this live setting, is basically like the process of thought I just had writing that paragraph, right? I didn't know where that paragraph was going until I reached the end. So we have red, the blood red sky, being the thing that makes her decide to not go and confront Tucker today, but do it tomorrow. So the blood red sky is obviously something that gives her the anxiety over the whole Mary thing. We know that she has a lot of anxiety, a lot of guilt. She blames herself. So when she sees red, she sees a reason to not go and do this adventure. Greta, who has red hair, because we learn all the characters' hair colors, right? Amy is blonde, Mary Jo is brown hair, and Greta has red hair. Greta says she should not go on the adventure and she should forgive herself, right? You didn't do it, you don't need to do anything, just live your life, go to therapy. So in two cases, we have the color red that's actually slowing down her going to do what she needs to do to progress the plot. Red-haired Greta says don't do it. Red sky has her put it off to tomorrow. Red is obviously the color of a stop sign or a stop light. So two instances of red causing Amy's quest to temporarily stop could be done intentionally. And then the bracelet that eventually traps, so I'm probably going to cut out the word eventually there. The bracelet that unintentionally traps Amy in the room is also like a stoplight in that she is stopped in there forever. Also, if she'd cared more about her friend and had gone looking for the bracelet when she lost it originally, this also wouldn't have happened. Karmically, her death is a result of her not viewing Mary Jo like a good friend should. However, realistically, in the real world, of course, she does not deserve death for this. The book is also commenting on the foster system and how police and the system, say, I probably reword this as I read it out loud for my video, but how the police and the system fail kids who need it the most. IDK, how people type, the typers are killing me. GiBi has seen my scripts and they're typed 100% grammatically correct. I hate this. Yeah, well, the problem is that I can read this, so it doesn't matter. I don't do typos, but not this bad. Like, as long as I can read it while I'm reading it on camera, it doesn't matter how bad it is. Maybe the reason Amy barely changed in those 10 years is because her life came to a halt. Ooh, that's good, Lavender. Amy is also described when we have the flash forward as having not changed. So her life also stopped. Might have to be totally correct. Maybe it's my English teacher ancestors tormenting me, says Withered. The typos are me when I'm not keeping up with what the teacher is saying. I'm partially lucky that I was never in school when, like, laptops were a thing. Okay, laptops existed, you know what I mean. Nowadays, people get, like, Chromebooks when they become freshmen in high school. But no, all my notes were always handwritten. My handwriting is terrible, but it's obviously better than this. By Amy, by Amy. Ancestors, and it's my mom, LMAO. Oh, the real Amy is leaving. Bye, Amy. Amy, oh me, oh my. The real Amy is leaving. I do it on paper, too. Don't worry, GiBi. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. Red. Red is stopped because there's a lot of theme of stopping. Foster system and divorce court. Two of the three... is Greta a major character? I don't know. Two of the main cast of characters also have broken family circumstances, with Mary Jo being abandoned by her parents and in multiple foster families by the time she's 11. Tucker is divorced, and his crime was the kidnapping of his own daughter, who he thinks the judge unfairly took custody from him for. So there is two instances of broken families leading to behavior that impacts Amy's life, with Amy thinking directly that Mary Jo's past is why she behaves like she does. She is annoying, in quotes, very importantly in quotes. She's annoying because she wants attention because of her past. And Tucker and his unlawfulness in dealing with his circumstance, and also the fact that after kidnapping his daughter, went on to lose her in a Freddy's, which is not a good sign of a good parent. Obviously impacts her because because she assumes he is the killer of Mary Jo. Both Tucker and Mary Jo are impacted negatively by a society that, or say a system, by a system that enforces structures that are seen as one-size-fits-all that are probably better if taken as case-by-case bases. However, Tucker, as an adult who the courts thought should not just not have primary custody of his daughter, but thought he shouldn't even have visitation, is more responsible than an 11-year-old for his actions, and obviously did something wrong. It's just that something wrong was not kidnapping and killing Mary Jo. He was punished by being in jail, and Mary Jo was punished by starving to death. These things are not equal. If there was a third instance of this kind of thing, I would make it a major theme of the video, but with only two, and with both having such different end points, I'm not sure it was intentional. Dual Process says, also, I want to say that Tucker didn't lose his daughter in a Freddy's. He went there to look for her in order to kidnap her, but he never got too far, hence why he was an attempted kidnapping charge. Okay, you're so right. That is true. It wasn't clear, but yeah, the kidnapping charge was attempted. It's not like he kidnapped her, drove her estate away, took her to a Freddy's, and then couldn't find her. He was there to try to find her. Isn't it funny how Amy has so many houses and places and stuff, and Mary Jo has it all in her arms the whole time? How Amy is like a big house, but Mary Jo lives out of her backpack. Is that what you're saying? She was hugging her backpack. The protagonist makes you grow in frustration, then she goes against everything a reasonable person would do. Yeah, it is kind of irritating. But again, you can tell stories with stupid people. Not everyone is Sherlock Holmes, right? People can act irrationally, people can act stupid, especially children. That's not a flaw in the story. I just find it to be less gripping than if... Instead of writing Amy as an idiot, they should have written the story to make the actions she did make more sense. That's what I think I take issue with. It kind of skipped things that could have set up the... they could have set the story up better and not had to rely on... She did it because she's dumb. I don't like the foster kid as a victim to tell Amy's story. Well, Amy is obviously not the villain, but she did do something bad and she died. You got to remember, a lot of these, because they're like morality stories for children, you're not supposed to think, oh, wow, I'm sad that she died, and that's not what narratively should have happened to her. You're supposed to think, wow, she didn't deserve to die, so I, the child reading this, will not go out and do what she did. Right? Amy did not deserve to die. So you as a child should not abandon your friend because you don't want to die. Right? TD's here. TD, we have to hop on a call in the event of a GT Live Part 2. So I have to go at 6 no matter what. And I do have an announcement to make. The problem is all these stories are people dying for no good reason in universe. Yes, but that's the point, Absol, because they're morality tales. Right? Like the... did the boy who cried wolf deserve to die because he told a lie? No, but the point of the story is for you to not tell a lie, because what if you die? Okay, so we talked about Red, we talked about the systems. I'll have to edit this later to take out the implication that what's-his-name had already kidnapped the daughter. There's the two Marys. And then typically I will read these, the stories twice. But at the very least, what we're going to do is we're going to scroll all the way back to the beginning. TD, if GT Live is posting, when would that go live? Because if it's at 5:30, then I might be able to do something. You're so gross. Blah, blah, blah. Pizzas, chewing with her mouth open, throwing napkins at her. Pizza, pizza. They love the craziness of Freddy's. It's so loud. Mary Jo likes to be wild and free. Okay, that's interesting because she ends up being trapped like an animal. Chewing with her mouth open. She's pudgy. The hiding maze. Mary Jo does like kind of force her to do it. Yeah, sometimes on like the first page, there's something that affects the end of the story. So like in Together Forever, I accidentally cut this out of my script. I also accidentally cut out a section while I was editing in my last story where I forgot to talk about the Telltale Heart. Like I wrote it and recorded it, but it was cut out in editing by accident. In Together Forever, it starts with what's-her-name being unable to open her locker because the locks were always jamming, and so she wanted the janitor to come and like fix it. So the locks are always jamming in the beginning of the story, and then she dies because the locks are jamming in the spring lock suit at the end. Do you get it? Mary is kind of a chaos Chad, so that's based, says Seeker of Comfiness. Alright, so yeah, I will read through it again off stream, but I didn't notice anything in the very beginning that relates to the ending. There's only really one dream scene that mattered. She does look in a mirror a couple times, but in one she looks the same, and in one she looks different, but it wasn't like a premonition of what was to come. The waitress is named Mary, and when she sees Amy hasn't come back, she assumes she left of her own accord and doesn't tell anyone, and this directly leads to Amy's death the way that Amy not telling anyone and leaving led to Mary Jo's death. It is an Mary, Amy, Mary sandwich. Didn't stand a chance of being heard. If there was slightly more stuff about the foster system than the line being like, her screams didn't have a chance of being heard. Maybe like, foster children don't have a chance of being heard. But that wasn't in the text. It's something that we can bring to the text, but it's not actually in the text. Find player 2. Yeah, Freddy's voice will just repeat find player 2 forever. Freddy's voice line of find player 2 will repeat forever as Amy slowly dies. This is similar to how her compulsion to obsession to find player. Oh wait, yeah, player 1. Find player 2. Hold on, I'll have to think about that in a second. How to find Mary Jo rang in her head for 10 years. The book is called Find Player 2. If I was smart, then this whole book, I would have been like, wait, Amy is player 2. And if Amy is player 2, why would the story be called Find Player 2? It should be Find Player 1, unless someone will be hunting Amy. The story makes sense at the end. I should have realized as we were going that it didn't make sense. Amy's looking for player 2, she's player 1. No, Amy is player 1. Wait. Faz Fanta says player 2 is the hider. Is player 2 always the hider? Or is player 2 just the hider first? GiBi should make an ASMR channel with his keyboard. No, thank you. The theme could be not isolating kid with problems and landing them in the community with the same conditions. Yeah, I think B72... What? Talking about a different story. At least I think. Yeah, No, because I think it says that typically Amy is player 2. So I don't know. Again, that's not a problem with the story. It's just something that I should have noted earlier. Because, duh, the story's called Find Player 2. I also thought the whole story was going to be in the maze. I got totally thrown off by the 10-year time skip. Amy would explain. Mary Jo would understand. When does it start? When does the game start? Player 2 has chosen a hiding spot. Player 1 find Player 2. Okay, so Player 2 is always the hider. Typed player. She typed her name as Player 1 and Mary Jo's as Player 2. That's so weird. Why? Like, Player 1 and Player 2 should... Part 1 should be find Round 1 should be Player 1 find Player 2. Round 2 should be Player 2 find Player 1. I'm going to find what happens when she forfeits. What does it say? Reset, it worked. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, I think Player 2 has chosen a hider spot. No, Player 1 has chosen a hider spot. This is either wrong in the book or it's wrong in real life. The 10-year time scoop is epic. Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of confusing. Okay, so Freddy's voice line of Find Player 2 will repeat forever as Amy slowly dies. This is similar to her obsession with finding Mary Jo, rang in her head for 10 years. There are eyes in the, I won't call it a hallway, what's it called? I don't know. Hide and seek hallway that Amy doesn't like because they're watching her, and now she's going to die with Mary Jo's body watching her. One of the, okay, literature thing, right? Whenever you see eyes in literature, it's important. Whether it's googly eyes, whether it's eyes on a sign, right? If anyone's read, everyone should have read The Great Gatsby, right? The eyes on a sign on a big billboard are like the eyes of God. That's super important to the story. So whenever you see eyes, you always stop and go, what are the eyes for? And in this case, the eyes are to tie that part of the story with the end part of the story, where she's staring into her face, being racked with guilt as she's dying slowly. Why? I don't know what B7 is. What are you guys talking about? When I get to that story, I'll, I thought B7 was horror, body horror. I'm not going to talk about B7 until I read it. I see. Nice point, GiBi, says Sophie. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. So, Freddy's watching, going to die. What else did we notice? Witch's name is Mary. Amy had missed it because she'd been focused on what she was here for. That line didn't really end up mattering. We talked about red. What's up with the... It's okay, man. Maze is another day. Maybe look at the sunset. Okay, her car is red. So we talked about most of the stuff that we wanted to talk about. I'm watching her. Overall, I am down on the story because it's not written well, either with prose, with very little interesting to analyze, or with plotting, as it relied on Amy just being dumb for the plot to happen, and Amy to think there's clues at the restaurant, which there shouldn't be, but then are. This could be the field, I guess. I really appreciated the setup and time skip, and I did like the ending, even though it was what I assumed it was going to be, but I liked the the ironic nature of her being directly across from Mary Jo. Yeah, so for me, this is probably like a lower C. Like, I would put this below to be beautiful, which has kind of been my benchmark for, like, average. I don't hate it. It's just kind of one of those boring ones. The pacing is bad. I I like the imagery at the end. I love how it describes her body. I might have that, like her mummified body, right? Like that might be something that I focus on a lot more as I'm actually reading it. I am going to have to read it through again. But I really hate the Tucker not being the murderer twist, because at the very least they should have had... It was kind of like a misdirection. And they should have at least addressed the fact that Mary Jo could have just, like, stayed in there or run away, right? They could have even had a line where she was like, the door to the entrance sealed shut until the game was completed, and that's why no one else ever went in there, right? Like something like that. But the idea that no one ever played the game again is kind of silly. In the graphic novel, the body looks so bad. They put the hair on the skeleton. Why did they do? Like, it looks bad, like it looks scary dual process, or it looks bad like it's poorly drawn. There's another hide-and-seek game in the fourth closet, the same cubbyhole system, just different decorations. The art style is pretty good. So, okay. I'm not, like, 100% done with the script, but this is going to be my big announcement, okay? I'm gonna end up finalizing the script for when I post this at the end of the week. I hope you guys enjoyed me reading through the story, hearing my complaints, hearing my guesses as I went. Like, this is going to happen. And then I was wrong, right? I was wrong like 5 times. I was only right like twice. But when you guess something like, oh, this is going to happen, and then you're wrong, that means the story is doing something good because you don't know where it's going. When you're right, it means the story is doing something good because it has a logical progression from point A to point B, right? You want the story to have a logical progression but not be predictable. I think the main problem with the plotting of the story was just that Amy is stupid. But otherwise, I did like what it did. I think that Scott's 10-page outline of the story was probably really good. And the way it was expanded, giving too much detail on, like, Tucker in the beginning, and then having her, like, cut herself as she's crawling through the window. Like, yes, that's a mid-story action scene that may have made it slightly more exciting. But I think that on, like, a second or third draft, that could have been replaced with something slightly more interesting. Maybe this would be a big rewrite, but maybe she does want to meet him in public. So she meets him at the cow restaurant, and then he gets mad and he chases her, and he actually chases her into the hide and seek game. So she's going there, and there is tension because now, for real, the man who we just learned was innocent, right? Like, he did not kidnap Mary Jo. He was not trying to get her when she was a kid, but now he is trying to get her, and he is a big man, and he is going to get her. So she has to, like, crawl through again, but this time it's real. And then she, finds the body or whatever. And, like, part of the twist might be that Tucker never actually chased her, right? Maybe it cuts to his perspective, and he's like, she tased me and then jumped up and ran away, and I chased her, but thought she went to the women's room and didn't follow, and I just left, right? That way no one will report her body missing. That could have been much more engaging and tense than the story we actually got. That's probably what I would have done. If I was given this to script doctor, I would have been like, tie the A plot and the B plot together. Maybe cut some of the exposition in the beginning. Maybe weave it a little more, disperse the exposition in the action instead of taking a really long time to get to stuff. Theory: Amy is entered. Sure. Anyway, so first things first. Everyone, 14's in the chat. Okay, 14's in the chat for the end of this, the last Fright story that I will ever read, because I've already read the other ones. This is my last script for now, and I'm going to make an announcement. A big announcement. So, everyone keeps asking me, am I going to do Tales? And the answer to that depends. And it depends on one thing. So, when I make these book videos, the Frights videos, they get no views. Nobody watches these videos. When I make other videos, they get lots of views. Now, you might be thinking, hey, Gibson, I know it sucks that when you put time and effort into making the book videos, they don't make as much money as the other videos, but I really want you to do it. So please, can you keep doing it even though it makes less money? Because it obviously makes you feel fulfilled, right? You just said that you love teaching books and you wanted to be a teacher and all this stuff. So even though it makes you slightly less money, can you still do it? And the answer to that is that that's not actually the problem. The problem is not that they don't get as much views as other videos. The problem is not that I would profit more if I made other videos. The problem is that YouTube, the algorithm, does not understand the difference between different series in a single channel. Withered Circle and Dual Process Theory and T-Dreads, when they release a video and it does really, really well, YouTube looks and says, wow, every video that they put out gets 100,000 views. Therefore, when they put out their next video, because 100% of their videos are good, we're going to recommend it. On my channel, where my real theory videos get 100,000 views, but my book videos get 10,000 views, YouTube says, wow, half of this guy's videos suck. He's only a 50% good channel, so we're only going to recommend him 50% of the time. We're going to recommend him less because his output is less consistent. Half of his videos are bad and no one likes them. They don't know my book videos do less than my theory videos. They just see half of my videos are bad. So, whether it says, GiBi, I didn't know you made a new vid. Yeah, so even people who are subbed might not get notifications. Because if you're subbed to me and you don't watch my book videos, first of all, you might unsub to me. Secondly, you might unring the bell because you're not interested in those. Obviously, everyone watching this is interested, I understand that. But most of my subscribers don't, right? If I have, 60,000 subs and only 10,000 people watch my book videos, that means YouTube sees that 5/6 of my subscribers don't watch my videos regularly. So my videos must be bad. So the algorithm is it's not just that I'm not getting views and not making money on the book videos. The algorithm is throttling and hurting my channel because people don't watch them. And that's bad. So, here's what's happening. When I'm done with all the Fright stories, right, we're doing, this is next week, and then the final Stitch Wraith, and then we're doing Felix the Shark, and The Scoop, and You're the Band. So we have 5 or 6 more weeks. After You're the Band, I'm doing a full, it's probably going to end up being over an hour, a full video on the Stitch line in general. So I'm going to go back and reread Into the Pit, and To Be Beautiful, and Count the Ways, and Out of Stock, and I'm going to reread all the Stitch lines, and I'm going to discuss it as one story with many chapters, and discuss it in chronological order, and talk about the themes of the story, and Larson, and Oz, and all this stuff. We're going to talk about the Stitch line as one story. So that's going to be the big Stitch line video at the end. After that, I'm going to do what I've been planning to do since day one, and have kept secret so that I get more views, which is that once we're done with the series, I'm going to go and do a director's cut. So I'm going to go back into every video I've done so far, all of these book videos. I'm going to fix errors, like I'm going to put the Telltale Heart part back into the Kids at Play video, because I just cut that out by accident. I'm going to, in the fetch video where I'm I don't know what 411 means, I'm going to cut that and put in a voice of me saying, here's what 411 means. I'm going to put things, going to remove errors, going to add extra contents. Again, in Together Forever, I should have mentioned the lock not working, right? So put new things in, take mistakes out, re-edit some sections I was never happy with, and it's going to be the director's cut. And this video, I'm also going to add some intermissions. So probably every 3 or so books, I'm going to talk about something I didn't get a chance to talk about as I was actually covering them weekly. So I'm probably going to do a full breakdown of Frankenstein the way I did Brigadoon, so that we understand the themes and the moral and the lessons and the creation of Frankenstein, the movie, not the book, the movie probably, to understand all the references to it. I'm going to read the Lynn McTaggart, The Field book. I might have Absol on to help me with that, to do some voices for that. So that might be another section, right? So here is what in the real world people believe of The Field. Here is Frankenstein. And then I'll probably have 1 or 2 more. I haven't fully decided what they're going to be yet, but there will be all these added sections. There will be hours and hours of new content. And then what I'm doing is putting all the episodes together, and if you go back and watch them, 99% of the time, I don't say things like, back in the fetch video, or back in the friendly face video. I always say, back in the friendly face segment. Back in the flesh segment. And that's because from day one, these videos have always been planned to be amalgamated at the end into one long video. So when the series is over, I'm going to release a roughly 40-hour-long director's cut with mistakes taken out, new stuff added in, new intermission segments talking about different topics. And that is going to be the finale of this Frights project. So it would have been as if in my 9-hour FNAF video, imagine I released a video on FNAF 1, a video on FNAF 2, a video on FNAF 3, and then culminated them all in the 1 8-hour video. So that's kind of what this project has been. Instead of being silent for a year and then dropping a 40-hour video, I've been doing a book a week, and now I'm going to drop the 40-hour video. So I think that having a video that long is going to get attention. People are going to be scrolling through YouTube and see, wait a minute, is that video 40 hours long? What the heck? I must click on this. And I'm going to have a retention maxing, interesting opening so that people do stop and actually watch it. And the idea is that hopefully the people will stay and watch it because they'll enjoy the analysis and the topic, and they'll end up watching it as sort of background noise. People will also probably watch it when they're going to sleep, and then they wake up and they have to rewind, so it'll get a lot of watch hours, right? I'm hoping the video will do really well. So, if the video does really well, and I do have a number in my head, but I'm not going to say it. If this video does really well, I will do I will do Tales weekly. Because that tells me that at the end of Tales, I will also be able to do this, and it will also do well. So the investment will be there at the end. I can forego the pain that the algorithm will give me, because I'll know that there'll be a golden thing at the end where I'll get, the amalgamation video will do well. If this video does not do well, then I'll be screwed, because I've basically spent the last entire year making this 40-hour video. And so if the video doesn't do well, I will literally not be able to, afford taking this risk again and hurting my channel and the algorithm just to do Tales weekly. So what I would do for Tales in that instance is I would do basically big amalgam videos. So I will still do Tales, but they will not be these weekly Sunday live premieres where everyone gets to chat and talk at the same time. It won't be something you'll be able to see every Sunday. You won't be able to look forward to it. I'll just drop them one day. And I think that would suck. I love the people who come and watch the videos premiere. I love getting comments on it. I love having people comment on each story. I think giving each story its own video lets that story shine in a way that most of these Faz Fright stories get overlooked. Because so many of them, no one cares about if they don't have lore. So many of them, people just go, Spring Bonnie, Sea Bonnie. Sea Bonnie's is stupid. Whereas I love Sea Bonnie's. I loved being able to talk about it for as long as I did because it was a great story. So, this is partially on you guys, right? When the really long video comes out, and I will announce its release a little further in the future, it'll almost certainly be in November, because I'll want to ride the wave of the movie about to come out. So when the 40-hour video comes out, if you guys want it to succeed, you need to watch it, basically the first hour it comes out, like it, leave comments, give it high watch time. Obviously, if it was me, right, if I had been you guys watching this for the last year, I'd be like, dang, it's been a full year since Into the Pit, since the series started, so I do want to kind of watch it again. So I would totally watch it, but even if you're like, I don't want to watch something for 40 hours, you could always leave it running in the background, maybe. you could leave it running to increase the watch time. So when it comes out, liking it, commenting it, giving it high watch time, sharing it, posting it on your social media or whatever, because one share could end up leaving someone who hasn't seen it to actually go and watch it. That is how you guys can help. And if the algorithm gods bless me with a trending, really good high video, I will do Tales. If it doesn't, I won't be able to. Fazent says I'm going to leave a new comment every day. Tell Daco about it. The other thing I would love your guys' help on for this project would be, what should I call it? Because I need people to see it and not go, oh, it's just an audiobook. All he's doing is reading them. Or go, oh, it's just like those, I think LS Mark did a video where he just kind of summarized all the stories. Or even when Daco does the videos where he just summarizes the story. Like, oh, I don't want to watch a 40-hour video where someone just summarizes videos, right? How do I get people to know that, no, this is not just a summary of Fetch, this is a deep dive into Brigadoon because it's brought up once, right? How do people know what the video is? So I need a good title. I need a good thumbnail. I'm definitely going to get professional help for the thumbnail. But the title is I'm going to be stressing about the title until the day it releases, because I'm going to be like, what if I changed FNAF to Five Nights at Freddy's? Would it do better that way? What if do I take the word book out of the title? What do I do? So I'd love ideas, on Twitter, in the comments of this live stream, in the comments of whatever. If you think of one 3 weeks from now, leave a comment under Felix the Shark about what you think it should be titled, because I'm looking for ideas. And then obviously, Connie and Withered, if you guys, as other established FNAF tubers, if you guys could help in any way, that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, that's gonna be a big release. And I obviously have the huge stitch line video to get out before that, right? Before I even start editing this 40-hour video, I still need to do the whole stitch line essay. And obviously I still need to record and edit this, and then the final stitch line, and then Felix, and then Scoop, and then You're the Band. I have a lot of stuff planned, because November and December are typically busy for YouTube. So there's going to be non-book videos coming in the near future. I will be doing, I'm keeping the date a secret. We do not want this to be public, but me and some other FNAF tubers are going to the Universal Horror Night thing to see the Freddy's restaurant, right? Like, we're going to go to the Universal Horror Nights thing. So I'm probably going to have a vlog or a video about that. So you guys can look forward to that. A lot of people are going. I think Daco's going. I think Denari's going. Like, not the same day as me, but like they're going in general. So that's coming, and then a couple surprises are coming. I hinted earlier that I have an advanced copy of a Choose Your Own Adventure book that's Freddy's. So you guys should start getting excited for that. That's going to be a fun, surprising thing. And you can obviously also look forward to me appearing in other people's videos, like Withered's video that just went up. I will be... You know what? I'm not going to tell you the other one I'm in, but maybe you'll be able to guess based on past things that I've been in. But yeah, I would love to be able to keep doing these books, because it does give me a sense of gratification that's more than money could possibly buy. It's letting me live out my English teacher dreams. But it's just not possible unless I end up doing really well with the amalgamation video. But in general, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for watching this almost 5 hour stream. The stream will end in a few minutes, Gary. Thank you for being here and watching this. I think that this kind of stuff is really interesting, but I know most people don't. But I've had a lot of fun doing this. If the story had been like incredible, like Sea Bonnie's, I think that would have been really cool. If the story had been terrible, like Fazgoo, I think that would have been good. But this, to me, ended up being like a C-tier story, some plot holes, one really good paragraph I liked about the setting sun, but kind of slow. So obviously you will be seeing the full edited version of this on Sunday. There will probably be changes in the script. And now you guys, when you're watching that, right, when you're in the live chat watching that during the premiere, can be like, I was there on Wednesday when GiBi read the book for the first time. I watched him as he yawned like 17 times. I was there when he couldn't pronounce Roxas, right? Because it builds a sense of community. You guys are all there. I'm here. Everyone can go and respond the field and post it in the chat. Did CrossCorp just get here saying I'm super late? Yes, we are in fact ending right now. So yeah, 14 of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 the fields in the chat. So thank you all for being here. I do still plan on streaming about once a week. I have I have to do a brief calm discussion. I did that last week or so with Fazbear Entertainment, arguing for Charlie 87. So now I need to find someone to do it for Charlie 83. I have my person picked out, but we're just working on scheduling. So I will still be streaming about once a week. So I will see you guys next time. Go and watch. Everyone, Withered, post your video in the comments right now. Post your video in the chat so everyone can go and watch Withered Circle's new video. And see you guys next time. I will be cutting to Aquatic Ambiance, one of the greatest songs ever written. By Sophie, by Strongly Caffeinated, by Furby, by Captain.